Sri Krishna Samhita Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakura Introduction Caitanya Main Bhagavad Nama. There are two types of literatures: those which bestow artha, or material results, and those which bestow paramartha, or spiritual results. Geography, history, astrology, physics, psychology, Ayurveda, microbiology, mathematics, language, poetry, music, logic, yoga, religion, law, architecture, and weaponry are all included in the first category. Every book aims at revealing a particular subject, that is its artha, or result. When all results complement each other and ultimately yield the supreme result, in the form of the soul's ultimate destination, that is called paramartha. The literatures that discuss the attainment of this supreme result are called paramarthikstra, or spiritual literatures. Many spiritual literatures have been compiled in India and abroad. In India, many sages from time immemorial have compiled various spiritual literatures after duly considering the spiritual topics. Among them, Srimad Bhagavatam is the topmost. This book consists of 18,000 verses. In this book, the 10 principal subject matters of this world have been discussed in some places as direct instructions and elsewhere as history. Among these 10 subjects, the last, Asraya, is the Paramarthadhatva, or spiritual subject. The Asrayadhatva, or Summum Bonum, is very confidential and unlimited. Although Asrayadhatva is spontaneously manifested to the living entities, in people's present conditional state that transcendental subject is very difficult to comprehend. That is why the compiler of Srimad Bhagavatam was compelled to compassionately and clearly discuss the other 9 truths too. Such a matchless book has not been properly explained till now. The people of India and other countries can be divided into 2 categories: the ass-like and the swan-like. Among these two, the ass-like are in the majority. The swan-like are in the minority. Swan-like people abstract the purport of the scriptures for their own advancement and thus benefit themselves. That is why the real purport of Srimad Bhagavatam has not yet been clearly revealed. I had a great desire to translate Srimad Bhagavatam in this proper swan-like way, but I have no time to translate this huge work. For this reason I am now extracting the main purport of this great literature and presenting it in the form of this $77 Krishna Samhita. As I was not satisfied after writing the verses of this book, I translated them into Bengali. I hope learned people will always scrutinizingly discuss this book in order to ascertain the spiritual subject matters. Everyone has the right to discuss spiritual topics. Yet people are divided into 3 categories according to their qualifications. 3. Those who do not possess independent power of discrimination are in the first category and are called neophytes, or those with soft faith. They have no alternative to faith. If they do not accept whatever the compilers of the scriptures write as the order of the Lord, then they fall down. They are qualified only for understanding the gross meanings of the science of Krsna. They have no qualification for understanding the subtle meanings. Until they gradually advance by good association and instruction, they should try to advance under the shelter of faith. Those who have not yet succeeded in connecting faith with argument are second grade, or madhyama adhikarit. And those who are expert in connecting these two are perfect in all respects. They are able to attain perfection by utilizing material resources in their independent endeavors. They are called topmost, or uttama adhikari. Among these 3, it is necessary to ascertain who is the proper candidate for studying this book. The neophytes are not qualified, but they can gradually become qualified by attaining a higher stage through good fortune. The expert topmost persons have no direct need for this book other than to strengthen their own conclusions. Still, they should discuss this book with due respect in order to benefit the madhyama adhikaris. Therefore it is the madhyama adhikaris who are the proper candidates for studying this book. All the above mentioned 3 categories of people are qualified to study Srimad Bhagavatam, yet most of the commentaries on this matchless book are composed for the benefit of the neophytes. The commentators were all swan-like persons, and they have exhibited more compassion towards the neophytes than towards the madhyamas. Whenever they discuss Jnana, they are referring to Brahmajnana, or the impersonal understanding of the absolute truth. Therefore modern speculators are not benefited. Nowadays many people of our country discuss foreign literature and science with a desire to scrutinize its significance. They quickly become faithless after observing the indirect presentations by the writers of the scripture and the scriptural commentaries that are appropriate for the above-mentioned neophytes. They then either adopt a different religion or become famous by introducing a new one. The danger with this is that such people uselessly waste their time inventing a new level of understanding while leaving aside the previous Madhya's perfect path, which automatically uplifts one from a lower qualification to a higher one. If there were some literatures appropriate for the Madhyama Adhikaras to discuss, then no anarthas, or unwanted things, in the form of sub-religion, cheating religion, or irreligion would have entered India. The principal purpose of this book is to fulfill the above-mentioned requirement. Actually this book will directly and indirectly benefit all three types of persons, the Uttama, Madhyama, and Kanistha. Therefore they should all respect this book. Sectarianism is a natural byproduct of the absolute truth. When Dkaryas first ascertain and instruct the truth, it is not polluted with sectarianism. But the rules and regulations received through disciplic succession regarding the goal and the method of achieving it are changed in due course of time according to the mentality and locale of the people. 5. A rule that is followed by one society is not necessarily accepted in another society. That is why one community is different from another. As a community gradually develops more respect for its own standards, it develops hatred towards other communities and considers their standards inferior. These sectarian symptoms are seen in all countries since time immemorial. This is prominent amongst neophytes and found to some extent amongst Madhyama Adhikaras. Amongst Uttama Adhikaras, however, there is no trace of sectarianism. Adherence to a particular standard is the prominent symptom of a society. There are three types of standards for Adlokakagata, Alokanagata, and Dlosayagata. Alokakagata is when sectarianists accept some external signs. Examples of Dlokakagata are tilaka, neck beads, saffron robes, as well as the baptism practiced abroad. The different activities practiced in the process of worship are called Dlokanagata. Examples of Alokangata are sacrifices, austerities, fire sacrifices, vows, studying scriptures, deity worship, constructing temples, respecting the purity of various trees and rivers, dressing like Sunnitsis, acting like Acharyas, dressing like Brahmacharis or Grasthas, closing one's eyes, respecting particular types of books, rules, and regulations in eating, and respecting the purity of particular times and places. The examples of Dlosayagata are attributing personalism or impersonalism on the Supreme Lord, installing deities, exhibiting the mood of an incarnation of the Lord, speculating on heaven and hell, and describing the future destination of the soul. The different forms of these spiritual activities create divisions of sectarianism. Differences that arise from places, times, languages, behaviors, foods, dresses, and natures of various communities are incorporated within their spiritual practices and gradually make one community so completely different from another community that even the consideration that everyone is a human being may cease to exist. Due to these differences there is disagreement, cessation of social intercourse, and fighting, even up to the point of killing one another. When an ass-like mentality becomes prominent within the Kanistha Adhikaras, then they certainly indulge in these things. But if they develop a swan-like mentality, then they do not take part in quarrels, rather, they endeavor to attain a higher level. Madhyama Adhikaras do not quarrel so much about external standards, but they are always attacked by philosophical disagreements. Sometimes they condemn the standards of neophytes and establish their own standards as superior. They condemn the neophytes' deity worship in order to establish the worshipable Lord as formless. 6. In such cases, they are also considered ass-like people. Otherwise, if they had a swan-like mentality and a desire to attain a higher level, they would respect others' practices and inquire about higher topics. Contradictions actually arise only due to ass-like mentality. Swan-like persons consider the necessity for different practices according to one's qualification, so they naturally become detached from sectarian quarrels. 7. In this regard, it should be known that both ass-like and swan-like people are found amongst the Kanistha Adhikaris and Madhyama Adhikaris. I do not expect that ass-like people will accept this book with respect. If neophytes and Madhyama Adhikaris become completely indifferent in regard to the contradictions found in various practices and try to advance further, then they become swan-like persons. Then they are our respectable and dear friends. Although swan-like personalities may accept a particular practice from birth or childhood according to instructions they have received, they nevertheless remain indifferent and non-sectarian. The religious principles that will be explained and established in this book are very difficult to name. If these principles are given a particular sectarian name, then other sects will oppose them. Srimad Bhagavatam has therefore established Sanatana Dharma as Satvata Dharma, or religious principles related with the absolute truth. Another name for these religious principles is Vaisnava Dharma. Ass-like Vaisnavas fall into the categories of Saktas, followers of Durga, Saras, followers of the sun god, Ganapatyas, followers of Gandalare, Saivites, followers of Siva, and Vaisnavas, followers of Vinu. But swan-like Vaisnavas are non-sectarian and, therefore, rare. These 5 types of above-mentioned spiritualists, as found in India, are named according to their respective qualifications. Human beings have 2 types of tendencies: arthic, or material, and paramarthic, or spiritual. Material tendencies include maintaining the body, constructing a house, marrying, begetting children, studying, earning wealth, material science, factory work, acquiring and maintaining assets, and accumulating piety. Although there are some similarities between the activities of humans and animals, the material endeavors of humans are nevertheless superior to the natural tendencies of animals. If after executing their material activities human beings do not take shelter of their constitutional activities, then they are called 2-legged animals. The constitutional activities of a pure soul are called 1 Svadharma, or prescribed activities. The Svadharma of a living entity is prominently manifested in his pure state of existence. In the pure state of existence the Svadharma is present in the form of spiritual activities. All the above-mentioned material tendencies become successful when dovetailed with spiritual activities, otherwise they cannot independently help one attain the highest goal 9. From engagement in material activities up to the awakening of spiritual activities is called the preliminary stage of God consciousness. From this preliminary stage up to the ultimate Hikari stage there are innumerable levels. C0. Inquiring about the truth of the material world is called Sakta Dharma, because the predominating deity of the material world is Goddess Durga. All behavior and practice instructed in Sakta Dharma is helpful only in the preliminary stage. Such behavior and practice is meant to bring one closer to spiritual life, and materialistic people may be attracted by this only until they begin to inquire about the supreme absolute truth. Sakta Dharma is the living entity's initial spiritual endeavor, and it is extremely essential for people of that level. When the preliminary stage is further strengthened, one attains the next level. One then considers the energy of work and the superiority of heat over dull matter, and he therefore accepts the sun god, who is the source of heat, as his worshipable deity. At that time, Saradharma is awakened. Later, when one considers even heat as dull matter and animal consciousness as superior, then the 3rd stage, Ganapatya Dharma, is attained. In the 4th gross stage, Lord Shiva is worshipped as the pure consciousness of the living entities, and Sivadharma manifests. In the 5th stage, the consciousness of the living entity worships the supreme consciousness, and thus Vaisnavadharma is manifest. Generally there are 5 types of paramarthic dharmas, or spiritual duties, that have been known by different names in different countries at different times. If one considers all the different dharmas that are current in India and abroad, one can see that they certainly fall within these 5 categories. The religious principles taught by Mohammed and Jesus Christ are similar to the religious principles taught by Vaisnava sects. Buddhism and Jainism are similar to Sivadharma. This is a scientific consideration of truths regarding religious principles. Those who consider their own religious principles as real dharma and others' religious principles as irreligion or subreligion are unable to ascertain the truth due to being influenced by prejudice. Actually, religious principles followed by people in general are different only due to the different qualifications of the practitioners, but the constitutional religious principles of all living entities are one. It is not proper for swan-like persons to reject the religious principles that people in general follow according to their situation. Therefore, with due respect to the religious principles followed by people in general, we will now discuss the living entity's constitutional religious principles. Sattvadharma, or non-sectarian Vaisnavadharma, is the living entity's constitutional, or eternal, religious principles 11. But the Vaisnavadharma that is found in the Mayavada Sampradaya is only an indirect imitation of those principles. When such sectarian Vaisnavadharma becomes transcendental, that is, when it is freed from impersonalism, then it becomes Svadharma, or religious principles related with the supreme truth. The different Sampradayas, namely Dvaita, dualism, Dvaitadvaita, simultaneous oneness and difference, Suddadvaita, purified oneness, and Visistadvaita, specific monism, that are found in Svatadharma are nothing but wonderful varieties of sentiments within the Vaisnava science. Actually, the various Sampradayas are not the result of differences in the basic truth. Impersonalism is diametrically opposite to the science of Bhakti. Those Vaisnavas who have accepted impersonalism are not pure Vaisnavas. It is our duty to consider when and how Vaisnavadharma has manifest in this country India. Before we consider this subject, however, there are many other subjects that have to be resolved. Therefore we will first resolve the dates, according to modern considerations, of the main events of India. Later we will ascertain the dates of the esteemed scriptures. As soon as the dates of the scriptures are ascertained, then I will explain, according to modern opinion, the history of Vaisnavadharma that is explained in those scriptures. Although we ourselves consider the dates of the scriptures according to ancient methods, I will now follow contemporary methods for the benefit of modern people. The very ancient history of India is covered by the dense darkness of forgetfulness, because there is no proper sequence in its ancient history. I will establish with a bit of conjecture whatever I can on the information I have acquired through the four Vedas, the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, and the Puranas. In the beginning, the Aryans lived in a small country named Brahmavarta, which was situated between the two rivers Sarasvati and Drasadvati. The present name of Drasadvati is Kagaral too. By discussing the meaning of the name Brahmavarta, it is assumed that the Aryans came from another country to reside therein. We cannot ascertain exactly where they came from, but it is believed that they came from some northwest country 13. When they came, they were relatively civilized according to the time. There is no doubt about this. Being proud of their own civilization, they used to disregard the local natives. It is said that when the Aryans disregarded the local natives, the natives' king, Rudradeva, showed the Aryans his prowess by accepting in marriage the hand of Sati, the daughter of Prajapati Daksa, thus making an alliance with Daksa. Nevertheless, the Aryans were so proud that after the marriage of Sati, they did not respect her or her husband. That is why Sati hated herself and gave up her body in Daksa's sacrificial arena, and thereafter Shiva with his followers began to heavily torture the Aryans. The Brahmanas were later forced to make an alliance with Shiva by allowing him a share in the sacrifice. Still, in order to maintain their superiority, the Aryans placed Shiva's seat in the northeastern corner of the sacrificial arena. There is no doubt that Daksa's fire sacrifice took place soon after the Aryans established Brahmavarta, because the 10 personalities headed by Daksa are described as the original Prajapatis. The wife of Prajapati Daksa was named Prasti. She was the daughter of Svayambhuva Manu, the son of Brahma. Svayambhuva Manu and the Prajapatis were the original inhabitants of Brahmavarta. Another son of Brahma was Marisai, whose son was Kashyapa. The son of Kasyapa was Vivasvan, whose son was Vaivasvata Manu. The son of Vaivasvata Manu was Ikshvaku. From this we must conclude that the Stirya dynasty began with the 6th generation from Brahma. At the time of Maharaja Ikshvaku, the Aryans were living in a place called Brahmarsi. According to modern calculation, the above-mentioned 6 generations enjoyed their kingdom for 200 years. Because Brahmavarta was too small, it was expanded within this 200 years and called Brahmarsi. The Aryans were very eager to expand their dynasty, and they had so many children that Brahmavarta became too congested to suit their needs. Modern scholars say that some civilized personalities like Kandra were inducted into the Aryan race at that time. According to their calculation, in those 200 years there were 8 Manas, beginning from Svayambhuva up to Vivasvata. Just after Svayambhuva, the son of Agni named Svarasisa Manu appeared. The grandson of Svayambhuva was Uttama Manu. He had one brother named Tamasa Manu and another brother named Ravata Manu. In the 7th generation from Svayambhuva was Kaksusa Manu. Vivasvata Manu was the 5th generation from Brahma. Savarni Manu was the stepbrother of Vivasvata. Therefore all the Manas wound up their activities before the time of Ikshvaku, there is no doubt about this. Daksa Savarni, Brahma Savarni, Dharma Savarni, Rudra Savarni, Deva Savarni, and Indra Savarni existed only in the imagination of modern people. If they were historical, then it is to be understood that they lived in different parts of India within those 200 years. It is also stated that the churning of the ocean took place during the time of Kaksusa Manu. Vamana appeared during the time of Vivasvata Manu. After Bali Maharaja's sacrifice, all the demons were driven away by trickery. The kings of the Manu dynasty had their capitals outside Brahmavarta, but in the beginning they were not expert in managing their kingdom, education, or family life. Dhanvantari appeared during the churning of the ocean. The Asvini Kumaras also appeared at that time. The poison which emanated during the churning of the ocean was eliminated by Siva of the Rudra dynasty. By discussing all these topics we can understand that in those days the culture of medicine in progress. It is also seen that at this time the demon Rahu was cut in two, and thus Rahu and Ketu were formed. We can understand from this that the science of astrology was being discussed at that time. It is not believed, however, that there was a written language during this time. And since there is no written information about that period, it appears that it lasted for a vast duration of time. In fact, much later, when calculation of time began, it was said that each Manu enjoyed a rule of 70 Mata Yugas. Among the kings, whoever laid down laws was called a Manu and was respected by all. There were 2 reasons why so many Manas appeared in such a short span of time. The first reason is that there was no written language or books, so knowledge was transmitted by Sruti, or hearing. The other necessary Srutis that were added to the original Sruti were then ascribed to the reigns of the many different Manas. The second reason is that due to an increase of population, the dwelling areas of the Aryans spread and divided into various areas with different kings ruling. Thus there were many lawmakers, or Manas. This is the way modern scholars have described the different durations of Manas. Swan-like people respect whatever substance may be derived from these topics, but transcendental explantions are often helpful for ass-like people. 14. These explanations of transcendental characteristics and divisions of time were accepted in order to generate firm faith in such people's minds. The great sages accept the existence of different Manas in order to benefit neophytes and check the fantasies created at various times and places. We will never say that history and the process of calculating time according to the scriptures is false or imaginary. Modern scholars have stated that the names of the kings from Ikshvaku's time are available. The names of the kings in the Stirya dynasty can be accepted with a great deal of certainty. From Ikshvaku to Ramacandra there were 63 generations. If we consider that each king ruled the kingdom for 25 years, then the time from Ikshvaku to Ramacandra comes to 1,575 years. In the 94th generation of that dynasty, King Bradbala was killed by Abhimanyu in the Battle of Kurukshetra. The Battle of Kurukshetra took place 2,350 years after the rule of Ikshvaku. The duration of all Manvantaras together comes to 200 years. Therefore we will have to accept that the establishment of Brahmavarta took place 2550 years prior to the Battle of Kurukshetra. The duration of the Khandra dynasty king's rule is not very clear. From Ila, who was a contemporary of Ikshvaku, through Pururava and up to Yudhisthira, 50 generations are described. It is therefore difficult to accept that Sri Ramachandra appeared in the 63rd generation from Ikshvaku, yet long before Yudhisthira, if there were only 50 generations from Ila to Yudhisthira. Valmiki was a very ancient RSI. Therefore his calculations must be more accurate than the calculations of the modern Arsis. The kings of the Surya dynasty were very powerful, so their family priests wrote down the duration of their various kings' rules. There is no doubt about this. Rather, there is a mistake on the origin of the Khandra dynasty. Perhaps after the kings of the Surya dynasty ruled their kingdom for a long period, King Yayati became very powerful. Being unable to enter the Straya dynasty, Yayati decided to link his dynasty with the dynasty of Purtiravanayasa. Yet even after doing this, he and many others from his dynasty were unable to establish a relationship with the Straya dynasty. King Romapada 15, the friend of Dasaratha, appeared in the 14th generation from Purdrava, in the dynasty of Anu, the son of Yayati. Kartavirya was born in the 16th generation from Purirava, in the dynasty of Yadu. He was the enemy of Parasurama. From this it is understood that King Yayati ruled his kingdom about 13 or 14 generations before Ramachandra. That was the beginning of the Khandra dynasty. That is why they calculate their time in relationship with the Surya dynasty. In the beginning, the kings of the Surya dynasty lived on the bank of the Yamuna at the place known as Brahmarsi. The 10th king of the Surya dynasty, named Sravanta, created Sravantipuri. It is stated in the Ramayana that the city of Ayodhya was established by Manu. Nevertheless, many people feel that Vaivasvata Manu lived near the Yamuna and his son, Ikshvaku, established Ayodhya and then resided therein. It is written that Ikshvaku's sons lived in Aryavarta. Vaisalipuri was created by King Visala, who was in the 25th generation from Vaivasvata. The city of Sravanti is situated about 60 miles north of Ayodhya, the capital of Kosala. The present name of this place is Sahatmahat. The city of Vaisalt is situated about 28 miles north of Putna. From this it is understood that the kings of the Styria dynasty powerfully ruled their kingdom from the Yamuna to the Kausaki river, on the western side of the Ganges. Gradually, when the kings of the Khandra dynasty became powerful, the kings of the Surya dynasty became weakened. It is also said that up to the time of Mandhata the Aryans of the Surya dynasty used to call Mithila and the nearby area around the Ganges as Aryavarta. But at the time of Bhagarata, who came just after King Sagara, the districts adjoining the Ganges up to the ocean were considered Aryavarta. Previous to this it was concluded in the scriptures that if an Aryan died outside of Aryavarta he would go to hell. At that time Aryavarta extended only between the Himalayas and the Vindhya 16. The descendants of King Sagara gave up their bodies at the place called Mlekadasal 7, Bengal presently called Gangasagara, and until that place was included in Aryavarta, the descendants of the Surya dynasty were condemned. For this reason many kings of the Surya dynasty such as Dilapa, Amsuman, and Bhagarata worshipped Brahma, the head of the Arsis, and established the land up to Gangasagara as part of Aryavarta. According to modern opinion, those kings spread the glories of the Ganges up to the ocean. Modern opinion is that it was not the waters of the Ganges that were taken to the ocean, rather it was the glories of the Ganges that were taken to the ocean. That is why the Manu Samhita, 2.22, describes Aryavarta as the area between the Himalaya and Vindhya mountains and stretching from the eastern ocean to the western ocean 1/8. The divisions of Aryavarta and Dakshinatya are thus accepted since the time of Bhagarata. Now I will explain the calculations of the four yugas according to modern opinion. Satya Yuga extends up to the time of King Mandhata. Treta Yuga begins after Mandhata and continues through the rule of Lava and Kusa. Dvapara Yuga then lasts through the battle of Kurukshetra. Satya Yuga consists of 650 years, Treta Yuga consists of 1125 years, and Dvapara Yuga consists of 775 years. In this way the total comes to 2550 years 19. Vedic scholars, however, do not accept these conclusions. In the descriptions of the principal Tirthas of the different yugas, it is mentioned that Kurukshetra was the Tirtha for Satya Yuga. Kurukshetra is situated near Brahmavarta. Puskara, situated near Ajmera, was the Trita for Treta Yuga. In Dvapara Yuga, Naimisaranya was the Tirtha. The present name of Naimisaranya is Nimkara or Nimsara. It is located about 44 miles northwest of Lucknow on the bank of the Gomati River. In the age of Kali, Ganges is the Tirtha. Just as Brahmavarta, Brahmarsidasa, Madhyadasa, and ancient and modern Aryavarta were gradually established from time to time, similarly the Tirthas were all spread from Kurukshetra to Gangasagara during the expansion of the country. According to the advancement of the intelligence of people in a particular time, different incarnations appear in different ages. As people advanced in religiosity, the mantras for their deliverance gradually blossomed. According to modern opinion, some of the major incidents that took place in the 2550 years prior to and including the Battle of Kurukshetra are the sacrifice of Daksa, the fight between the demigods and the demons, the churning of the ocean, the banishment of the demons to Patalaloka, the killing of King Vina, the bringing of the Ganges to the ocean, the killing of the Kshatriyas by Parasurama, the victory of Sri Ramachandra over Lanka, the journey of King Devapi and Maru to the village of Kalapa, and the Battle of Kurukshetra. Apart from these, the scriptures relate many other incidents that took place. Modern scholars think that Daksa's fire sacrifice took place immediately after the Aryans established Brahmavarta. This strange incident happened due to the Aryans' pride of their caste and their unwillingness to maintain a relationship with the local natives. At that time Pittanatharudra was the leader of the local natives. Most of the hill areas were under his jurisdiction. Bhutan, or Bhidisthana, Kokavihara, or Kuknivihara, and Trivarta, where Kailasa mountain is seen, were all under Rudra's rule. Even though he was a local native, he was expert in the science of medicine, fighting, and singing. Seeing his ability, the 11 Rudra kings, who were his representatives, even claimed that he was the supreme controller. Such a personality as the king of the Rudras could not tolerate the Brahmana's false ego, so he forcefully and tactfully married the daughter of Prajapati Daksa, who lived at Kankala, near Haridvara. After Sati Devi left her body, a fierce battle took place between him and the Brahmanas. After the battle, he was given a share of the sacrifice and a seat in the northeast corner of the sacrificial arena. After that the Aryans made friendship with the powerful local mountain people. Since then, we do not find any further quarrel between the local mountain people and the Brahmarsis, because the mountain people respected the Brahmanas and the king of the Rudras was counted among the lords of the Aryans 20. Although the Aryans no longer quarreled with the mountain people, many persons from their own dynasty put forward obstacles on the path of prosperity. The descendants of Kashyapa, who accepted the features of snakes and birds, started residing here and there under the subordination of the demigods. At that time the descendants of Kashyapa who accepted the features of birds developed intense animosity towards the snakes. But later the snakes became more powerful, and they ruled many kingdoms. Gradually the birds became almost extinct. From the womb of Diti, the wife of Kashyapa, a few formidable men were born. They were condemned as demons. They became enemies of all good people by willfully acting against the Brahmarsis. Eventually they quarreled with King Indra and established a separate kingdom. This quarrel became known as the battle between the demigods and the demons. Almost all the demons lived in the country known as Pavikanata, the place of 5 rivers. Sakala, Asarara, Narasitunha, and Multan, or Kashyapapura, were under their jurisdiction. It is possible that Prajapati Kashyapa, in whose family the demigods and demons were born, lived in the countries of Pavikanata and Brahmavarta. The Prajapatis lived around Brahmavarta. At that time Brahmavarta was the center of the demigods' kingdom. Both the Sarasvati and Drasadvati rivers flowed in the demigods' kingdom. Brahmavarta is the place that was founded by the demigods between these two rivers. 21. From the word deva in this verse, see footnote below, it is understood that the demigods were residing there. The demigods were also sons of Prajapati Kashyapa, therefore they are also accepted as Aryans. It is felt that during the founding of Brahmavarta, just after the reign of Swayambhuva Manu, Indra, the son of Kashyapa and an expert administrator, was awarded the title of king of the demigods. Those great souls who were engaged in the administrative work received different posts like Vayu, Varuna, Agni, Yama, and Pisa. Later, when others attained those posts, they were also known as Indra, Kandra, Vayu, and Varuna. After the reign of Vayvasvata, the demigods became very weak. Their ruling of the kingdom continued simply in name. Wherever there were sacrifices, they were invited and shown respect. In this way, after some time the great personalities of Brahmavarta were no more and they became counted amongst the heavenly demigods. Their seats and shares in sacrifices of this planet were given to other invited brahmanas. The demigods then became known as yantras and were invoked by mantras. This is also seen in Jaimini's Mimamsa philosophy. In the beginning the demigods were the rulers, later they became the enjoyers of shares of sacrifices, and finally they were established in the scriptures in the form of mantras. At the time when the demigods were ruling, the demons, born from Kashyapa's other wife, became greedy for the demigods' kingdom and created many disturbances. The first battle between the demigods and demons took place at the time of Hiranyakasipu. The churning of the ocean took place a short time after this battle. During the battle between the demigods and the demons, Brahaspati was Indra's minister and Sakrakarya was the demon's minister. Being unable to kill Hiranyakasipu, the Brahmanas brought his son to the demigod's side with the help of Sanda and Amarka. Hiranyakasipu was then killed by the strength of providence. The grandson of Hiranyakasipu was Virokana. During his reign an alliance was made between the demigods and the demons. By combining the intelligence of the demigods with the strength and industrial knowledge of the demons, the churning of the ocean of knowledge took place, and various excellent items, like scientific opulences and nectar, were produced. Later, by discussing knowledge of the self, poison, in the form of renunciation of fruitive work and self-destruction, was produced. Maharudra, who knew the spiritual science, controlled that poison by the power of science. The demons were tactfully deceived from obtaining nectar, and therefore another battle took place. The Asuras were defeated in this battle, so they lived contented with their own kingdom for a long time. In the meantime, Brahaspati, the spiritual master of the demigods, was insulted by Indra and went off in seclusion. At this juncture the demons again lit the fire of war on the instructions of Sakrakarya. With the permission of Brahma, Indra accepted Visvartapa, the son of Tivasta, as his priest. Then, with various tactics, Visvartapa helped the demigods defeat the demons. Visvartapa used to drink wine, and due to his friendship with the Asuras he devised a plan for the Asuras to capture Brahmavarta in return for a share of the sacrifices. For this reason, Indra killed him. Visvartapa's father, Tivasta, thus became angry with Indra and started a revolt. His other son, Vritra, joined the demons and began to harass Indra, and the demigods then decided to take shelter of Dadhyanika, Dadhisai. After the death of Dadhyanika, Visvakarma, with hard labor and scientific methods, created a Vajra, or thunderbolt. Then Indra killed Vritra with the help of this Vajra, and he became condemned as the killer of a Brahmana. Along with other Brahmanas, Tivasta exiled Indra for some time. At that time Indra lived near Manasa Saravara. The Brahmanas quarreled among themselves but were unable to find a proper candidate for the post of Indra. Finally they decided to install Naosa, the grandson of Purirava, as the king. In a short time Naosa developed a tendency to neglect the Brahmanas, so the Brahmanas reinstalled Indra as the king after sending Naosa back to his previous duties. The battle between the demigods and the demons took place at Kurukshetra, near Brahmavarta. There is no doubt about this, because Indra killed Vritra and went northeast to Manasasaravara to reside 22. It is also proved that Dadhisai Muni previously lived near Kurukshetra. Some people say that 3 raised hillocks, called Tripis Tapa, may be found either at Kurukshetra or northern Brahmavarta. On the instigation of Sakrakarya, the demons gradually became powerful, and because the demigods were unable to check them, they took the help of Vamanadeva. By Vamanadava's tactics, the demigods thus drove King Bali and his followers from the area of Tripis Tapa. Perhaps the Asuras took a vow to live on the bank of the river Sindhu, at the place known as Sindhu 23. At that time the place was known as Patala, because the descendants of the Nagas resided there. The descendants of the Nagas, such as Elapatra and Taksaka, resided in that country for many years. After the Asuras resided there for many years, they returned to reside at Tripis Tapa. At that time, the lake known as Elapatra and the city known as Taksasila were founded. The Nagas also lived in the province of Kashmir. Elaborate descriptions of this are found in the Rajatarajini. King Bali was in the 5th generation from Kashyapa. During his reign, the Asuras were tactfully exiled to Patala. The topics of King Vina are one of the main subjects of Aryan history. King Vina came in the 11th generation from Svayambhuva Manu. At this point it should be considered where Manu and his descendants were residing. In some places of the scriptures it is stated that Manu resided in Brahmavarta. Manu's city of Bharayasmati was situated south of Brahmadevarta and southwest of Kurukshetra. The boundary of Brahmarsidasa was not established at that time, hence the sages considered Manu's city as within Brahmavarta. Actually the city of Manu should be considered as a part of Brahmarsidasa, as it was situated to the southeast of the Sarasvati River 24. It is described that Manu visited many sages' ashramas on both banks of the Sarasvati when returning to his abode from the Dhruma of Prajapati Kardama of Bindu Saravara. Eventually he left the Sarasvati before entering his city of Kusakaya. Another consideration regarding Manu is the question of why he became a Kshatriya. Brahma's sons were called Prajapatis, and they were all Brahmanas. So for what reason did Svayambhuva Manu accept an inferior position? Perhaps when the Aryans established Brahmavarta there was only one caste. But for increasing the population there was a shortage of women. They took a boy and a girl from an unknown caste and, after converting them into Aryans, they married them. They were Svayambhuva Manu and his wife, Sataripa. Their daughters were married to various sages, and in this way the Aryan dynasty prospered. Considering that it was improper for the Aryans to openly accept a girl from a non-Aryan family, their parents were first converted into Aryans and the father was awarded the post of Svayambhuva Manu. This was the tactic adopted for accepting their daughters in marriage. Therefore the sons born from those daughters were not given equal status with pure Aryans, and they were called Kshatras. Someone who is able to deliver one from Ksata, or injury, is called a Kshatriya. This is the explanation that is found in Malanatha's commentary on the Raghuvamsa. Although the Aryans accepted Manu and his descendants as members of their community, still, with a desire to keep them separate from the original Aryans that established Brahmavarta, the Aryans remained Brahmanas and engaging the members of the Kshatriya families for protecting the Brahmanas. The demigods used to reside on the northwestern side of Brahmavarta as the protectors from the Asuras, who were living in Pafikanada at the time. The Arsas used to live on the banks of the Sarasvati. Manu and his descendants resided on the southwestern side of the Sarasvati, in a place called Dakshinatya. They protected the Brahmanas from the uncivilized castes. The earthly kings were under the control of the heavenly kings. The demigod Indra was the emperor over all. The place where the demigods resided was called Tripis Tapa, or the place where there are 3 hillocks. On the northern side of the peak of those hillocks is the palace of Indra. That palace is protected on each of its 8 sides by Dikpalas. I will not explain the modern opinion on this out of fear of increasing the size of this book. But I cannot refrain from mentioning one more thing in this regard. The sons of Kashyapa, who is the fourth generation from Brahma, founded the kingdom of the demigods. From Brahma to Kashyapa there were two kingdoms, Manu and Prajapati. The kingdom of the demigods was founded later. When the demigods' kingdom became powerful, then the fighting between the demigods and the demons began. As the demigods' kingdom became weaker, Manu's kingdom became more powerful. The duration of Svayambhuva Manu's rule was not very long. As the kingdom of Vaivasvata Manu became powerful, the kingdom of Svayambhuva Manu gradually diminished. Vaivasvata Manu was the son of Surya. But the writers of the scriptures have different opinions about the name of his mother. Perhaps he was an adopted son, or perhaps he was born of a non-Aryan. That is why he could not be accepted as a Brahmana, like his brothers, rather he was accepted as a Kshatriya, like Svayambhuva Manu. There is no need to further discuss the modern opinion in this regard. In due course of time, when he saw the demigod's weakness, King Vena tried his best to disperse them. Then the Brahmanas, who were the leaders of the demigods, killed him. After massaging his hands, they found a great personality named Pirthu and a woman named Arkai on either side of his body, and they handed the kingdom over to Pirthu for ruling. During Pirthu's reign, villages were founded, farming was introduced, gardens were planted, and many other material facilities were provided. 26. If we accept the modern opinion regarding the Ganges, then it may be said that King Bhagarata of the Surya dynasty performed a great job of spreading the glories of the Ganges up to the ocean, thus extending the area of Aryavarta. At that time Aryavarta extended only as far as Mithila, and the dynasty of Manu was almost extinct. The kingdoms of the Surya and Rudra dynasties were both very powerful at the time, and they had such an alliance that no general work could go on anywhere in India without their consent. When King Sagara's sons were cursed to die near the ocean, it created a bad name for the Surya dynasty. In order to counteract that bad name, King Bhagarata worshipped Brahma, the leader of the demigods, and Shiva, the king of the Rudra kingdom, and thus received permission to make Aryavarta prosperous. Bhagarata then connected the Ganges with the ocean. In the beginning, the Sarasvati was the only sacred river. Gradually, when the areas around the Yamuna were populated by the Aryans, the glories of the Yamuna also spread. Then during the time of Bhagarata, the Ganges became celebrated as the topmost of all sacred rivers. Some time after this incident there was a great quarrel between the Brahmanas and the Kshatriyas. During this time the Aryans and the Kshatriyas saw that the demigods' kingdom had become weak and they began to neglect them. They even killed many of the prominent Arsis. When the Brahmanas were unable to tolerate these incidents, they appointed Parasurama as their commander-in-chief and began to retaliate. Kartavirya of the Haihaya dynasty accumulated many Kshatriyas and entered the war against the Brahmanas. Kartavirya was killed by Parasurama's unbearable axe. Kartavirya had ruled the city of Mahismati, on the bank of the Narmada river. He was so powerful that the non-Aryans from the Dakshinatya had always remained fearful of him. King Ravana of Lanka did not dare to come to Aryavarta out of fear of Kartavirya. The Brahmanas, however, were not satisfied by killing Kartavirya. They gradually began to fight with the kings of the Straya and Kandra dynasties. It is said that Parasurama rid the whole world of all Kshatriyas 21 times and then gave the world to Kasyapa to rule. The purport is that the demigod's kingdom of Brahmavarta fell into the hands of the Brahmanas of the Kashyapa dynasty. When the Kashyapa dynasty had nearly collapsed and many kings were ruling, Parasurama re-established the Kashyapa dynasty's rule. Learned scholars of that time, however, considered that the Brahmanas were no longer capable of ruling the kingdom, so the Kshatriyas should rule. Prominent Brahmanas and Kshatriya kings had various meetings, out of which the Manu scriptures were brought into being. Later we will discuss whether those Manu scriptures are still current or not. Brahmavarta, or the kingdom of the demigods, was no longer respected by the local people. The demigods were respected only during sacrifices. That also was simply in the form of names and mantras. The actual Brahmana communities became highly respected. In this way, Although the Brahmanas and Kshatriyas had an alliance between themselves, Parasurama again fought with the Kshatriyas out of greed to capture the kingdom. In the Ramayana it is stated that Parasurama went to fight Ramacandra, but he was defeated and exiled to Mahendra mountain, near Kanyakumari. The Brahmanas assisted Ramacandra in achieving this, and thus Parasurama became particularly envious of the Brahmanas and created a few kinds of Brahmanas in the south. Many Brahmanas from the south admit that they were turned into Brahmanas by Parasurama. Those Brahmanas who lived with Parasurama in the province of Malabara preached the Aryan scriptures throughout Dakshinatya. That is how the astrology of Kerala and other sciences were introduced. The descendants of those Brahmanas are still current today. They are known as Sarasvata Brahmanas. Immediately after this incident, the battle between Ravana and Rama took place. Ravana, the king of Lanka, was very powerful at the time. One Rsi from the dynasty of Pulastya left Brahmavarta and resided on the island of Lanka for some time. The dynasty of Ravana began after that Rsi married a daughter from the dynasty of Raksa. We can therefore say that Ravana was half Raksa and half Aryan. Due to his prowess, King Ravana gradually captured many of the southern provinces of India. Finally his kingdom extended up to the banks of the Godavari river, where he appointed two commanders Kara and Dizana to guard the border. When Rama and Lakshmana built a cottage on the banks of the Godavari, Ravana thought that the descendants of the Kshatriya dynasty were building a fort near his border in order to attack his kingdom. Considering this, King Ravana took the help of Marika, the son of Tarika, who was a resident of Bakasara, and kidnapped Sita. Ramacandra took the help of people from Dakshinatya and Kiskindha in order to locate Sita. Valmiki was an Aryan poet who had a natural tendency to tease the people of Dakshinatya. That is why he described the great heroes and friends of Rama in a comical way. He described some of them as monkeys, some as bears, and some as Rakshasas. He even described them as having tails and being covered with hair. Anyway, during the time of Ramacandra, the seed of friendship was sown between the Aryans and the people of Dakshinatya. There is no doubt about this. The seed later became a large tree, which produced excellent fruits. Otherwise, the people of Karnataka, Dravida, Maharashtra, and Mysore would not have become known as Hindus. Ramacandra took the help of the people of those countries to conquer Lanka and rescue Sita. Modern scholars have also concluded that the battle between the Kauravas and the Pandavas took place 775 years after the victory of Ramacandra over Lanka. There were no major incidents during this period except the gradual expansion of the Aryan kingdom. The Aryan Kshatriyas lived in the province of Vidarbha, or Nagpur, which gradually became known as Maharashtra. During that time the descendants of Yadu extended their kingdom from Savara of Sindhu to Mahismati Chedai of Narmada to Mathura of Yamuna. During the same period the descendants of the Kshatriya dynasty became extremely weak. King Maru of the Surya dynasty and King Devapi of the Kandra dynasty both left their kingdoms and went to the village of Kalapa, nearby Badarikasrama. Industry advanced, the position of cities and villages gradually improved, the language of the Aryans was refined, many sacred places were established in non-Aryan provinces, and Hastinapura was founded by King Hasti on the bank of the Ganges 27. With the permission of the demigods, King Kuru established the sacred place named Kurukshetra in the country of Brahmarsi. The battle between the Kurus and the Pandavas was a major incident because many different kings of India gathered there, and after a fierce battle they attained heaven. All the incidents of this battle are daily topics amongst Indians, so there is no need for any special mention of those incidents herein. It can only be said that Jarasandha, the king of Magadha, was killed by Bhima a short time before the battle. The kingdom of Magadha was gradually and powerfully increasing. Jarasandha even tried to curtail the prestige of Hastinapura in order to increase the prestige of Magadha. Although many kings in the family line from Pariksit ruled a kingdom in the vicinity of the Ganges and Yamuna, still, their kingdom was under the jurisdiction of the king of Magadha. This is understood because only the names of the subsequent kings of Magadha are prominent in the Puranas. Now we will have to decide when the battle of Kurukshetra took place. Maharaja Pariksit was born just after the battle. From the birth of Pariksit up to the coronation of Nandavardhana, the fifth of the Pradyotana kings, was 1115 years 28. Kaningam Sahib and others say that the word Nandabhiska in the previous footnote verse from the Srimad Bhagavatam refers to the first of the 9 Nandas. But although the respected Sridhara Swami also accepts this, he says the number is irrelevant. Therefore we fearlessly accept this Nanda as Nandavardhana. Moreover, in the 9th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam it is stated that 20 kings from the dynasty of Bhadratha, beginning from Marjorie up to Rapuvijaya, would rule for 1000 years 29. The names of those 20 kings are also given in the 12th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. Then, after 5 Pradyotana kings rule for 138 years and 10 Sisunaga kings rule for 360 years, the 9 Nandas will rule for 100 years. So if we refer to the first of the 9 Nandas, it will be about 1500 years, but if we deduct the 23 years of Nandavardhana's rule, then we have the correct figure of 1115 years. AGAIN 30, in the Srimad Bhagavatam it is stated that during the reign of King Pariksit the constellation of the 7 Arsas took shelter in the Nakshatra called Magha. When this constellation of the 7 Arsas crosses the Nakshatras beginning with Magha through Jyastha, then the age of Kali will be 1200 years old. If that constellation remains 1200 years in 9 Nakshatras, then the duration in each Nakshatra is 133 years 4 months. When the constellation of the 7 sages goes to the Purvasada Nakshatra, another Nanda will become king, then the constellation of the 7 sages must have travelled through the 11 Nakshatras an additional 14 years. If we add 360 years the duration of the 10 Sisunaga kings' rule to the 1138 years up to the end of Nandavardhana's rule, then the total comes to 1498 years. Since the duration of the king's rule is equal to the duration of the movement of the 7 Arsas constellation, this further confirms the previous statements. On hearing the statement that the Arsas will remain in the Magha Nakshatra for 100 years, many people may think that the Arsas stay in each Nakshatra for 100 years. But the 7 Arsas were to stay in the Magha Nakshatra for 100 years from the time that Sukadeva was speaking to Pariksit. If we accept that before Sukadeva spoke to Pariksit the Arsas had already stayed in the Magha Nakshatra for 33 years 4 months, then there is no longer any doubt. Therefore it is correct to say that up to the coronation of Nandavardhana was 1115 years. After his rule, during the reign of the other Nandas, Kali became extremely prominent. This is also confirmed by practical observation. After the 5th generation, Ajatasattu became the king. During his reign, Sakyasatunha preached Buddhism, in the form of knowledge of self-realization devoid of a conception of the infallible God. 31. The Nandas were like cowherd men and were envious of eternal religious principles. Asokavardhana even widely propagated Buddhism. Gradually various castes like Sundas ruled the kingdom and created many obstacles in the path of religion. The total duration to the end of the 9 Nandas' rule was 1598 years. Kanakya Pandita killed the last of the Nandas and gave the kingdom to the kings of the Maurya dynasty. According to some opinions, King Dasarata, and according to others, Chandragupta was the first king of the Maurya dynasty. During the time of Chandragupta, people from Greece visited India first with Alexandra and later with Seleucus. According to the opinions of Greek literature, the great dynasties from Siddhamhala, and the Buddhist history of Brahmadasa, Chandragupta took the throne 215 years before Christ. From this calculation it may be understood that the Battle of Kurukshetra took place 3,791 years ago from today. Dr. Bentley Sahib calculated the position of the stars mentioned in the Mahabharata and decided that the Battle of Kurukshetra took place 1,824 years before Christ. When we compare his calculation with mine there is a difference of 89 years. So either Bentley Sahib made a mistake or the 1,000 years duration of the Bharadratha's rule was an approximation that we have to deduct 89 years from. The future swan-like scholars can determine the correct figures after further research. The Mauryas ruled their kingdom for 10 generations. It is said in the Srimad Bhagavatam that the total duration of their rule was 137 years. Asokavardhana was the most powerful of the Mauryas. He was Aryan at first, but later he became a Buddhist. He then established many Buddhist pillars throughout India. During his reign, 8 Yavana kings such as Diodotos, Demetrius, and Eucratides captured a portion of India on the western side of the Sindhu River. It has not been established in which dynasty the Maurya kings were born through. They were perhaps born in the dynasty of the Madras, who resided near the Rahata mountain on the western bank of the Vedasta river. Actually they did belong to any of the 4 standard castes. From the way they maintained their relationship with the Yavanas it appears they were from an insignificant class of the Saka caste. It is also understood that before the Yavanas' arrival, the Mauryas established their kingdom at either Mayurapura or Haridvara and called themselves Aryans. The name Maurya came from the name Madrapura. Just prior to the Mauryas' rule, the 9 Nandas lived on the western side of the Sindhu River, at the place known as Avabhritya, or Arabida. Perhaps the Nandas resembled cowherd men, because in the Srimad Bhagavatam they are called Vrasala. Also, the 7 subordinate kings were described as Abhiras, or cowherds. As far as the kingdom of Magadha is concerned, the Sundha dynasties captured the throne just after the Mauryas' rule. They then ruled the kingdom for 112 years. Among them, first Puspamitra, and then Agnimitra extended their kingdom from Magadha up to Pavikanada. In order to tactfully make friendship with the Aryans, they then started harassing the Buddhists in the city of Sakala, of the Madra province. They announced that whoever brings the head of a Buddhist sannyasi would be rewarded with 100 coins. After them the kings of the Kanva dynasty ruled Magadha. There were 4 kings of the Kanva dynasty who ruled Magadha for a total of 45 years. The duration of their rule is described in the Srimad Bhagavatam as lasting 345 years, but in the Vinu Purana it is said that Vasudeva ruled for 9 years, Bhamamitra ruled for 14 years, Narayana ruled for 12 years, and Syusarma ruled for 10 years. From this it appears that the statement in the Srimad Bhagavatam may be incorrect. Unfortunately, Sridhara Swami also accepted this incorrect statement. Anyway, at this point let us accept that the opinion of the author of the Bhagavatam is 45 years. After the Kanva dynasty, the dynasty of Andhra ruled Magadha for 456 years. The last king of this dynasty was Salamati. The rule of the Andhra dynasty ended in 435 AD. Among these non-Aryan kings, no one could be accepted as the emperor. Only the kingdom of Asokavardhana was particularly large. There is no doubt that the Sundas and Kanvas were like plunderers of the Scythia province. The various types of coins that have been found buried in places like Kabul, Punjab, and Hindus then are marked with the signs of the Greek Yavanas and various castes from the Scythia province. Coins marked with the names of Haviska, Kaniska, and Vasudeva have been found in the province of Mathura. From this it is believed that those people ruled Mathura for some time. From the time of these kings Haviska, Kaniska, and Vasudeva the calendar known as Samvat was introduced. After King Vikramaditya defeated the Sakas by his prowess he became known as Sakari, or enemy of the Sakas, and it is sometimes said that he introduced the Samvat calendar. This statement, however, is difficult to believe, because the writers of the Puranas mention the names of the kings who ruled the first 500 years of the Samvat calendar but did not include Vikramaditya's name. If Vikramaditya, the king of Ujjain, had actually ruled at that time, the writers of the Puranas would have certainly glorified him. It is therefore understood that many kings ruled under the name Vikramaditya. The Vikramaditya who ruled Ujjain became king in the year 592 AD. In the 1st century after Jesus Christ in the city of Sravasti there was a Vikramaditya who was an enemy of the Buddhists. King Salibhana was a respectable king from Dakshinatya. The Sakabda calendar, which he introduced, was widely accepted in the south. It is said that in 78 AD, King Salabhana harassed the Sakas and established a city named Salabhanapura in the Punjab province. Again it is stated that Salabhana had his capital in a place known as Patana on the bank of the Narmada. Therefore the actual life history of these two kings Salabhana and Vikramaditya is still unclear. Nimacakra came in the 6th generation after King Pariksit. He left Hastinapura and resided at Kazambi, or Kausakipuri. The Pandu dynasty continued up to King Kasemaka, who comes in the 22nd generation from Nimacakra. The Surya dynasty ended with King Dolangula Sumita, who appeared in the 28th generation after King Bradbala. Therefore after the reign of Nandavardhana both the Kandra and Surya dynasties ended. Kings like the 9 Nandas, who became prominent afterwards, were all outcasts. The kings of the Tailanga province of Andhra thereafter conquered and ruled Magadha. It seems that they were from the Chola dynasty, because when the kings of Andhra ruled Magadha the Chola kings were ruling the city of Varangala in Andhra. It is very difficult to confirm whether or not the Chola kings were Aryans, but due to their behavior and absence of any relationship with the Surya and Kandra dynasties it is assumed that they were outcasts. The Chola kings were originally from the city of Kansanagara of the Dravida province. They gradually expanded their kingdom up to the banks of the Ganges. When Parasurama lived in the south, he established new Brahmana and Kshatriya communities, including the Cholas. Anyway, the kings of the Andhra dynasty are mentioned in the Puranas. In the 772 years from 435 AD up to 1206 AD, when the Mohammedan rule began, no emperor ruled the whole of India. During this time many small kings ruled different provinces of India. Many Aryan and mixed caste people became very powerful in Kanyakubja, Kashmir, Gujarat, Kalajara, and Gauda. The Rajputs of Kanyakubja and Palas from Gaudadisa became equally powerful. The kings from the Pala dynasty ruled their kingdom and accepted the title of Chakravarti. During this time King Vikramaditya of Ujjain studied many sciences. Harsavardhana and Visulatava were also equally strong. I am not writing the history of those dynasties, as this book would then become too voluminous. So stop here. In brief, the Rajput kings who eventually succeeded the kings of the Straya and Kandra dynasties were more or less modern. The writers of the Puranas did not glorify them very much. 33. The Mohammedans ruled over India from 1206 AD to 1757 AD, when they were driven away by the Englishmen. During the Mohammedan rule India fell into inauspiciousness. Temples were destroyed, the Aryan blood was polluted in various ways, the standard of Varnasramadharma was diminished, and the discussion of ancient Aryan history was almost stopped. At present, under the rule of the English, the Aryans are living more peacefully and prosperously. Vedic history and the glories of the Aryans are again being discussed. There is no longer fear of temples being destroyed. In brief, we have been delivered from a great calamity. The modern scholars have discussed whatever incidents have mentioned so far and divided the history of India into 8 periods, as illustrated in the following chart. Ruling meaning of the name duration of beginning dynasties name rule in years date 1 Prajapatis rule of sages 54,463 BC 2 Manus rule of Svayambhuva Manu and 54,413 descendants 3 demigods rule of Indra and others 100, 43034 Vaivasvata rule of Vaivasvata and 3,465 4,263 descendants 5 outcasts rule of the Abhiras, Sakas, 1233. 798 BC. Yavanas, Khazas, and Andhras 6 Bratya rule of the new Aryan Castsville 435 AD. Mohammedans rule of the Pathans and Mughals 55 1206 AD 8 British rule of the British 34 121, 1757 I have given only a hint about the rule of India according to modern calculation. Now I will present the modern opinion regarding the scriptures written by the Aryans. During the rule of the Prajapatis there were no scriptures written. There were only a few pleasing words. In the beginning there was only Pranava, written script was not yet introduced. There was only one syllable with Anusvara added to it, Om. When the Manus rule began, other syllables, such as Tat Sat, appeared. During the rule of the demigods, ancient mantras were composed by joining small words together. The performance of sacrifices began at this time. Gradually ancient poetic meters like Gayatri appeared. Kaksusa Manu appeared in the 8th generation from Svayambhuva Manu. It is said that Lord Matsya appeared during his reign and delivered the Vedas. Perhaps during this time many poetic meters and verses of the Vedas were composed, but all these were only in sound vibration, not written. They were passed on by hearing. After the Veda had remained in this unwritten state for a long time and the number of verses gradually increased, it became difficult to grasp. At that time the sages, headed by Katyayana and Asvalayana, made memorizing the sutras of the one Veda easier by composing them after careful consideration. Still, many other mantras were composed after this. When the one Veda became greatly expanded, then Vyasadeva, after duly considering the subjects, divided the Veda into 4 and wrote them in book Form 35. This took place a few years before King Yudhisthira's reign. Then Vyasadeva's disciples divided those words among themselves 36. Those Arsis, who were disciples of Vyasadeva, then divided the 4 Vedas into different branches so that people could easily study Them 37. It should be now understood that the Arji, Sama, and Yajur Vedas are the most widely respected and quoted 38. It seems that all the ancient verses were compiled in these 3 Vedas. But we cannot neglect the Atharva Veda due to considering it modern, because in the Bradaranyaka Upanishad, April 5, 11, the following verse is found: Asya Mahato Bhyatasya Nisvasatam Atadyat Arjivedo Yajurveda Samavedo Dharvanjirasa Iti Hasaparanam Vidya Upanishada Sloka Statranyanya Vyakyananyajya Evedani Sarvani Nisvasatani Tiha Arjiveda, Yajurveda, Samaveda, and Atharvaveda, the Itihasas, or histories, the Puranas, the Upanishads, the Slokas, or mantras chanted by the Brahmanas, the Stitras, or accumulations of Vedic statements, as well as Vidya, transcendental knowledge, and the explanations of the sutras and mantras are all emanations from the breathing of the great personality of Godhead. The Bradaranyaka cannot be considered modern because it was composed before the writings of Vyasadeva. In the above-mentioned verse there is a description of the histories and Puranas, which are both Vedic literatures that contain ancient topics similar to those found in the Vedas. Whatever arguments Jaimini RSI presented in order to establish the Vedas as eternal are all for the benefit of the neophytes. Swan-like personalities should accept the purport of swan-like Jaimini's teachings. The purport of his teachings is as follows: all truths discovered are related to the Supreme Lord, therefore they are eternal. Those who describe the Vedic truths as temporary by citing the examples Kakata, Nayakasaka, and Pramangata are not aspiring to understand the truth. This is Jaimini's conclusion. Now I will establish the dating of the Samriti Sastras according to the opinion of modern scholars. Manu Samhita is the first and foremost of all Samritis. There is no evidence that the Manu Samhita was written during the time of Manu. When Manu became a prominent ruler, the Prajapatis had him establish and live in a city named Bharayasmati, just outside Brahmavarta, so that his sons would remain a separate class. From that time on the Prajapatis called themselves Brahmanas and accepted the Manas as Kshatriyas. In this way castes other than Brahmanas were introduced. Manu also gave due respect to the Brahmanas and arranged for the different occupational duties of the different castes with the help of Arsis such as Bhratu. The Arsis approved Manu's arrangement. At the time, however, the various occupational duties were not written down. Later, when the Brahmanas and Kshatriyas fought, Parasurama appointed someone from the Bhatirga dynasty who knew those arrangements to write everything down in the form of verses. The duties suitable for Vaishyas and Sudras were also included. About 600 years after the Battle of Kurukshetra the present Manu scriptures were written down with the assistance of another Parasurama, whose position was similar to the original Parasurama. That more recent Parasurama had appeared in the dynasty of the Aryans and lived in a southern province. There is a calendar that was begun from the time of his birth still current in that province. This calendar began 1176 BC. Based on this calendar, respected Prasannakumar Thakura wrote in the introduction of his book, Vivedasintamani, that the scriptures of the Manas were first written at that time. This is wrong, however, for we find references to the Manu scriptures in the Chandogya Sruti 39. The original Parasurama was a contemporary of Ramacandra. There is no doubt that during his time Brahmanas and Kshatriyas entered into an alliance after establishing the system of Varnashrama. But in the scriptures of the Manas it is stated that the two oceans were the borders of Aryavarta, and there are references to a few castes, such as China, who existed halfway through the Manas reign. Therefore it is to be concluded that these literatures were expanded at a later date. The conclusion is that the writing of the Manu scriptures was begun from the time of Manu and continued up to 1176 BC. Other religious scriptures were written in various other countries before or after this period. Although the Ramayana is counted as poetry, it can also be called a history. It was written by Valmiki Rsi, who was a contemporary of Ramacandra. We don't feel that the current Ramayana was written by Valmiki alone. By considering the conversation between Narada and Valmiki and the recitation of the Ramayana in Ramacandra's assembly by Lava and Kusa, it is understood that Valmiki composed many of the verses glorifying the characteristics of Ramacandra in the Ramayana, but after some time one scholar elaborated on Valmiki's work. Think that the present-day Ramayana was propagated after the composition of the Mahabharata, because while chastising Jabali, Ramacandra accused him of being polluted by the Sakya philosophy. 40. It is felt that the present-day Ramayana was written around 500 BC. It is said that the Mahabharata was composed by Vyasadeva, and there is no objection to this. But it cannot be accepted that the Vyasa who divided the Vedas and received the title Vedavyasa at the time of Yudhisthira was the same Vyasa. The reason for this is that in the Mahabharata there are descriptions of kings such as Janmejaya, who ruled after Yudhisthira. There are specific references about the Manu scriptures in the Mahabharata, therefore the present-day Mahabharata must have been written sometime after 1000 BC. 41. From this it appears that Vedavyasa first made a draft of the Mahabharata, and later on another Vyasa elaborated on it and presented that under the name of Mahabharata. One learned scholar from the Sidra community named Lomaharsana recited Mahabharata before the sages at Naimisaranya. Perhaps he created the present-day Mahabharata, because during his time the original 2,400 verses that were written by Vyasadeva were expanded to 100,000 verses. Now we have to consider when Lomaharsana lived. It is stated that he was killed by Baladeva. From this incident it is to be understood that if one becomes a learned devotee, he should be respected as a Brahmana even if he is a Stidra. The Vaisnava community of that time created this incident in order to confirm this statement. Actually that assembly gathered long after the time of Baladeva. The Lomaharsana who is said to be Vyasadeva's disciple may not have even been the speaker of that assembly. Maybe Lomaharsana, the disciple of Vyasadeva, was killed while speaking on Vedic history during the time of Baladeva. Much later, even after the conversation between Janmejaya and Vaisampayana, a person named Soti recited Mahabharata. The previous incident was then connected to that recitation in the course of time. Since there is no special mention of Buddha in the Mahabharata, it is understood that Mahabharata was recited by Sauti 42 before the reign of Ajatasattu and after the reign of Bhadratha's descendants. If we study the descriptions of Naimisaranya, then we come to know that when the peaceful Arsas saw the end of the Kandra and Straya dynasties, they felt unprotected due to the absence of Kshatriyas. Therefore they went to the secluded Naimisaranya and passed their lives discussing the scriptures. There is one more belief about the assembly of Naimisaranya. For some time after the battle of Kurukshetra and before the coronation of King Nandavardhana, the Vaisnava religion was very prominent. The main conclusion of the Vaisnavas is that every living entity has a right to cultivate spiritual life. But according to the opinion of the Brahmanas, persons of castes other than Brahmana are ineligible for liberation. Sober persons of other castes may be born again as Brahmanas to endeavor for liberation. Because of these two conflicting opinions, the Vaisnavas highly regarded the scholars of Siddha Goswami's line and thus established them at Namastranya as superior to the Brahmanas. Some of the Brahmanas there who were less qualified and controlled by wealth also accepted the scholars of Siddha's line as superior. Those less qualified Brahmanas defied the doctrines of Karmakanda and accepted Siddha as their spiritual master. They took shelter of Vaisnava religious principles, which are the only means of crossing the influence of Kali, the abode of Sin 43. Anyway, that assembly gathered long after the Battle of Kurukshetra. There is no doubt about this. The Darsanas Dastras, philosophical scriptures, were compiled a short time after the compilation of the Mahabharata. There are 6 prominent philosophical systems current in India: Nyaya, or logic; Sankhya, Patanjala, or yoga; Kannada, or Vaisika; Parvamamatansa, or Karmamamatansa, and Uttaramamatansa, or Vedanta. All these philosophical systems were introduced after Buddhism. The Arsas who propounded these systems first composed these philosophies in stitras. The Vedic stitras were compiled to facilitate easy remembrance, but this was not the case with the sutras of these philosophical systems. When the Brahmanas were attacked by the mighty Buddhist philosophy, they first compiled the Upanishads, which are the pinnacle of Vedic literature, and thus strengthened their doctrine with logic and argument. The Buddhists gradually presented many philosophical systems such as Saugata, Madhyamika, and Yogacara. Soon afterwards they entered into intense debate with the Brahmanas. The Brahmanas then introduced their 6 philosophical systems, beginning with Nyaya and Sankhya, keeping them in the form of sutras and passing them on only to their disciples. During the time of Ramacandra, some Vedic logic in the form of Anviksiki was composed by Gautama Rsi and was current at that time. According to their needs, the Brahmanas composed the present system of Nyaya under Gautama's name and substituted it for the previous system. In Gautama's sutras there is a tendency to counter the Saugata philosophy 44. The scriptures of Kannada come under the category of Nyaya scriptures. In the system of Sankhya there are also many statements against Buddhism. The system of Patanjala falls under the category of Sankhya. The Parvamamamsa propounded by Jaimini supports the Karmakanda system that was rejected by the Buddhists. Although Vedanta scriptures are the most recent, they have been accepted as another form of Anviksiki, since they are based on the Upanishads. Therefore all philosophical scriptures were written in the 800 years between 400 BC to 400 AD. The Puranas were compiled after the Darsanasastras, or philosophical scriptures. The Puranas that are mentioned in the Mahabharata and Brataranyaka Upanishad are composed of Vedic stories. There are 18 in all. The Markandeya Purana is the oldest, because there is no mention of future kings in it. The Markandeya Purana contains explanations of the Dharmasastras, glorifications of the sun god and goddess Durga, and elimination of doubts regarding the Mahabharata. The story of King Suratha of the Kshatriya dynasty is also given. From this it is understood that the Markandeya Purana may have been written after the kings of the Citranaga dynasty of Shotanagapura were defeated by the Kolas Cholas. This is confirmed by the word Kolavidvamsana. At that time the Brahmanas and Kshatriyas created by Parasurama were very prominent in India. Therefore it has been concluded that this Purana was written after 500 AD. Among the other Puranas, the Vinu Purana is the most respected. It was compiled just after the Markandeya Purana. There is no doubt that the Vinu Purana was composed by a South Indian scholar because it is stated therein that people should begin their meal with tasty preparations and finish with bitter preparations. This practice is current in South India. The author of the Vinu Purana has mentioned in his book the particular system of eating found in his own province. The Aryans, however, ate sweets at the end of their meal. The Vinu Purana was written about 600 AD. Other Puranas like the Padma and Skanda Puranas were written around 800 AD, because those Puranas contain discussions of modern philosophies 45. These Puranas were written after Sankaracharya preached his philosophy of Advaita, or monism. In his commentary, he quotes verses from the Vinu Purana, so it is believed that Vinu Purana was written before his time. Now we will consider the modern scholars' view on the date of the appearance of Srimad Bhagavatam, the jewel of all scriptures. Not understanding our statements, third-grade people may lose all faith and consider this scripture a recent work. Therefore they should not read this section. Actually, Srimad Bhagavatam is not a recent book. It is eternal and ancient like the Vedas. Respected Sridhara Swami has confirmed the eternality of the Bhagavatam by using the words Taradakara Sajani. Srimad Bhagavatam has been accepted as the supreme fruit of the Vedic desire Tree 46. From Pranava, Om, came Gayatri, from Gayatri came the Vedas, from the Vedas came the Brahmasutras, and from the Brahmasutras came Srimad Bhagavatam. This Paramahamsa Samhita consists of inconceivable topics in relation with the supreme truth that have brightly risen in the form of a Satsidananda sun after being reflected through the samadhi of the author. Those who have eyes should see, those who have ears should hear, and those who have a mind should meditate on the topics of Srimad Bhagavatam. People who are infected by the blindness of partiality are deprived of the sweet taste of Srimad Bhagavatam. Let the supremely conscious Lord be merciful by destroying their blindness. Srimad Bhagavatam has no birth because it is eternal, without beginning or end. Nevertheless, it is extremely desirable to ascertain when, where, and by whom this literature was manifested according to modern opinion. Modern scholars have concluded that Vyasadeva wrote Srimad Bhagavatam on the bank of the Sarasvati river under the instructions of Narada Muni, the knower of the truth. Being dissatisfied after writing the scriptures, Vyasadeva presented the Srimad Bhagavatam after visualizing the absolute truth through samadhi. He presented Srimad Bhagavatam for the benefit of third-class people, who are unable to understand the deep meaning of a subject. Those great personalities who wrote the scriptures were all known as Vyasas, and they were all respected by people in general. In this regard, the title Vyasa indicates all Vyasas, beginning from Vedavyasa up to the Vyasa who wrote Srimad Bhagavatam. When he was unable to ascertain the absolute truth after studying all the scriptures, then Vyasadeva, who is expert in the spiritual science, withdrew his mind and speech from those literatures, realized the truth through samadhi, and then wrote the Srimad Bhagavatam. The modern scholars also say that Srimad Bhagavatam appeared in Dravidadesa, South India, about 1000 years ago. The living entity has a natural inclination for being attached to his native place. Therefore even great personalities have this inclination to some extent. Due to the glorification found in the Srimad Bhagavatam of Dravidadesa, which is not very ancient, it appears that Vyasadeva was a native of that place 47. If the glories of Dravidadesa were mentioned in other scriptures, then we would have no right to give this conclusion. Our conclusion is further confirmed by the mention of a very recent holy place in the Srimad Bhagavatam 48. It is stated in the Varakata Mahimaya, which is popular in the south, that Venkatatirtha was established when Lakshmidevi went to Kolhapura from Chola. Kolhapura is situated to the south of Satara. The Kalyaka kings defeated the Cholas in the 8th century and established a large kingdom in that province. Therefore Lakshmi went to Kolhapura and Venkata was established at that time. For this reason, they do not hesitate to accept that Srimad Bhagavatam was written in the 9th century. Sathakapa, Yamunacharya, and Ramanujacharya vigorously preached Vaisnavism in the 10th century. They were also from Dravidadea. They all highly respected Srimad Bhagavatam, so we cannot accept that Srimad Bhagavatam was written after the 9th century. Furthermore, when Sridhara Swami wrote his commentary on the Srimad Bhagavatam in the 11th century, there were already a few commentaries like Hanumad Bhasya available. So there is no need to further consider this matter. I have not found a means of determining the family name of the author of Srimad Bhagavatam. Whoever he may be, we are grateful, and with awe and reverence we accept that great personality, Vyasadeva, as the spiritual master of the swan-like people. 49 So far I have described the modern opinion on the dating of the scriptures that we are concerned with. There is no need to analyze all the scriptures of the Aryans. There were many other ancient scriptures studied by the Aryans. After considering the views of Playfair Sahib, Mahatma Archdeacon Prat Sahib has decided that astrology was current in Aryabharta 1000 years before the beginning of Kali Yuga. Prior to that, the Vedas existed in the form of Sruti, or hearing. Wilfred Sahib has determined that the Vedic astrologer Parasara Rsi wrote his astrology book in 1391 BC. According to the opinion of Deva Sahib, this is confirmed in a verse of the Atharva Veda. But the possibility that this verse on astrology in the Atharva Veda was later added on was not considered by Wilfred Sahib. According to our opinion, Archdeacon Prat's calculation is more acceptable, because the stars named after the 7 Arsis were originally named after the Prajapatis. Since there was no written language at that time, astrology was expressed through various signs. In this way, medicine, in the form of Ayurveda, was practiced since very ancient times. If we consider all these things, this book will become voluminous, so we stop here. We have described the various books that directly and indirectly explain the spiritual science in the following chart. Name of scripture, time period when preached 1 I Pranava Om. Hearing first codes during Prajapatis reign of Srutis 2 I hearing the complete Sruti and during Manus demigods and part of Gayatri Vaivasvata's reign 3 Sotra Srutis in the beginning of Vaivasvata's reign 4 Manu Samritis during the second half of Vaivasvata's reign 5 Histories during the second half of Vaivasvata's reign 6 Philosophical scriptures during the outcasts' reign 7 Puranas and Satvata Tantras I during the reign of the Brahmanas and Kshatriyas created by Parasurama 8 Tanaras. During the reign of the Mohammedans we have thus described the dating of incidents and scriptures as far as possible according to modern opinion. Swan-like people are not interested in Quar 50, therefore if some contrary conclusion is presented with proper argument, we will accept it. We hope to hear further on these conclusions from future transcendentalists or intelligent materialists. According to our scriptures, the calculation of the dates are not like this. We believe only the statements of the scriptures. I have presented the modern conclusions for the benefit of the concerned people. According to them, the beginning of the Aryans' rule in India was 6,341 years ago. We have thus established the incomparably long history of India. No other civilization can compare with it. It is said that Egypt, or Mysore, is a very ancient country. It is estimated from the descriptions of Manetho, a historian from Mysore, that people started living in that country in 3553 BC. The name of their first king was Menes. It is calculated that his rule began when Harischandra was ruling India. The strange thing is this, there was a king named Maniskandra who was a contemporary of Harischandra. It may be noted how similar the names Maniskandra and Menes are. It is also said that King Menes came to Egypt from some eastern country. The Great Pyramid was created by the Suphu dynasty. A king named Hyksos from the east attacked Egypt about 2000 BC, or about 200 years before the Battle of Kurukshetra. A religion similar to Varnasramadharma was previously practiced in Egypt. From these facts it appears there was some kind of connection between Egypt and India. Let future scholars research more about this. According to the opinion of the Hebrews, their kingdom was created around 4000 BC, probably from the time of King Sravasta. It is difficult, however, to prove these things nowadays. When the situation of the Hebrews and Mysore Egypt is such, there is no need to mention other races. Descriptions of incidents prior to the time of King Menes of Egypt are uncommon. The 1000-year life history of Adam of the Hebrews has become the subject of discussion for the third-grade people of that country. Modern scholars of India compare his lifespan with the 71 Mahayuga lifespan of a Manu or the 1000-year lifespan of Dasaratha. Swan-like people should not think that we are trying to establish India as the oldest country in order to increase its prestigious position. Since Swan-like Vaisnavas see all people as equal, they accept whatever truth is substantiated regarding the age of the different races. The previous history of India and the age of the various scriptures are thus described according to the modern scholar's opinion. Everyone has a right to decide whether or not these should be accepted as facts. The advancement of Vaisnavism does not depend on this type of conclusion. We know that Vaisnavism, the Vedas, and devotional scriptures such as the Srimad Bhagavatam are eternal. Now I will try to discuss the development and advancement of spiritual knowledge from the time of its appearance up to the present. The constitution duty of the living entity is to inquire into the absolute truth. We have to accept that these eternal duties accompany the creation of the living entities. 51. In the beginning these eternal duties were self-manifested in the undeveloped state of considering the Lord and the living entity as one. At that time specific differences between the Lord and the living entity had not yet been established and the knot of devotion for the Lord had not yet been tied. 52. This spiritual perception of oneness between the Lord and the living entity was current for a long time. But the sun-like truth does not like to be covered forever by the cloud of ignorance and illusion. From time to time the Arsis have revived the living entity's constitutional duties by introducing various methods like sacrifice, austerity, worship, self-control, peacefulness, tolerance, and charity. 53. A long time ago people rejected the idea of oneness with the Lord and began to engage in mundane fruitive activities. Falling from one illusion into another appears to be advancement for a person in illusion. But within a short time this illusion is dispelled. When the Aryans considered the insignificant and adverse results of fruitive activities, they turned their minds towards liberation. 54. But that also is simply dry and fruitless. The truth certainly prevails, however, even if it takes time. Later, when the incomparable truth appeared in the hearts of the Aryans, the form of ecstatic love became clear to them. 55. The swan-like Vaisnavas have ascertained the following subjects regarding the living entity's eternal duties. They may have changed in the course of time. 1. Paramatma, the superconscious sun-like personality, who is eternally full of knowledge and bliss. Jivatma, the minutely conscious rays of the Supreme Sunday. 2. The superconscious Lord is different from the minutely conscious living entities, who are the superior eternal energy of the Lord. The living entities are individual, and they reside in different environments according to their qualification. The material world is an emanation from the superconscious Lord. 3. The material world is a perverted reflection of the spiritual world. The pure bliss of the spiritual world is pervertedly reflected as the happiness and distress of the material world. 4. The living entities have no relationship with the material world. The material world is the residence for only the conditioned souls. By the inconceivable energy of the Lord, the conditioned souls are encaged in material bodies. Some are absorbed in material happiness, and some endeavor for spiritual happiness. 5. The natural tendency for attachment to the Lord is the constitutional duty of a living entity. In conditional life, this constitutional duty is transformed into attachment for material enjoyment. This is a lamentable condition of life. 6. Liberation means being situated in the constitutional position of one's constitutional duties. This is attained through devotional service. 7. According to one's qualification, the cultivation of constitutional duties varies. It may be either direct or indirect. 8. Direct cultivation aims at realizing one's constitutional position, there is no possibility of other results. 9. Indirect cultivation results in irrelevant fruits related with one's material body. 10. Samadhi, or full absorption in the Supreme, is the primary and direct means of cultivation. Activities such as bodily maintenance that are meant to help attain Samadhi are called primary indirect cultivation. 11. It is the living entity's eternal duty to cultivate Krsna consciousness following in the mood of the residents of Braja through Samadhi, because this is the most desirable goal. 12. The most glorious activity of a living entity is to engage according to one's qualification in discussions of the conjugal mellows enjoyed by Krsna, the personification of sweetness. Among these 12 items, the first 4 concern the living entity's relationship with the Lord. Items 5 to 10 concern the living entity's duties, and the last 2 concern the supreme goal. During the reigns of the Prajapatis, Manas, and demigods, the science of one's relationship with the Lord remained in the form of a seed. They only considered that there was a worshipable personality who should be kept happy. This is understood from the Pranava and Gayatri mantras. At that time there was some debate between Karmas and Jairidnas over the duties of the living entities. A few personalities like Sanaka and Sanatana completely neglected Pravritti Marga, the path of increasing material prosperity, while the Prajapatis, Manas, and demigods like Indra desired to satisfy Hari by advancing in material prosperity through the performance of sacrifices. As a result, the thought of heaven and hell entered their minds. At that time the pure state of the living entities, the search for liberation, and, ultimately, love of God were unknown. In the later part of Vaivasvata Manu's reign, when the Samritas and histories were introduced, people began considering the science of self-realization and the goal of Life 5-6. But it does not appear that there was any progress made towards the goal of life. During the reign of the outcasts and the Brahmanas and Kshatriyas created by Parasurama, there was particular advancement made in understanding one's relationship with the Lord, the activities in cultivating that relationship, and the attainment of life's goal, as found in the Puranas and philosophical scriptures 57. The complete discussion of these three truths is found in the Srimad Bhagavatam, and the conclusions are clearly presented. But the Srimad Bhagavatam is like an ocean, and it is extremely difficult for a Madhyamānadhikari to ascertain what part contains which jewels. After considering this, the most merciful disciple of Sathakapa, Sri Ramanujacharya, compiled the essential truths of Vaisnavism for the first time. Some time before that, Sri Sankaracharya wrote a commentary on the Vedanta and thus extended the cultivation of knowledge so far that Bhaktidevi 58 became surprised and full of anxiety. She hid herself within the core of the devotees' hearts. We cannot blame Sankaracharya, for he was a devotee of the Lord and benefactor of all. We therefore offer our obeisances unto him. He had a reason to engage in such work at that particular time. Everyone knows that about 500 BC a great soul named Gautama took birth in the family of Sakas in the village of Kapilavastu. He preached the principles of Jainakanda so vigorously that the religious principles of Varnasramadharma established by the Aryans were almost destroyed. The Buddhist philosophy that he preached became like a thorn in the side for all the Aryans' ancient practices. With the help of Kaniska, Haviska, and Vasudeva of the Scythia dynasty, Buddhism gradually crossed Punjab and extended to various countries like China, Tatara, and Trivarta, which are situated north of the Himalayas. In the south, King Asokavardhana vigorously preached Buddhism in Brahmadia and Sri Lanka. Under the patronage of Asokavardhana, Buddhism was gradually spread throughout India by the disciples of Sariputra, Moggallana, Kashyapa, and Ananda. The holy places of the Aryans were converted into holy places for Buddhists. All signs of Brahmanical culture practically disappeared. In the 7th century, when this disaster was no longer tolerable, the Brahmanas became very angry and conspired together to destroy Buddhism. At that time, by providence, the most learned and intelligent Sankaracharya became the commander-in-chief of the Brahmanas in Kasi. By discussing his activities, it appears he was an incarnation of Parasurama. There are many differing opinions regarding his birth. His Brahmana followers accept him as the son of Mahadeva. Actually his widow mother was from Dravidadasa, but she moved to Kasi out of a desire to live in that holy place. Swan-like persons do not care about faults pertaining to a person's birth, because a person's greatness is judged according to his advancement in Vaisnavism. Narada, Vyasa, Jesus, and Sankara have all become respected throughout the world by the qualities of their work. There is no argument. But I have mentioned Sankaracharya at this time to illustrate a point. That is, from the 7th century, keen and powerful intelligence was found among the people of South India, and nowhere else. From that time on, Sankaracharya, Sathakapa, Yamunacharya, Ramanuja, Visnasvami, Madhvacharya, and many other great learned scholars appeared as shining stars in the southern sky. Sankaracharya was not satisfied with his Brahmana followers, so he introduced 10 types of Sannyas, such as Giri, Puri, and Bharati. With the help of these Sunnitsa's physical and mental strength, Sankaracharya converted the Brahmanas who were attached to fruitive activities and prepared himself for vanquishing the Buddhists. Wherever he failed to convert the Buddhists to his philosophy, he engaged Nagas, naked sannyasis, who took the help of weapons such as spears. Ultimately he wrote a commentary on Vedanta, and thus he combined the Karmakanda of the Brahmanas with the Jnanakanda of the Buddhists. In this way he united both groups. After that, all the Buddhist temples and deities were converted into Vedic. Out of fear of being beaten, as well as by realizing the insignificance of their religious practices, the Buddhists helplessly accepted the authority of the Brahmanas. Those Buddhists who hated being converted took the remnants of their cult and fled to Sri Lanka and Brahmadeya, Burma. The old Buddhists took Lord Buddha's tooth and went to Sri Lanka from Jagannatha Puri. They left Buddha, his teachings, and his association in Jagannatha Puri. Later these three were identified as Jagannatha, Baladeva, and Subhadra. In the 5th century a scholar from China named Fahian visited Jagannatha Puri and joyfully wrote that Buddhism was present there in a pure state and there was no torture by the Brahmanas. After this incident, in the 7th century, another Chinese scholar named Huyen Sathun went to Jagannatha Puri and wrote that the tooth of Lord Buddha had been taken to Sri Lanka and the Brahmanas had totally polluted pearl. When we discuss these incidents, the activities of Sankaracharya appear astonishing. Sankaracharya has, to some extent, done a favor to India by evicting Buddhism. He helped stop the gradual deterioration of the ancient Aryan community. In particular, he changed the course of the Aryans' mentality by introducing a new method of thought on their scriptures. He even inspired in them an urge to consider new subjects with their intelligence. The flower of devotion in the devotees' hearts became unsteady as it floated in the current of Sankaracharya's arguments. Based on the strength of Sankaracharya's philosophy, Ramanujacharya, by the mercy of the Lord, wrote a commentary that differed from Sararikabhasya. Thus the strength and prosperity of Vaisnavism again increased. Within a short time Visnasvami, Nimbarka and Madhvacarya all introduced slight variations of the Vaisnava principles by presenting their own commentaries on Vedanta. But they all followed the footsteps of Sankaracharya. Like Sankaracharya, they all wrote commentaries on the Bhagavad Gita, Vinu Sahasranama, and the Upanishads. At that time a thought arose in the hearts of people, that in order to establish a sampradaya one must have commentaries on the 4 above-mentioned works. From these 4 Vaisnavas, the 4 Vaisnava Sampradayas, such as the Sri Sampradaya, have been introduced. Among the previously mentioned 12 truths, the first 10 were particularly accepted by the 4 Sampradayas. The last 2 truths were accepted to some extent by the Madhva, Nimbarka and Visnasvami Sampradayas. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared in Navadvipa in 1486. In the beginning of his life, he remained at home. Later he accepted the renounced order of life and preached knowledge of the last 2 items. Where is the doubt that the land of Bengal is rarely attained even by the demigods? Who does not know that the son of Sasi, who is supremely worshipable by Vaisnavas, descended in the land of Bengal and distributed matchless wealth to one and all? Fortunately we were born in that country. All Vaisnavas who are born in that land in the future will consider themselves fortunate like us. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, with the help of Nityananda and Advaita, clearly explained the truth regarding one's relationship with the Lord. He clearly explained the truths of the living entity's relationship with the Lord through Ripa, Sanatana, Jiva, Gopalabhata, the 2 Raghunathas, Ramanandaraya, Svartapadamodara, and Sarvabhauma Bhattacharya. He consolidated the process of acting in that relationship by establishing the supremacy of performing kirtana. Regarding the ultimate goal of life, he ascertained the simple means of relishing the mellows of Braja. If the readers carefully consider, they will find that the spiritual science gradually evolved from ancient times and became more simple, more clear, and more condensed. The more impurities arising from time and place are removed, the more the beauties of spiritual science brightly shine before us. This spiritual science took birth in the land of Kusagras on the banks of the Sarasvati river in Brahmavarta. As it gradually gained strength, this spiritual science spent its childhood in the abode of Badarikasrama, which is covered with snow. It spent its boyhood in Namasaranya on the banks of the Gomati River and its youth on the beautiful banks of the Kaveri River in the province of Dravida. The spiritual science attained maturity in Navadvipa, on the banks of the Ganges, which purifies the universe. By studying the history of the world, it is found that the spiritual science reached its peak in Navadvipa. The supreme absolute truth is the only object of love for the living entities. Unless one worships him with attachment, however, the living entity can never attain him. Even if a person gives up all affection for this world and thinks of the Supreme Lord, he is still not easily achieved. He is controlled and attained by transcendental mellows alone 5-9. Those mellows are of 5 types: Santa, Dajya, Sakya, Vatsalya, and Madhurya. The first mellow, Santa, is the stage in which the living entity surpasses the pains of material existence and situates himself in transcendence. In that state there is a little happiness, but no feeling of independence. At that time the relationship between the practitioner and the Lord is not yet established. Dajyarasa is the second mellow. It contains all the ingredients of Santarasa as well as affection. The Lord is my master, and I am his eternal servant. This type of relationship is found in Dajyarasa. No one will care much for any of the best things of this world unless they are connected with affection. Therefore Dajyarasa is better than Santarasa in many ways. Just as Dajya is better than Santa, know for certain that Sakya is superior to Dajya. In Dajyarasa there is a thorn in the form of awe and reverence, but the main ornament in Sakyarasa is the feeling of friendship in equality. Among the servants, anyone who is a friend is superior. There is no doubt about it. In Sakyarasa all the wealth of Santa and Dajya is included. Just as Sakya is superior to Dajya, similarly Vatsalya is superior to Sakya. This is easily understood. Among all the friends, the son is more dear and the source of more happiness. In Vatsalyarasa the wealth of 4 rasas, beginning with Santa, is found. Although Vatsalyarasa is superior to these other rasas, it appears insignificant before Madhurya. There may be many secrets unknown between father and son, but this is not the case between wife and husband. Therefore if we deeply consider, it will be seen that all the above-mentioned rasas are seen in perfection within Madhurya. If we go through the histories of these 5 rasas, it is clearly believed that Santarasa was seen in the beginning days of India. When the soul was not satisfied after performing sacrifices with material ingredients, then transcendentalists like Sanaka, Sanatana, Sanatkumara, Sananda, Narada, and Mahadeva all became detached from the material world, situated in transcendence, and realized Santarasa. Much later, Dajyarasa manifested in Hanuman, the leader of the monkeys. That Dajyarasa gradually expanded to the northwest and manifested in a great personality named Moses. Long after Hanuman, the leader of the monkeys, Uddhava and Arjuna became the qualified authorities of Sakyarasa. They preached about this rasa throughout the world. Gradually that rasa expanded up to the Arabian countries and touched the heart of Muhammad, the knower of religious principles. Vatsalyarasa manifested throughout India in different forms at different times. Among the different forms, Vatsalya mixed with opulence crossed India and appeared in a great personality named Jesus Christ, who was a preacher of Jewish religious principles. Madhurya first shone brightly in Vraja. It is extremely rare for this rasa to enter the hearts of conditioned souls, because this rasa tends to remain with qualified, pure living entities. Navadvipakandra, Sri Sasi Kumara, preached this secret rasa along with his followers. This rasa has not crossed beyond India as yet. A short while ago a scholar from England named Newman realized something about this rasa and wrote a book about it. The people of Europe and America have not been satisfied with Vatsalyarasa mixed with opulence, as preached by Jesus Christ. I hope, by the grace of the Lord, in a very short time they will become attached to drinking the intoxicating nectar of Madhurya. It has been seen that any rasa that appears in India eventually spreads to the Western countries. Therefore within a short time Madhurya rasa will preach throughout the world. Just as the sun rises first in India and gradually spreads its light to the Western countries, the matchless shining of spiritual truth appears first in India and gradually spreads to the Western countries. The past compilers of the scriptures have established the appropriate holy names to deliver one in the different ages after analyzing the people's stage of advancement. The holy names to deliver one in Satya Yuga are as follows: Narayanapara Vedan Narayanaparakshara and Darayanapara Mutir Nadrayanapara Gata. The purport of this verse is that Lord Narayana is the goal of all science, language, and liberation, and he is the supreme destination. The name of the absolute truth mixed with opulence is Narayana. The Supreme Lord is fully realized in the form of Narayana, who is surrounded by his associates in Vaikuntha. Pure Rasa and a little Dajya is found at this stage. Ramanarayananantamyakanda Madhustadana Krsna Kesavakamsar Hare Vaikuntha Vamana. These are the holy names to deliver one in Treta Yuga. The names that are mentioned in this text indicate Narayana's prowess. At this stage full Dajya and a reflection of Sakya are indicated. Hare Murare Madhukaitab Hare Gopala Govindam Yakanda Surya Janisa Nadrayana Krishna Vino Virasrayam Mam Jagatis Araksa. These are the holy names to deliver one in Dvapara Yuga. The names that are mentioned in this verse aim towards Krsna, who is the shelter of unsheltered persons. In this stage there is a prominence of Santa, Dajya, Sakya, and Vatsalya Rasa SS Hare Krishna 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 Hare Rama Rama Hare. These are the topmost sweet names of the Lord. There is no prayer in this mantra. Provocation for all rasas mixed with affection is found in this mantra. There is no mention of the Lord's prowess or giving of liberation. This mantra reveals only that a soul has an indescribable attraction for the supersoul by the thread of love. These names are the mantra for those who are on the path of Madhurya rasa. Constant deliberation on these names is the best form of worshipping the Lord. All spiritual activities of swan-like people such as worshipping the deity, following vows, and studying the scriptures are included in these holy names. There is no consideration of time, place, and candidate for chanting this mantra. The chanting of this mantra does not depend on the instructions of a guru or worshipping a deity for some reward. 0. It is the duty of swan-like people to take shelter of these names while accepting the previously mentioned 12 truths. Swan-like people of foreign countries, whose language and social position are different, should accept these holy names in their own language by taking a hint from this mantra. This means that in the process of worshipping this mantra there should not be any complex scientific consideration, useless arguments, or any type of direct or indirect prayer. If there is any prayer at all, it should be aimed at advancing one's love for God, then it will be faultless. Swan-like people lead simple lives, completely satisfied and internally remaining surrendered. Souls 6:1. Those who have divine eyes consider them equipoised yogis, and those who are less intelligent, or third-grade people, consider them as attached to material enjoyment. Some people may occasionally even consider them averse to the Lord. A swan-like person can identify another swan-like brother who possesses all the appropriate symptoms, whether he is from the same country or not. Although their dress, language, worship, deity, and behavior may appear different, they should freely address each other as brother. These type of people are called Paramahamsas, and Srimad Bhagavatam is the scripture that is meant for such Paramahamsas. 62. I cannot end this introduction without discussing one more subject. Due to prejudices, many learned persons accuse the swan-like persons of overly discussing loving affairs and thus being incompetent in family affairs. They say that unless one endeavors to prosper in family life, the Supreme Lord is not satisfied, and because of excessive endeavors for self-realization, affection for family life diminishes. This argument, however, is extremely weak, because if one carefully endeavors to act according to the desire of the Supreme Lord and in the course one's temporary material life is ruined, then what is the Harm 6:3? It is a fact that the material world was created in order to fulfill a distant plan of the Supreme Lord, but no one can explain what that plan is. Some people guess that the soul was first born in this gross world in the form of a human being. The Supreme Lord has created this material world with the desire that the living entities would gradually advance by following religious principles. Some people say that this material world will become a happy place, like heaven, through human intelligence. Yet there are others who have decided that at the end of the body they will achieve liberation in the form of nirvana. All these conclusions are as useless as blind people ascertaining the shape of an elephant. Swan-like people do not enter into this type of useless argument, because no one can come to the proper conclusion by human intelligence. 64. What is the need to search for a conclusion? If we maintain our life simply, while remaining subordinate to the Supreme Lord, then by His mercy everything will easily be revealed to us. Persons who are pierced by the arrows of lust will naturally endeavor for material prosperity. Let them make the material world prosperous, and we will utilize that prosperity. Let them discuss subjects like economics, and let them accumulate wealth, and we, by Krishna's mercy, will use that wealth for the satisfaction of the Supreme Lord. But in the course of maintaining this material body, if there is any advancement of our material situation, there is no harm. We are completely indifferent to the advancement and deterioration of our material situation. But we are naturally busy for the advancement of the living entity's spiritual life. We are even ready to throw the happiness of our life in the water in order to always benefit our brothers. The primary engagement of Vaisnavas is to deliver their fallen brothers from the well of material existence. The more the Vaisnava family expands, the more the atheist's family diminishes. This is the natural law of the universe. Let the love and devotion of all living entities flow towards the unlimited Supreme Lord. Let Vaisnava principles, which are the source of happiness, gradually spread from one end of the universe to the other. Let the hearts of those who are averse to the Lord melt with love of God. By the mercy of the Lord, the association of devotees, and the influence of devotional service, let the third-grade people become first-grade people and take shelter of pure ecstatic love. Let the exalted Madhyama Adhitaris give up their doubts and the cultivation of knowledge and establish themselves in the science of love. Let the whole universe echo with the sound of the congregational chanting of the holy names of Hari. Sri Sri Krishnarpanamastu Atun Santi 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 Hari Atun Sri Krishna Samhita Chapter 1 Descriptions of Vaikuntha Text 1 I offer my respectful obeisances unto Sri Krishna Chaitanya, who is full of transcendental mellows and the giver of spiritual knowledge. Without his mercy, no one can ascertain the truth about Krishna. Text 2 Just as it is not possible for a particle of dust to absorb the ocean, it is extremely difficult for a foolish, less intelligent person like me to ascertain the truth. Text 3 Although a living entity is never able to ascertain the truth with his small intelligence, a blackish personality with a form of pure consciousness has appeared in my heart and engaged me in the work of ascertaining the truth. For this reason have boldly taken up this work. Text 4 Lord Sri Krishna is beyond spirit and matter and has no origin. The name of his abode is Vaikuntha, and it was created by his Cit Sakti, or internal potency. Vaikuntha is beyond material time and space, and it is the residence of the eternally liberated souls. All the eternally liberated living entities, who are fragmental parts of the Supreme Lord, emanate from the Lord's Jatva Sakti, or marginal potency, to assist the Lord in his pastimes. Vaikuntha is the abode of eternally liberated souls and the home of Krishnakandra's eternal pastimes. That realm is beyond material time, and therefore past, present, and future do not exist there. In this material creation, however, we must consider past, present, and future, for the living entities here are conditioned by time and space. Text 5 Lord Sri Krishna is always absorbed in transcendental rasas and surrounded by liberated souls. He is always addicted to the emotions arising from varieties of spiritual activities. He is the cynosure of all eyes. Text 6 A great, wonderful spiritual relationship is found between the spiritually perfect living entities and Krishnakandra, who is the source of spiritual knowledge. This relationship is called priti, or love. This love is concomitant with the creation of the living entities, so it is the living entity's inherent nature. If there is no independence in this relationship, however, there is no possibility of the living entities attaining higher rasas. Therefore Sri Krishna gives the living entities the power to independently discriminate between proper and improper action, and he awards them the fruits of their independent activities. Text 7. Among the minutely independent living entities, those who have a strong taste for serving the Lord attain servitorship in the eternal abode. Text 8. Among them, those who desire to serve the Lord with opulence see their worshipable Lord as Narayana, and those who desire to serve the Lord with sweetness see their worshipable Lord as Krsna. Text 9. Those who serve the Lord with opulence have a natural mood of awe and reverence. Therefore their affection ends with prema, or love, for due to insufficient faith there is no pranaya, or intimacy. Text 10. The faith of those who serve the Lord in the conjugal rasa is extremely strong. Therefore their affection advances up to Mahabhava. Text 11. Some people say that unless there is oneness between the Atma and the Paramatma, there will be a lack of pranaya in spiritual affairs. They further say the concept of Madhabhava is the false acceptance of material thoughts as spiritual. Regarding these impure opinions, we say that the living entities' different emotions arising from pranaya are not transformations of material nescience, they are spiritual emotions. Text 12. The pastimes in the pure spiritual abode of Vaikuntha are all faultless and like waves in the ocean of bliss. The word vikara, or transformation, cannot be applied in those pastimes. Text 13. There is no difference between Krsna and Narayana. He appears as Narayana to eyes absorbed in opulence, and he appears as Krsna to eyes absorbed in sweetness. Actually there is no difference in the absolute truth. A difference is considered only among people who discuss the absolute truth and in the discussions of the absolute truth. Text 14. Sri Krishna is the supreme absolute truth without a second. He is the moon-like Lord who is always absorbed in the ecstasy of his pastimes, and he manifests different forms due to the variety of rasas. Text 15. Actually there is no difference between his various forms, because in the absolute truth there is no difference between the container and its contents, the body and its owner, or the occupation and its performer. In the conditioned state, these differences are found in the human body due to the misconception of identifying the body as the self. These differences are natural for material objects. Text 16. The Vaisasikas say that the quality by which one object is differentiated from another is called variety. Due to variety we find a difference between atoms of water and atoms of air and between atoms of air and atoms of fire. But the Vaisasikas have detected the variegatedness of only the material world, they have no information of the variegatedness of the spiritual world. Nor is there information about this in the scriptures of the Jayardness. That is why most Jainists consider liberation to be Brahmanirvana, absorption or merging in the Supreme. According to the Vaisnavas the quality of variegatedness not only exists in the material world, but it eternally exists in the spiritual world. That is why the Supersoul is different from the soul is different from the material world, and all souls are different from one another. From the quality of variegatedness, love of God takes the form of waves and appears with various emotions. Text 17. Due to material conditioning our intelligence has become polluted by the dirt of this world. Therefore realizing spiritual variegatedness is extremely difficult. Text 18. Due to the quality of variegatedness there is not only an eternal difference between the Lord and the pure living entities, there is also an eternal pure relationship between them. Just as conditioned living entities have 5 types of relationships in the material world, there are also 5 types of relationships between Krsna and the living entities. Text 19. The names of these 5 types of relationships are Santa, neutrality, Daisya, servitude, Sakya, friendship, Vatsalya, paternal affection, and Madhurya, conjugal love. Text 20. In the Lord's association, the ecstatic love of the pure living entities manifests according to their qualification and relationship in 8 different emotions. All those emotions are symptoms of love. They are known as pulaka, standing of hairs on end, ashru, weeping, kampa, trembling, svita, perspiring, vavarnya, fading away of color, stamha, being stunned, svarabeta, choking, and pralaya, devastation. These symptoms manifest in a pure form in pure living entities, but they are materially contaminated in conditioned living entities. Text 21. The affection of those devotees who are situated in stentarasa remains in the form of rati, or attraction, which gives mental happiness. When affection is mixed with attachment in dejirasa, then it is called attraction in pure love. Text 22. In sakyarasa, this attraction in pure love turns into pranaya, intimacy, which is strengthened by faith and attachment and which destroys fear. Text 23. In vatsalyarasa, this affection flows up to snehabhava, affection with ecstatic sentiments. But when kantabhava, or conjugal rasa, appears, then all the above-mentioned emotions mix with mana, jealous anger, raga, attachment, anuraga, further attachment, and mahabhava, great ecstasy. Text 24. Just as the living entities are surrounded by relatives and engaged in household activities in the material world, Lord Krishna is engaged in the same way in Vaikuntha. Text 25. All the associates in Santa, Dajya, Sakya, Vatsalya, and Madhurya are servants of the Lord. Sri Krishna is the beloved Lord and object of worship of those devotees. Text 26. In the affection of the absolute realm of Vaikuntha, all qualities like omniscience, forbearance, ability, consideration, expertness, and forgiveness are in complete harmony. Due to an absence of affection in the material world, those qualities appear distinct. Text 27. The Viraja river eternally flows through the outer circle of Vaikuntha. The Kalindi river eternally flows through the inner circle. Both rivers are transcendental to the mode of passion. The indescribable land there is the resting place of all pure souls. Text 28. All the creepers, palaces, houses, and gateways are fully spiritual and free of all fault. The influence of time and place cannot pollute those things. Text 29. Some people try to impose their material conceptions on the nature of Vaikuntha and thus become overwhelmed by prejudices. Later they try to establish these prejudices by their shrewd arguments. Such descriptions of Vaikuntha and the pastimes of the Lord, however, are actually all material. These types of conclusions arise only due to improper knowledge of the absolute truth. Only those who have not deeply discussed spiritual topics will have the propensity to rationalize in this way. The doubtful hearts of the Madhyama Adhikaris are always swinging between the material and the spiritual due to their being unable to cross into the realm of the absolute truth. Actually, the variegatedness seen in the material world is only a perverted reflection of the spiritual world. The difference between the material and spiritual worlds is this: in the spiritual world everything is blissful and faultless, whereas in the material world everything is a temporary mixture of happiness and distress, full of impurities arising from time and place. Therefore the descriptions of the spiritual world are not imitations of those of the material world, rather they are most coveted ideals. Text 30. The splendor of the spiritual abode is established by the quality of variegatedness. Although that splendor is eternal, Vaikuntha is nevertheless non-dual and constitutionally eternal, full of knowledge and bliss. The material world consists of dualities arising from time, place, and circumstances, yet because Vaikuntha is transcendental to the material creation it is devoid of duality and fault. Text 31. Eternal servitude of Lord Krishna is the eternal happiness of those who are eternally perfect and those who have achieved perfection. Text 32. It is beyond my power of speech to describe the pure ecstatic pastimes of the living entities, because the words I would use in such descriptions are products of the material world. Text 33. Although I am unable to clearly describe this topic by words, by samadhi and the process of sarajit, I have described the topics of the Lord to the best of my ability. If one simply takes the insignificant literal meanings of these words, then one will not properly realize the described subject. I therefore request the reader to try and realize these truths through samadhi. One should try to understand subtle points from gross statements, as in Arundhati Naya when one points out a faint star with the help of a bright star. The process of argument is useless, because it cannot lead one to the absolute truth. The subtle process of directly perceiving the soul is called samadhi. I have given these descriptions based on this process. The reader should also follow this process to realize the truth. Text 34 Vaikuntha can be naturally perceived through the samadhi of those Uttamadhiktaris who have attained love for Krishna, who performs pastimes in Vraja. The Kanistha Adhikaris and the Madhyama Adhikaris are not yet qualified in this regard, because such truths cannot be realized by reading or argument. Kanistha Adhikaris who consider the scriptures as the only authority and logicians who consider themselves liberated are both unable to advance. Thus ends the first chapter of Sri Krishna Samhita, entitled Descriptions of Vaikuntha. May Lord Krishna be pleased. Chapter 2 Descriptions of the Lord's Energies. Text 1 We will now consider the science of Vaikuntha, which should be known by the learned. In the beginning it should be understood that there is no difference between the energy and the energetic. Nothing is gained if we consider the absolute truth as devoid of energy, therefore it is the duty of swan-like persons to accept the existence of his energies. Energy is never a truth separate from the energetic Supreme Lord. Although proper examples to illustrate the absolute truth are unavailable in this material world, indirect examples are sometimes found. Just as fire and heat cannot exist separately, the absolute truth and his energies do not exist separately. Text 2 The absolute truth is manifested through the inconceivable superior energy of the energetic absolute truth, who is the source of the purest vitaras and is realized through samadhi. If heat was separated from fire, then due to an absence of energy, fire would not exist. Similarly, if energy was separated from the absolute truth, then the absolute truth would not exist. Text 3 The superior energy of the absolute truth is realized in three different aspects: Sandhini, Samvit, and Hladani. The first manifestation of the absolute truth is Sat, Sandhini, Cit, Samvit, and Ananda, Hladani. In the beginning there was only the Supreme Brahman, then, after manifesting his energies, he became known as Satsat Ananda. This kind of misconception arises due to consideration of material time and should not applied on the absolute truth. It is understood by swan-like people that the Sat Cit Ananda form of the Lord is beginningless, endless, and eternal. The Sandhini energy manifests the existence of the eternal abode, name, form, associates, relationships, features, and foundation of the absolute truth. The superior energy of the Lord has three potencies, namely Cit, or spiritual, Jiva, or marginal, and Acid, or material. The spiritual potency, Cit, is his internal potency. The marginal and material potencies are separated. These potencies are considered according to the proportion of the energy manifest. Vaikuntha is the abode of the spiritual potency of the Sandhini aspect of the superior energy. Text 4 The names of Krishna manifest from the Abhidhasata, the body of Krishna manifests from the Rupasat, and the lovers of Krishna like Radha manifest from a mixture of the Rupasata and Sanajant Sata. Text 5 All kinds of relationships manifest from the Sandhini aspect. The Sandhini aspect of the Lord is the source of all spiritual manifestations and features. Text 6 The Samvit aspect of the superior energy consists of knowledge and its practical application, Jnana and Vijnana. When Samvit interacts with the manifestations of the Sandhini aspect, all emotions appear. Text 7 Without the presence of emotions, existence would be unknown. Therefore all truths are illuminated by Samvit. All the emotions of Vaikuntha are created by the Samvit aspect of the spiritual potency. Text 8 All relationships in Vaikuntha have been established by Samvit Devi, who is the director of action and inaction. The different rasas, such as Santa and Dajya, and the respective activities in those rasas have been established by Samvit. Text 9 If one does not accept the quality of variegatedness, then Samvit Devi manifests for him the impersonal feature of the absolute truth. The living entity then takes shelter of impersonal knowledge of Brahman. Therefore impersonal knowledge of Brahman is only the impersonal consideration of Vaikuntha. For one who accepts the quality of variegatedness, Samvit Devi manifests the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The living entity then accepts the devotional service of the Lord. Text 10 When the spiritual potency of the superior energy interacts with the Hladani aspect, it creates attachment up to the state of Mahabhava, in which she, Hladani, bestows the topmost ecstasy. Text 11. This Hladani is Sri Radhika, who is the energy of the energetic, who possesses the topmost loving sentiments, and who is half of the Supreme Lord's form. She expands into the indescribable forms of Krishna's inconceivable happiness. Text 12. That Radha gives pleasure to Krsna. She is the embodiment of Mahabhava. There are 8 varieties of emotions that nourish the rasa of Hladani. They are known as Radha's 8 sakais. Text 13. When the Hladani energy of the living entities realizes a portion of the spiritual Hladani by the association of devotees and the mercy of the Lord, then the living entities become eternally happy and attain the stage of pure eternal sentiments while remaining individual entities. Text 14. The Sandhini, Samhita, and Hladani energies are eternally situated in Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, that is, existence, knowledge, and attachment are in perfect harmony in him. Yet these 3 energies are also present in his personal expansions in his Vaikuntha pastimes. Text 15. Although many variegated qualities are eternally manifest in Sri Krishna, he wonderfully remains nirguna, devoid of material qualities, because his qualities are the interactions of his spiritual potency and are forms of his spiritual opulence. Text 16. After concluding the consideration on the Sandhini, Samhita, and Hladani aspects of the spiritual potency of the superior energy, I will now explain the Sandhini, Samhita, and Hladani aspects of the marginal potency of the superior energy. The living entities are created by the will of the Lord and by the inconceivable superior energy of the Lord. The living entities have been awarded minute independence, so they are classified as separated truths and their activities are said to be separated from the Lord's activities. Text 17. Krsna is like the spiritual sun, and the living entities are like the atomic particles of that incomparable sun's rays. Therefore all the qualities of Krsna are naturally present in the living entities. Text 18. Although it is inappropriate to compare the greatness of the Lord's qualities with the ocean or the earth, if we do consider his qualities in this way, then the qualities of the living entities appear like drops of the ocean or dust particles of the earth. Text 19. The 3 aspects Hladani, Sandhini, and Samhita are fully manifest in Sri Krishna, but they are also minutely present in the living entities. This is understood by persons endowed with fine intelligence. Text 20. All living entities have independence that was awarded by the Lord, yet those who desire auspiciousness naturally remain under the subordination of Krsna. Text 21. Those who are unable to recognize what is auspicious and what is inauspicious and who engage in sense gratification do not accept subordination under the spiritual potency and thus live independently. They traverse the path of fruitive activities while wandering in the material world, which is difficult to leave after once entering. Text 22. For those living entities who traverse the path of fruitive activities, the Lord, as his pastime, accompanies them in the form of the super-soul. Text 23. The pastimes of the Lord and the living entities appear mundane to the conditioned souls. The living entities enjoy the results of their fruitive activities, while the super-soul awards those results. Text 24. When the marginal potency of the superior energy interacts with Sandhini, the upper heavenly planets are created. Text 25. Fruitive activities. The results of fruitive activities, distress, happiness, sin, piety, and all desires are also created by this interaction with Sandhini. The functions of the subtle bodies are also created by this interaction. Svarloka, Janaloka, Tapoloka, Satyaloka, and Brahmaloka are all created by this interaction. Even the lower hellish planets are understood to be created by this interaction with Sandhini. Text 26. When the marginal potency of the superior energy interacts with Samhita, it manifests knowledge of the absolute truth. By this knowledge a living entity realizes the super-soul. This knowledge is distinct from and inferior to impersonal knowledge of Brahman, which is manifested by the interaction of the spiritual potency of the superior energy with Samhita. Text 27. Renunciation, in the form of neglecting Maya, manifests from this interaction of Samhita with the marginal energy. Sometimes the living entities consider the happiness of realizing the self as insignificant and the happiness of realizing the supersoul as relatively superior, and they therefore desire to merge with the supersoul. Text 28. When the marginal potency of the superior energy interacts with latent I, it manifests devotional service to the Supreme Lord. This devotional service nullifies the material conception of the Lord and establishes him as nirkara, or formless. Text 29. The rate I, or attachment, of the spiritual potency is different from this type of devotional service of the Supreme Lord. Therefore this devotional service of the Lord is naturally dry, or without rasa, and is not based on love. Text 30. The prayers of those who perform this type of devotional service are mixed with gratefulness, therefore this cannot be called unmotivated devotional service. Rather, their prayers are filled with desires for material advancement or renunciation. Text 31. Although sometimes tears are shed out of emotion while executing this type of devotional service, such persons' emotions for Sri Krishna, who enjoys spiritual pastimes, do not arise. Text 32. Does this mean that there is no superior emotion in the hearts of the conditioned souls than this form of devotional service? Certainly there is. Just as Sri Krishna performs his pastimes in Vaikuntha with the eternally perfect living entities, he certainly performs pastimes in relationship with the conditioned souls. Text 33. Those who consider the happiness of the latent I aspect of the marginal potency as insignificant and consider the impersonal Brahman as incomplete understand that the pastimes of Krishna with the spiritual potency of the superior energy are more relishable, so they join those pastimes. They are qualified for receiving the highest happiness. They are servants of the Lord and are under the protection of the spiritual potency. They derive no fruits whatsoever from impersonal knowledge of Brahman or yoga. In this context, yoga refers to devotional service, as described above in verses 28 to 31, as practiced by the living entities. Regarding impersonal knowledge of Brahman, please refer to verse 9 of this chapter. Therefore when yogis and jnanis become fortunate, they engage in spiritual activities. Text 34. After completing discussions on the marginal potency, I will now discuss the Sandhini, Samvit, and latent I aspects of Maya Sakti, the external potency. All inert matter is manifested from the external potency of the superior energy. Therefore this Maya potency converts spiritual characteristics into material characteristics. Maya, the external potency, covers the living entities, so she is the mother of illusion and a maidservant of the Supersoul. Text 35. After carefully studying the nature of maid, it is concluded to be the most inferior potency in the whole creation, because all of the living entities' inauspiciousness is created by Maya. If Maya did not exist, there would be no degradation of the living entities in the form of aversion to the Lord. Therefore many people doubt whether Maya is the Lord's energy, because the Supreme Lord is all auspicious and unaffected by sin. Those who understand the Supreme Lord as the supreme doer and controller do not accept any truth that is contrary to him, they thus accept Maya as the material potency of the Supreme Lord's spiritual energy. The external potency, which is a reflection or shadow of the spiritual potency, is not independent. By the will of the Lord, Maya is the perverted reflection of, and therefore certainly subordinate to, the Lord's spiritual potency. In this context one should not accept the Mayavadi philosophers' meanings of bimba, reflection, pratibimba, reflected image, and pratikati, shadow. Text 36. If we consider the existence of Maya, we can conclude that this world is the shadow of Vaikuntha, which is created by the spiritual potency of the superior energy of the Lord and is full of variegatedness. The example of the moon in water is applicable to this shadow, the material world. But this world is not false in the same way as the moon in the water is false. As Maya is in fact a potency of the superior energy, whatever is created by her is also a fact. Text 37. As far as the work of the maidservant Maya is concerned, learned people say that this material world is her creation. This material existence is able to bind the living entities as part of the Lord's pastimes. Please see verses 22 to 23 of this chapter. Text 38. Just as the original, pure condition of an object is not manifest in its shadow, we do not find the pleasantness of the spiritual world in the material world, which is created by Maya, rather we find the perverted quality, distress. Text 39. When the external potency of the superior energy interacts with Sandhini, it spreads conceptions of nationalism. This mentality is found only in this world. The symptoms of this conception are spread through forms and their expansions. If one could ascertain Vaikunta by one's thoughts, then the material forms and their expansions would certainly be useful. But the science of Vaikunta is beyond the realm of material space, time, and argument and is realized through samadhi. Actually all the forms and expansions that are seen in Vaikunta, the abode of transcendental pastimes, are all spiritual and auspicious. It should be known that the forms and expansions of the material world, the perverted reflection of the spiritual world, are forever devoid of bliss. Text 40. The activities and bodies of the conditioned living entities are material and limited and are meant for performing work and enjoying its results. They are created by the Sandhini aspect of the external potency. If one tries to understand words like tiny and atomic in descriptions of the living entities and greatness in descriptions of the Supreme Lord in terms of material space, then one will not attain knowledge of the absolute truth. Text 41. When the external potency of the superior energy interacts with Samhita, it creates the subtle body of conditioned souls in the form of intelligence and false ego. The constitutional position of a pure living entity is beyond the gross and subtle bodies. The Samhita aspect of the external potency is known in the scriptures as nescience. Due to this nescience, the gross and subtle bodies of the living entities are created. When pure living entities reside in Vaikunta, the first knot of nescience, in the form of false ego, does not entangle them. Pure living entities cannot remain steady after giving up spiritual activities. Therefore, as soon as the living entities become situated in their own happiness through the minute independence given by the Lord, they become shelterless and are compelled to take shelter of Maya. On account of this, pure living entities have no shelter other than Vaikunta. The living entities of Vaikunta are very insignificant, like fireflies in comparison to the powerful sun-like Lord. As soon as the living entity leaves Vaikunta, he is simultaneously awarded a subtle body and thrown into the material world, created by Maya. All manifestations of the Sandhini, Samhita, and Hladini aspects of the marginal potency are mixed with Maya as soon as the living entity leaves the shelter of Vaikunta. When one considers material existence as his own, this is called false ego. Absorption in this false ego is the function of the heart, cultivating material sense objects through the heart is the function of the mind, and realization through this cultivation is called material knowledge. The mind, being superior to the senses, manifests as the functions of the senses in their association. When the impression of contact between the senses and sense objects is established within, it is protected by the strength of remembrance. When one cultivates those protected memories by following the process of elaborating and condensing them, then whatever one conjectures is called argument. By this argument, knowledge of sense objects and related items is acquired. Text 42. The Samhita aspect of the external energy creates the intelligence of the heart, the feelings of the senses, the remembrance of the mind, and the knowledge of sense objects. Text 43. Knowledge of sense objects is completely mundane. It has nothing to do with one's constitutional duties. It is called material knowledge because it is connected with the qualities of the material world. Text 44. The Hladini aspect of the external energy manifests as attachment for material objects. That attachment spreads the conception of enjoyment in the form of happiness derived from fruitive activities. Attachment for the material world, the endeavor for material prosperity, and the desire for sense gratification all naturally arise from this attachment to sense objects. In order to maintain life peacefully, the four castes Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra are established according to people's natural characteristics, and the four ashramas Hastha, Vanaprastha, Brahmachari, and Sannyasi are established according to people's position. According to necessity, constitutional and conditional occupational duties are ascribed. When the upper and lower planets, which are created by the Sandhini aspect of the marginal potency, see verses 24 to 25, are connected with the results of these duties, then they become the object of the fruitive worker's hopes or fears. It is to be mentioned at this point that the Samvit and Hladini aspects of the marginal potency, being almost covered by the Samvit and Hladini aspects of the external potency, time to time manifest renunciation and knowledge of the self, which are ultimately overcome by Maya due to the absence of spiritual activities. Text 45. The Supersoul is perceived at this point as Yajnesvara, the Lord of Sacrifice. People of the material world try to please him by their activities, and they worship him by sacrifices. The name of this religion is Trivarga, or Dharma, Artha, and Kama. But there is no possibility of moksha, or liberation, by this path. Thus ends the second chapter of Sri Krishna Samhita, entitled Descriptions of the Lord's Energies. May Lord Krishna be pleased. Chapter 3 Descriptions of the Lord's Incarnations. Text 1 The two philosophies Advaita, or monism, from Vedanta, and materialism from Sankhya have been current from time immemorial. Monism has been further divided into two, namely Vivartaveda and Mayaveda. Among all these philosophers, some say the material world is a transformation of Brahman, some say it is false, and some have established the material world as beginningless. Swan-like persons, however, say that although Lord Krishna is separate from all activities and their cause, by his inconceivable potency and through his three principal energies the Lord is nevertheless present and involved in the activities of Vaikunta, the living entities, and the material world. Text 2 Krishna is personally present in spiritual activities, he is present as Supersoul in the living entities, and he is worshipped as Yajnesvara in the material world. He alone awards the results of all activities. Text 3 All the existing personal expansions and all the created separated expansions, the living entities, are products of Krishna's energy, therefore Lord Sri Krishna is the origin of all expansions. Nothing can manifest outside of his energy, therefore he is the source of all forms. All incarnations of the Lord emanate from him, therefore he is the source of all incarnations. Lord Sri Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. There is no truth superior to him. Text 4 That Krishna is inconceivably powerful and merciful. He is ardently engaged in the welfare of the living entities who have been conditioned by Maya due to misuse of their independence. Text 5 When the conditioned souls receive various forms according to their nature, the Supreme Lord Krishna, by his inconceivable potency, agrees to accompany them by incarnating and enjoying pastimes with them. Text 6 When the living entities accept the position of fish, the Lord accepts his fish incarnation, Matsya. Matsya is without danda. When the living entities gradually accept the position of Vajradanda, then the Lord incarnates as Karma. When Vajradanda gradually becomes Marudanda, the Lord incarnates as Varaha. Text 7 When the living entities accept the combined position of human and animal, the Lord accepts his incarnation of Nrasitanha. When the living entities are short, he appears as Vamana. When the living entities are uncivilized, he comes as Parasurama. When they are civilized, he appears as Ramacandra. Text 8 When the living entities possess the wealth of practical knowledge, then Lord Krishna himself appears. When the living entities develop the tendency for argument, the Lord appears as Buddha. And when they are atheistic, the Lord comes as Kaki. These are well-known facts. Text 9 In the course of the gradual development of the living entities' hearts, the Lord incarnates in a form corresponding to the mood of the devotees. The source and activities of those forms are untouched by material contamination. Text 10 to 11 After consideration, the sages have divided the history of the living entities' advancement into 10 periods of time. Each period has different symptoms, with each successive mood superior to the previous. Each progressive mood is described as an incarnation. Text 12 Some learned scholars have divided this period of time into 24 and ascertained 24 incarnations. Yet there are others who have divided it into 18 with the corresponding number of incarnations. Text 13. Some people say that the Supreme Lord is omnipotent, therefore he may sometimes incarnate by his inconceivable energy in a material body, and all incarnations can therefore be accepted simply as historical incidents. According to the opinion of Swan-like Vaisnavas, this statement is extremely unreasonable because it is impossible for Lord Krishna to accept a material body and perform material activities. Such action would be insignificant and abominable for him. But his appearance and pastimes in the hearts of the realized living entities are accepted by both the sadhus and Krishna. Text 14. As the sun cannot enjoy its shadow, Krishna cannot enjoy Maya. Text 15. What to speak of Krishna enjoying Maya, he is not even seen by persons who are under the shelter of Maya. Yet simply by the mercy of Krishna one can easily see him through samadhi. Text 16. The pure activities of Krishna have been perceived through the samadhi of swan-like persons like Vyasadeva. Krishna's activities are not exactly historical like those of people under the clutches of Maya, because Krishna's activities are not limited to any time or place. Nor are his activities comparable with the activities of ordinary people. Text 17. After careful consideration and by the mercy of Sri Krishna Chaitanya we will herein briefly describe the activities of Krishna. Text 18. The explanation on the science of Krishna that is presented in this book may be applied to his various incarnations. The conclusion is that Krishna is the root cause and seed of all incarnations. He is eternally enjoying pastimes with the living entities as the Supersoul. The Supersoul reciprocates according to the mood and realization a living entity acquires while traveling on the path of fruitive activities. But Krishna does not personally appear until spiritual attachment arises in the hearts of the living entities. Therefore all other incarnations appear from the Supersoul, of whom Krishna is the original seed. See chapter 2 verses 22 to 23. Text 19. We appeal to the swan-like Vaisnavas to ignore the imperfections of these verses and happily relish Krishna's activities, which are the essence and wealth of all living entities. Text 20. Regarding these descriptions of Krishna's activities, despite much effort we were unable to restrain our intelligence from considerations of time and space, because we are not free from the pangs of material life. Text 21. Still, after drinking the shower of mercy from Sri Gaurakandra, the son of Sasi and our only guide, let whatever little we have described herein enter the hearts of all living entities to fill the absence of Krishna Rasa, that is, let everyone relish the transcendental mellows in relationship with Krishna. Thus ends the third chapter of Sti Krishna Samhita, entitled Descriptions of the Lord's Incarnations. May Lord Krishna be pleased. Chapter 4. The pastimes of Lord Krishna. Text 1 to 2. Two types of persons, the Kanistha Adhikaris and the Uttama Adhikaris, are eligible for understanding the science of Krishna. The Madhyama Adhikaris cannot understand this science due to their doubting nature. Madhyama Adhikaris are known as either impersonalists or worshippers of the Supreme Controller. If they are fortunate, then by the strength of devotees' association they become Uttamadhikaris and also realize the sweetness of Krishna's activities through the process of samadhi. Although by the mercy of Krishna, living entities can easily attain the stage of Uttamadhikari, people generally have greater faith in arguments arising from the sambhit aspect of the external energy and disregard the simple process of samadhi as superstitious. If they become faithful, however, then they first become Kanistha Adhikaris, and later, by the association of devotees, by following the devotees' instructions, and by gradual advancement, they can certainly become Uttama Adhikaris. But if they are doubtful from the beginning, then either they become fortunate and cross the ocean of arguments to become Uttama Adhikaris, or they become more averse to the Lord and fall away from the path of liberation. Therefore when the experienced knowledge of the living entities attained maturity by faithful discussion, then at the end of Dvapara Yuga in the pious land of Bharatavarsa in Mathura, the personification of absolute knowledge, King Vasudeva, the personification of pure goodness, took birth. Text 3. Vasudeva appeared in a family of devotees and married Devaki, the so-called sister of Katunsa, who was the personification of atheism. Text 4. Fearing the Lord's advent from this couple, the wretched Katunsa of the Bhoja dynasty arrested them and put them in the jail of remembrance. It is understood that the descendants of the Yadu dynasty were all devotees, while the descendants of the Bhoja dynasty were all extremely argumentative and averse to the Lord. Text 5. That couple gradually begot 6 sons such as Yasa and Kirti, but Kathansa, who is averse to the Lord, killed them in their childhood. Text 6. Sri Baladeva is decorated with service to the Lord and is the transcendental reservoir of all living entities. He is their 7th son. Text 7. Sri Baladeva is the transcendental reservoir of all living entities, and he appeared in the womb of Devaki, who represents the heart filled with knowledge. But out of fear of his maternal uncle Kathansa, he went to his home in Vraja. Text 8. He was transferred to the faithful abode of Vraja and entered the firmly devoted heart of Rohini. News of Devaki's miscarriage was spread at this time. Text 9. Right after the appearance of the transcendental reservoir of all living entities, awareness of the Lord appeared in the heart of the living entities. Thereafter the 8th son, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, appeared as Narayana with full opulences. The greatly heroic Lord appeared with a desire to vanquish Karnsa, who was the personification of atheism. Text 10. The Lord in his own form as Krsna was brought to Vraja, which is created by the Sandhini aspect of the spiritual potency. The root foundation of this land is faith. The purport is that this land does not exist in argument or speculative knowledge, it exists in faith. Text 11. Speculative knowledge or renunciation is not found there. The most blissful son of Nanda is the only authority there. There is no consideration of superiority or inferiority of the different castes in that abode. That is why he appeared in the family of cowherd men. He always engaged in tending and protecting the cows, as such activities are devoid of opulence and full of sweetness. Text 12. The inferior energy, Maya, who was begotten by the blissful mother Yasoda, the wife of Nanda, was taken out of Vraja by Vasudeva. The mundane conception that is inherent in the conditioned soul's impression of the spiritual abode is destroyed by the arrival of Krsna. Text 13. The inconceivable Supreme Lord, Sri Krishna, and the transcendental reservoir of all living entities, Balarama, grew up together in Gokula, which is filled with the rays of the transcendental sun of pure love. Text 14. With a desire to kill Krsna, the atheist Kathansa sent Pitana, the child killer, to Vraja. Deceiving Krsna with motherly affection, Pitana offered him her breast milk and was killed by Krishna's prowess. Text 15. Trinavarta, the personification of argument, was also killed by the Lord's prowess. Thereafter the Lord broke the ass-like Sakata, who only carried loads. Text 16. Sri Krishna showed his mother the whole universe when he opened his mouth, but Mother Yasoda could not accept Krishna's opulence due to being overwhelmed by the spiritual potencies nescience that nourishes attachment. The transcendental devotees are so much overwhelmed by the Lord's sweetness that they cannot accept the Lord's opulence in spite of its presence. This nescience, however, is not a material product. Text 17. After seeing Krishna's childish mischief, in the form of stealing the heart, in the form of butter, Yasoda, the form of joyfulness, labored in vain to bind Krsna with ropes. Text 18. He who has no material form was bound by Yasoda with only a thread of love. One cannot attain the perfection of binding Krsna with material ropes. Text 19. In the course of Krsna's childhood pastimes, the 2 sons of Kavera were easily delivered from their forms as trees. Text 20. We can understand 2 instructions from the deliverance of the Yamal Arjuna trees. The first is that by a moment's association with a devotee, the living entity is freed from bondage. Secondly, by the association of non-devotees, even the demigods become materialistic and engage in sinful activities. Text 21. The child Krsna entered the forest with his friends in order to tend the cows. This means that the pure living entities, who are overwhelmed with the nescience of the spiritual potency, attain the form of calves due to being fixed in feelings of subordination to Krsna. Vatshura, the form of boyhood offenses, was killed in the pasture grounds. Text 22. Bakasura, who was maintained by Kathansa and who personified cheating religion, was killed by the purely intelligent Krsna. Text 23. The snake named Aga, who was the form of cruelty, was subdued. After this, the Lord had a picnic of simplicity. Text 24. Meanwhile, the four-headed Brahma, the creator of all planets and speaker of the four Vedas, became overwhelmed by Krishna's external energy and stole the calves and cowherd boys. Text 25. By this incident, Krishna displayed complete domination in his supreme sweetness. Although merely a cowherd boy, he showed his complete control over the creator of the universe. It is also understood from this pastime that the dearmost person of the spiritual world, Krishna, is not controlled by any regulation. Text 26. After Brahma stole the boys and calves, the Lord personally manifested himself as the boys and calves and easily continued on with his pastimes. From this it is clearly understood that even with the destruction of the material and spiritual worlds, the opulence of Krishna is never hampered. No one can surpass Krishna's abilities, no matter how capable he is. Text 27. Dinakasura, who personifies the ass of blunt judgment, was killed by Baladeva, the transcendental reservoir of all living entities. Text 28. The Kaliya snake, the personification of malice, polluted the Yamuna waters, which are spiritual liquid. The Lord tortured and banished him. Text 29. The formidable forest fire, the form of quarrel amongst Vaisnava Sampradayas, was swallowed by the Lord in order to protect the land of Braja. Text 30. The rascal Pralambasura, who stole away the reservoir of all living entities and who personified the covered form of Buddhist philosophy, Mayaveda, was sent by the atheist Krsna and killed by Baladeva. Thus ends the fourth chapter of Sri Krishna Samhita, entitled Pastimes of Krishna. May Lord Krishna be pleased. Chapter 5. The Pastimes of Lord Krishna. Text 1. When Dadhururasa becomes excessively liquefied, then love pours like rain during the rainy season. Then the gopis, who are most dear to Hari and fully absorbed in his thought, become maddened while chanting his glories. Text 2. Being overwhelmed by the sound of Krishna's flute, the gopis of Braja worshipped goddess Yogamaya with a desire to attain Krishna. The appearance of the truth of Vaikuntha in the pure consciousness of the living entities of this world is called Braja. The word Braja means to go. It is impossible to elevate oneself in this material world by rejecting Maya, therefore one should take shelter of favorable material items and try to search for the indescribable truth. For this reason living entities who have attained the mood of gopis take shelter of the great goddess Yogamaya to help them attain the Lord's pastimes in the spiritual world. Text 3-4. Those persons who have an intense desire to serve Krishna have no secrets amongst themselves or with others. In order to teach this principle to the devotees, Krishna stole the clothes of the gopis. A heart that is situated in pure goodness is the proper abode for attachment to the Lord. He exposed the gopis' love for him by stealing away their clothes. Text 5. While tending the cows near Mathura, Sri Krishna begged food grains from the Brahmanas who were engaged in sacrifice. Being proud of their caste, those Brahmanas considered that performing sacrifices was the highest principle and therefore did not give Krishna any food. Text 6. The reason for this is that high caste Brahmanas are so-called followers of the Vedas, and therefore they cannot realize the subtle purport of the Vedas. They follow the process of insignificant fruitive activities and become materialistic, or they study the science of self-realization and speculative knowledge and become absorbed in impersonalism. Such Brahmanas prefer to simply remain controlled by the scriptural injunctions or previous ancestors by formally carrying out their instructions. They are unable to understand that attachment to the Lord is the primary purpose of all scriptures, so how can they become servants of Krishna? We should not misunderstand from this that all Brahmanas are mundane fruitive workers or followers of speculative knowledge. Many great personalities appeared in Brahmana families and attained the topmost position of devotional service. Therefore the purport of this verse is that ass-like Brahmanas who formally carry out the rules and regulations are averse to Krishna, but swan-like Brahmanas are servants of Krishna and thus worshipable by all. Text 7. The wives of the ass-like Brahmanas represent people who are subordinate to those with undeveloped faith. Being under the control of the sweetness of Krishna, who is the super soul, they went to the forest and offered themselves to him. Those who have undeveloped faith are called mundane devotees. Text 8. By this incident the equality of all living entities is ascertained. There is no consideration of caste in pleasing Krishna, rather caste consciousness sometimes becomes an obstacle in the development of love. Text 9. In order to maintain social order, the Aryans divided society into 4 castes and 4 social orders. If the social system is protected, then people's spiritual lives are nourished by good association and discussion. Therefore the Varnasrama system should be accepted in all respects. By this arrangement there is a possibility of gradually attaining love for Krishna. The main purpose for this arrangement is the cultivation of spiritual life, or love for Krishna. Even if one attains perfection without following this process, still it should not be disregarded. At this point one should understand that after attaining perfection, this process naturally becomes unimportant. There is no fault in the rejection of the relatively less important process of Varnashrama by those who have attained perfection in the form of love for Krishna. Therefore the conclusion is that faults and qualities can be attributed only in respect to the qualification of the performer. Text 10. Lord Yajnesvara is the predominating lord of the activities for protecting the social order. His representative amongst the living entities is Indra. Such activities are of 2 varieties: constitutional and conditional. Those regular activities which are meant for maintaining one's life are called constitutional. Any activities other than these are conditional. If we consider, we can understand that all fruitive activities fall under the category of either constitutional or conditional. Therefore activities performed either with material desire or without material desire fall under the categories of constitutional or conditional activities. Lord Krishna forbade his devotees from performing any activities other than those meant for maintaining their lives. When Indra, the lord of fruitive activities, saw Lord Krishna arrange to neglect the activities meant to nourish the world, he created a great disturbance. The Lord protected the devotees from flood and supplied their needs by accepting Govardhana, the expanding shelter of sober persons, as an umbrella. Text 11. If the activities that nourish the world are neglected for the cultivation of Krishna consciousness, the devotees of Krishna should not feel anxiety. Text 12. No one can destroy one whom Krishna wants to protect. The strength of regulations cannot influence such persons. What to speak of the bondage of regulations, nothing other than the bondage of love for the Lord can bind the devotees. Text 13. In Sri Vrindavana, the land of faith, the Yamuna, the personification of spiritual liquid, flows. Nanda Maharaja was merged in that water, and the Lord delivered him as part of his pastimes. Text 14. Thereafter, Lord Krishna mercifully displayed the truth and opulence of Vaikuntha to the cowherd men. This shows that Krishna's sweetness is so prominent that his opulences become covered by its presence. Text 15. The Lord, who is very dear to the eternally perfect living entities and their followers, performed his Rasa Ila, which is the culmination of ecstatic love. Text 16. After the most merciful Lord increased the amorous love of the gopis by suddenly disappearing from them, he began to dance in the circle of the Rasa Lila. Text 17-18. In this material world, which is created by Maya, there is a principal constellation named Dhruva. All the suns along with their planets continually circle around Dhruva by its power of attraction. The main consideration is that there is an energy known as attraction in all material atoms. By the strength of this energy, atoms are attracted to each other and they thus create a globular planet. When these planets are attracted to a larger globular planet, they begin to move around it. This is the invariable law of this material world. Maya is the basis of the material world and only a reflection of the spiritual world. This has already been explained previously while discussing the energies of the Lord. By their eternal constitution, in the form of love, the spark-like conscious living entities in the spiritual world are attracted to one another, and they imitate one with more elevated consciousness. Those more elevated conscious persons with their subordinate conscious associates constantly move in the Rasalila circle of Krishna, who is the superconscious supreme Dhruva. Therefore the great Rasalila pastimes are eternally manifest in the realm of Vaikuntha. In the spiritual world the ever-existing attachment extends love up to Mahadbhava, and in the material world the reflection extends as an inconceivable material attraction that creates variegatedness. In order to illustrate subtle truths by gross examples, we say that in the material world the sun along with the planets are constantly moving around the Dhruva constellation by the strength of its attraction, just as all pure living entities eternally circle around Krsna by the strength his attraction. Text 19. In the transcendental Rasa pastimes, Sri Krishna is the only enjoyer and all others are enjoyed. The conclusion is that the sun-like personality of the spiritual world, Lord Sri Krishna, is the only male and the living entities are all female. All the relationships of the spiritual world are based on pure love, one therefore finds the enjoyer is male and the enjoyed are female. The males and females of the material world are perverted reflections of the enjoyer and enjoyed of the spiritual world. If one searches through all dictionaries, one will not find the words to properly describe the spiritual pastimes of the supremely conscious Lord and his associates. Hence the descriptions of the man and woman of the material world are used here as an appropriate indication. There is no necessity or suggestion of obscene thoughts in this regard. If we reject these activities as obscene, then we miss the opportunity to discuss that supreme pastime. We are able to describe the truths of Vaikuntha by describing mundane emotions as the reflections of spiritual emotions. There is no other alternative in this regard. For example, Krsna is merciful. But to show how Krsna is merciful, one has to give the example of certain persons who are merciful. There is no way of expressing this quality other than by giving a well-known example. Therefore swan-like persons should give up shyness and obscene considerations and then hear, read, and think about the transcendental topics of the Rasalila without anxiety. Text 20. The topmost expression of the Rasalila is that Srimati Radhika, who is the personification of Ladani, who manifests the sweetness of Krsna, and who is supremely worshipable by the living entities, is surrounded by the Sakis, who are personifications of various emotions, and beautifully situated in the Rasa dance. Text 21. After the Rasalila dance, the water sports in the spiritual waters of the Yamuna naturally take place. Text 22. When Maharaja Nanda, who is personified happiness, was swallowed by the snake, who personifies merging with the Supreme, Krsna, the protector of the devotees, rescued him from danger. Sankaktita was the personification of fame, because he considered fame as his life and soul. He was killed while trying to create disturbances in Vraja. Text 23. When Krsna, the enemy of Caitanya, decided to go to Mathura, the horse demon Kesi, who personifies the vanity of political ambition, was killed. Text 24. Akriyara, the catalyst of future events, took Krsna and Balarama to Mathura, where the two lords first killed the wrestlers and then Kathunsa. Text 25. After the atheist Kathunsa was killed, his father, Ugrasena, the personification of freedom, was installed on the throne by Krsna. Text 26. The two wives of Kathunsa, Asti and Prapti, described the killing of their husband to Jarasandha, the personification of fruitive activities. Text 27. Hearing their description, the king of Magadha gathered a huge army and attacked Mathura 17 times, but was defeated each time. Text 28. When Jarasandha again attacked Mathura, the Lord went to his abode of Dvaraka. The main purport is that there are 10 types of purificatory activities, such as funeral rites, along with 4 castes and 4 orders of life, which brings the total to 18. Among these, when the 18th, or Sunnitsa, captures the abode of knowledge, then due to the desire for liberation the Lord disappears. Text 29. During Krishna's residence in Mathura, he left for Gurukula, where he very easily studied all the scriptures. He brought the dead sons of his guru back to life and offered them to his guru. Text 30. There is no need for Krishna, who is independently perfect, to endeavor for an education, but when one resides in Mathura, the abode of knowledge, one's knowledge gradually expands. This was illustrated in this pastime. Text 31. Those who enjoy the fruits of their activities are called lusty. Such people's attachment for Krishna is contaminated with impurities, but if they cultivate attachment to Krishna for a long time, then pure devotion arises. Text 32. While residing in Mathura, Krishna had a seemingly mundane affair with Kubja. Although there were lusty desires in the heart of Kubja, those desires were ultimately transformed into pure love. Thereafter Krsna sent Uddhava to Gokula to teach him that the loving sentiments of the residents of Braja are the highest of all. Text 33. In the Samritas it is stated that the Pandavas were like the branches of religion and the Kauravas were like branches of irreligion. Therefore Lord Krishna was the friend and protector of the Pandavas. Text 34. The Lord sent Acharya to Hastinapura as an ambassador to establish religious principles and deliver the sinful persons. Thus ends the 5th chapter of Sri Krishna Samhita, entitled Pastimes of Krishna. May Lord Krishna be pleased. Chapter 6. The Pastimes of Lord Krishna. Text 1. There are two types of activities: self-centered and God-centered. God-centered activities are called karma yoga, because such activities nourish one's knowledge, and this knowledge along with those activities enhance one's attachment to the Lord. This mixture of karma, jnana, and bhakti is called karma yoga by some people, jnana yoga by others, and bhakti yoga by still others. The swan-like people call it a synthesis of yoga. Those activities that are self-centered are called fruitive activities. Fruitive activities generally create doubts, in the form of asti and prapti, in regard to the Lord. Fruitive activities then arrange their marriage with atheism karnsa. This Jarasandha, the personification of fruitive activities, obstructs Muttara, the personification of spiritual knowledge. Text 2-3. By his sweet will, Sri Krishna took all his friends, the personifications of devotees, to Dvaraka, the personified abode of regulative devotional service. One who does not follow the rules and regulations of Varnashrama is called a Yavana. When a Yavana performs illicit activities, he is degraded further into Amlekha. With the support of fruitive activities, this Yavana was inimical to knowledge. King Mukyakanda, the personification of the path of liberation, was kicked by this Yavana, and the wicked Yavana was killed by powerful glands of Mukyakanda. Text 4. While residing in Dvaraka, which is filled with the knowledge of opulences, the Lord married Rukmini, the personification of supreme opulence. Text 5. As soon as Pradyumna, the personification of Cupid, was born from the womb of Rukmini, he was immediately kidnapped by the cripple-minded Sambara, the personification of Maya. Text 6. In ancient times Cupid's body was burned to ashes by the dry renunciate Mahadeva. At that time, Ratitavi, the personification of material enjoyment, took shelter of the demoniac nature. But when regulative devotional service arose, then Cupid was reborn in the form of Krishna's son. He then delivered his wife, Ratitavi, from the clutches of demoniac nature. The purport is that in Yadavarajya, regulated lust and attachment are acceptable. Taking help from the teachings of his wife, the most powerful Cupid killed Sambara, the personification of material enjoyment, and then returned to Dvaraka with his wife. Text 7. After recovering the jewel, the Lord married Satyabhama, who personifies a portion of Radharani's jealous pride. Text 8. Krishna's 8 queens, headed by Rukmini, were reflections of the opulences of the Hladani aspect and were very dear to Krishna. Text 9. The sentiments of the Lord in his sweet feature are unbroken, but the sentiments of the Lord in Dvaraka, the shelter of opulent regulative devotional service, are not like that, because many sons and grandsons expand his family of those sentiments. Text 10. In this book, which explains the gross meanings, it is very difficult to explain the meanings of those sons and grandsons. Some intelligent persons should elaborately describe their meaning in a separate book. Text 11. The demoniac philosophy, in the form of monism, took birth in Kasi, the abode of Siva, wherein a wretched person claimed to be Vasudeva and preached that demoniac philosophy. The Lord, who is the husband of Rama, killed him and burned Kasi, the home of that demoniac philosophy. Text 12. Narakasura is also called Bhama, because he considered the absolute truth to be mundane. The Lord, who sits on Garuda, killed Narakasura, and after delivering the queens, he married them. The conception of the deity as an idol is abominable, because it is foolish to consider the absolute truth to be mundane. There is a great difference between serving the deity of the Lord and worshipping idols. Deity worship is an indicator of the absolute truth, because by this process one attains the absolute truth. Idol worship, however, means to accept a material form or formlessness as the absolute truth, in other words, to accept a material form as the Supreme Lord. The Lord ultimately delivered and accepted those people who were of this opinion. Text 13. The Lord had Jarasandha killed by Bhima, the brother of Dharma. He then rescued many kings from the bondage of karma. Text 14. The Lord accepted unlimited worship in Yudhisthira's sacrifice and severed the head of Sisupala, the personification of envy. Text 15. The Lord protected society by re-establishing the principles of religion, and he removed the burden of the world by arranging the battle of Kurukshetra. Text 16. Narada Muni visited Dvaraka and was struck with the depth of the absolute truth when he saw that Krsna was simultaneously present in each of the queen's houses. It is very wonderful that the Supreme Lord is simultaneously and fully present everywhere within the heart of all living entities and engaged in various pastimes. The quality of omnipresence is insignificant for the Almighty Lord. Text 17. Dantavakra, the personification of uncivilized man, was killed by the Lord. The Lord then arranged the marriage of his sister, Subhadra, with Arjuna, the brother of Yudhisthira. In order to establish a relationship between the Lord and an enjoyed living entity who has not developed the nature of being the Lord's consort, the Hladani aspect of the mood of friendship selects an inconceivable devotee to take the role of Subhadra, who becomes very near to the Lord as his sister. Subhadra is to be enjoyed by a devotee like Arjuna. This relationship, however, is not as exalted as found in Vraja. Text 18. The Lord protected Dvaraka by killing Salva, who possessed mystical powers. The scientific arts are most insignificant before the Lord. King Enriga was suffering the results of his bad karma in the form of a lizard, but he was delivered by the mercy of the Lord. Text 19. If the most relishable item is offered by a non-devotee, the Lord does not accept it. But if an ordinary item is offered with love, the Lord accepts it. This was demonstrated when the Lord ate the rice that Sudama offered. Text 20. The monkey Dvivida, the personification of godlessness, was killed by Baladeva, who possesses ecstatic love for Krsna and who is the reservoir of all living entities. Text 21. In the forest of Vraja, which are created by the Sambit aspect of the marginal potency, Sri Baladeva performed conjugal pastimes with the gopis, the personifications of ecstatic love. Text 22. All these pastimes are situated in the hearts of the devotees, but when the devotees give up their material bodies, the pastimes disappear just as an actor leaves the stage. Text 23. The desire of Krsna, in the form of time, separated the Yadavas, the personifications of affectionate love, from the pastimes of the Lord and flooded the abode of Dvaraka in the waves of the ocean of forgetfulness. The desire of Krsna is always pure and devoid of all inauspiciousness. In order to transfer his devotees to Vaikuntha, the Lord separates them from their material bodies. Text 24. This desire of Krsna, which bestows the topmost happiness, obliged the devotees to give up their old decrepit bodies in Prabhasakastra, the personification of knowledge of the absolute truth. When the body becomes useless, then all the parts and limbs do not cooperate with each other, they quarrel. Especially at the time of death, all the parts and limbs become senseless, but in the hearts of devotees, remembrance is never lost. Text 25. At the time of giving up the body, the mood that is present in the heart of a devotee accompanies the pure soul to his glorious position, and the devotee then eternally resides in the portion of Vaikuntha called Gokula. Thus ends the 6th chapter of Sri Krishna Samhita, entitled Pastimes of Krsna. May Lord Krishna be pleased. Chapter 7. Considerations on Krishna's pastimes. Text 1. It was previously described how Vaikuntha was created by the Sandhini aspect of the spiritual potency of the superior energy. Vaikuntha is divided into 3 divisions: the sweet division, the opulent division, and the impersonal division. The impersonal division is the covering of Vaikuntha, the outer apartment is called the abode of Narayana, and the inner apartment is called Goloka. The impersonalists attain Brahmadhamma, the impersonal division, and become free from lamentations caused by Maya. The devotees who worship the opulent aspect of the Lord attain Narayanadhamma and become fearless. The devotees who worship the sweet aspect of the Lord attain the inner apartment and relish the nectar of Krsna. Freedom from lamentation, fearlessness, and nectar are the three-quarter opulences of the Lord known as Vaikuntha. When the Supreme Lord is endowed with opulence, he is known as Vibhu. This material world is the 1/4 opulence of Krsna. Various pastimes beginning with the Lord's appearance and continuing to his disappearance are eternally manifested in Goloka. The mood of Goloka is reflected in the conditioned living entities' hearts, wherein the pastimes of Krsna are also eternally manifest. Therefore, according to the devotee's qualification, at a particular time Krsna is taking birth in some devotee's heart, he is stealing the gopis' clothes in another devotee's heart, he is performing the rasa dance in someone's heart, he is killing pitana in another's heart, he is killing karnsa in someone else's heart, he is having an affair with kubja in yet another's heart, and he enacts his disappearance in the heart of some devotee who is leaving his body. As the living entities are innumerable, the planets are also. As one pastime takes place on one planet, another pastime takes place on another planet. In this way each pastime continually takes place. Therefore all of the Lord's pastimes are eternal, there is no break, because the Lord's energies are always active. All these pastimes are purely spiritual, without a trace of material contamination. Although for the conditioned living entities in illusion these pastimes appear perverted, in reality they are most confidential and spiritual. Text 2 These pastimes are constitutionally manifest in Goloka, but the conditioned living entities perceive them in a relative way. A pastime appears different because the nature of conditioned souls varies according to time, place, and person. The pastimes of the Lord are never contaminated, but they may appear to be due one's contaminated consideration. It was previously described that the activities of the spiritual world are not clearly seen by conditioned souls. Although something may be realized through samadhi, that also is seen through the perverted material medium of the original spiritual nature. Examples 65 are seen in the PLACE 66, TIME 67, and persons 68 that are mentioned in the pastimes of Braja. All these examples may be understood in two ways. For the Kanistha adhitris these examples are only appreciated through complete faith. There is no other possibility for their advancement. But for the Uttama adhitris these examples are accepted as indications of spiritual variegatedness. When conditioned souls are free from material affinity, then they will perceive the constitutional pastimes of the Lord. Text 3 Conditioned souls naturally perceive the pastimes of the Lord in terms of their affinity for him. This affinity is of two kinds: that which is found in an individual and that which is found in a general mass of people. The affinity found in the hearts of particular devotees is that which is found in an individual. The hearts of Prahlada and Dhruva were sitting places for the pastimes of the Lord as a result of their individual affinity. Text 4 Just as a particular feature of the Lord appears in and purifies the heart of a person according to the awakening of his knowledge, if we similarly envision the whole society as one person and consider its childhood, youth, and old age, then the particular feature of the Lord that manifests becomes a community asset. As the community's knowledge matures, they first take to fruitive activities, then the cultivation of knowledge, and ultimately they take to spiritual activities and become purified. The affinity that is found in a general mass of people first appeared in the hearts of Narada and Vyasa in Dvapara Yuga and has progressively been propagated as pure Vaisnava religion. Text 5-6 This Vaisnava religion in the form of the pastimes of the Lord is divided into three parts according to the development of a society's knowledge. The first part is the pastimes of Dvaraka, where the Lord is opulent, where he is known as Vibhu, and where his is worshipped through regulative principles. The second part is seen around Mathura, where the Lord's opulence is partially manifest with a greater portion of sweetness. But the third part, the pastimes of Braja, is the best of all. Pastimes that contain more sweetness are superior and more intimate by nature. Therefore Krsna is most complete in the pastimes of Braja. Although opulences are part of the Lord's splendor, they cannot become prominent before Krsna, because wherever opulences are more prominent, sweetness is diminished. This is also the case in the material world. Therefore objects of sweetness like cows, gopas, gopis, cowherds' dress, butter, forests, fresh leaves, the Yamuna, and the flute are the only wealth of Braja Gokula, or Vrindavana. What is the need for opulence there? Text 7 Supreme rasas under the shelter of the four relationships Dajya, Sakya, Vatsalya, and Madhurya are eternally existing in the pastimes of Braja as the ingredients of all spiritual activities. Among all these rasas, the pastimes of the Lord with the Gops are the highest. And among these, the Lord's pastimes with Srimati Radharani, who is the crest jewel amongst the gopis, are still higher. Text 8 Those who relish this topmost spiritual rasa are said to have accepted their eternal constitutional activities. Text 9 Fearing to cross the threshold of argument, some Madhyama Adhikaras say, just try to explain these feelings with simple words. There is no need to use Krishna's pastimes as examples. But such type of comments are faulty, for the variegatedness of Vaikuntha cannot be explained with simple words. Just by saying, there is a Lord. Worship him, does not properly explain the living entity's supreme constitutional duties. The act of worship is not possible without a relationship. To be situated in Brahman after giving up Maya cannot be called worship, because in this process only an indirect mood of negation is accepted, there is nothing positive. But by saying, see the form of the Lord, take shelter of the Lord's lotus feet, the quality of variegatedness is somewhat accepted. At this juncture we must consider that if one is not fully satisfied with spiritual variegatedness, one may still address the absolute truth as Lord or Father. Although these relationships appear mundane, there is nonetheless an indescribable purpose behind them. Since one must accept material ingredients, activities, and all the perverted mundane reflections of the relationships of Vaikuntha as examples, swan-like persons must not fear to extract from these the understanding of spiritual activities and ingredients by the propensity of swans. Out of fear that foreign scholars will not understand this and accuse us as idol worshippers, should we submerge the jewel of spiritualism? Those who will criticize are certainly immature in their conclusions. Being on a higher platform, why should we fear their fallacious conclusions? The science of rasa cannot be fully explained by ordinary words, therefore poets such as Vyadsadeva have elaborately described the pastimes of Krsna. Those wonderful pastimes of the Lord are the respected wealth for both Kanistha Adhikaras and Uttama Adhikaras. Text 10 The happiness that Lord Krishna bestows when he is properly served is not obtained when he is worshipped as Yajanesvara through Karma Yoga, as impersonal Brahman through Jnana Yoga, or as Paramatma, the companion of the living entity, through Dhyana Yoga. Therefore serving Krishna is the supreme occupational duty for all living entities whether Kanistha Adhikari or fortunate Uttama Adhikari. Text 11 All Vaisnavas should read this Krishna Samhita and understand the science of Krishna. All the results that one achieves by studying Srimad Bhagavatam will be achieved by studying this book. Thus ends the 7th chapter of Sri Krishna Samhita, entitled Considerations on Krishna's Pastimes. May Lord Krishna be pleased. Chapter 8 Direct and Indirect Considerations on the Moods of Braja. Text 1 In this book the moods of Braja have already been elaborately described. The moods of Mathura and Dvaraka nourish the moods of Braja. Text 2 I will now discuss the moods of Braja for the auspiciousness of the living entities. By remaining attached to the moods of Braja, the living entities achieve eternal life. Text 3 These moods of Braja will now be directly and indirectly considered. Through direct consideration, Sanya, Dajya, Sakya, Vatsalya, and Madhurya are found. Text 4 Some attain the service of the king of Braja, and the devotees such as Sridama and Subala serve the Lord in the mood of friendship. Text 5 Yasoda, Rohini, and Nanda are the examples of parental love, and gopis such as Sri Radhika are present in the Rasamandala in the conjugal mood. Text 6 Pure relationships and their respective moods are found only in Vrindavana. That is why pure living entities have a natural attraction for Vrindavanadhamma. Text 7 All scriptures agree that the conjugal mood of Vrindavana is the topmost, because the Lord nature as the enjoyer and the living entities nature as the enjoyed are purely found therein. Text 8 in Vaikunta, there is no anxiety between Krsna and the living entities, as both are situated in their eternal constitutional positions. Perpetual supreme happiness in the form of love is eternally present there. Text 9 the ultimate goal of Brajarasa is the happiness of enjoyment between Krsna and the living entities. The mood of separation, in the form of Purvaraga, Mana, Premavayasidya, and Prabhsa, is extremely essential in nourishing this happiness. This becomes perfected by contemplation on Madhura and Dvaraka. Therefore the moods of Madhura and Dvaraka nourish the moods of Braja, as previously described. Text 10 according to their qualification, the conditioned living entities first take shelter of regulative devotional service. Later, when attachment awakens, the mood of Braja awakens. When one externally follows the regulative process of devotional service and internally takes shelter of attachment to Krsna, then the relationship between Krsna and the devotee known as Parakya Rasa, or paramour love, is appreciated. Just as a married woman becomes overwhelmed by the beauty of another man and secretly becomes attached to him while externally respecting her own husband, similarly the lovers of Krsna take shelter of Parakya Rasa by internally cultivating attachment while externally following the regulative principles and respecting the Lord and protector of those principles. This science is very important for persons in the conjugal rasa. The Uttama-adhiktaris can never give this up even if they are criticized by the Madhyama-adhiktaris. This book is not meant for the Kanistha-adhiktaris, therefore the regulative principles are not being elaborated herein. One will have to study these regulative principles from books like Hari Bhaktivilasa. The main purport of the regulative principles is that when the conditioned living entities' constitutional duties are almost dormant, or pervertedly reflected as attachment for material objects, then whatever the learned doctors prescribe in order to cure the disease are called regulative principles. While wandering in the material world, a great personality is able to arouse his dormant attachment by certain activities. He bestows his mercy on the living entities by establishing those activities as a form of spiritual practice. The prescriptions given by those great personalities must be followed by the Kanistha adhikaris as though they were scriptural injunctions. The sages who establish these prescriptions are all Uttama-adhiktaris and swan-like personalities. Those persons who cannot awaken attachment by their own efforts have no alternative other than following these prescriptions. In the Srimad Bhagavatam those prescriptions are classified into 9 divisions, beginning with hearing and chanting. Those prescriptions have been further discussed in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu as 64 limbs. The conclusion is that those whose natural attachment is practically dormant are eligible for Vidhamarga, the path of regulative principles, but as soon as attachment is awakened, the path of regulative principles becomes secondary. Those regulative principles that are followed in order to awaken one's attachment while cultivating Krsna consciousness should be followed with gratefulness long after attachment is awakened, so that people can follow that example. In any case, swan-like Mahatmyas reserve the right of either following or giving up the regulative principles. Text 11 in the Upasankanda, or Vedic division on worship, attachment is divided into 3 categories: pure attachment, attachment in the mood of Vaikunta, and attachment based on material examples of spiritual relationships. Pure attachment, or Mahabhava, is the property of Radhika, who is half of Krishna's form. Similar but slightly different to Mahabhava are the 8 pure symptoms of transcendental ecstatic love, personified by the 8 Sakais. Similar to the mood of the Sakais, please see the commentary on July 2, are attachments based on material examples of spiritual relationships, personified by the Mahapyaras. The worshipper should first take shelter of a Manjari who has a nature similar to his own. Later he should take shelter of the Sakhi who is worshipped by that Mahapajari. By the mercy of that Sakhi, one will attain the shelter of the lotus feet of Sri Radhika. The positions of a worshipper, a Mahapajari, a Sakhi, and Srimati Radhika in the circle of the Rasa dance are similar to an asteroid, a planet, the sun, and Dhruvaloka of the material world. Text 12 when the living entities approach Mahabhava by gradual advancement of their loving emotions, then enjoyment with Krsna, which bestows unlimited bliss, is easily attained. Text 13. There are 18 obstacles that pollute one's ecstatic love in the wonderful mood of Braja. Contemplating the names of these obstacles is the indirect consideration of the mood of Braja. Text 14. Persons who are on the path of attachment should avoid the first obstacle, accepting a bogus guru, by discussing Tanda's arrival in Braja in the guise of a nurse. See Appendix A. There are two types of gurus: Aniyaranga, or internal, and Bahiranga, or external. The living entity who is situated in Samadhi is his own Antaranga. Guru 69. One who accepts argument as his guru and who learns the process of worship from such a guru is said to have accepted the shelter of a bogus guru. When argument poses as nourishment for the living entity's constitutional duties, this may be compared with Patanas falsely posing as a nurse. Worshippers on the path of attachment must immerse all arguments in spiritual subjects and take shelter of Samadhi. The external guru is he from whom the science of worship is learned. One who knows the proper path of attachment and who instructs his disciples according to their qualification is a Sadguru, or eternal guru. One who does not know the path of attachment yet instructs others in this path, or who knows that path and instructs his disciples without considering their qualification, is a bogus guru and must be given up. The second obstacle is false arguments. It is difficult for one's ecstatic emotion to be awakened until Trinavarta, in the form of a whirlwind, is killed in Vraja. In the form of Trinavarta, the arguments of philosophers, Buddhists, and logicians are all obstacles to the ecstatic emotion of Braja. Text 15. Those who do not understand the purpose of the regulative principles but simply carry the burden of following them out of formality are unable to develop attachment. When one destroys Sakata, who personifies carrying the burden of the regulative principles, the third obstacle is overcome. Bogus gurus who did not consider their disciples' qualification for the path of attachment and thus instructed many Sakata-like people to accept service in the mood of Mafiaris and Sakais committed offenses in the form of disrespecting confidential subject matters and fell down. Those who worship according to such instructions also gradually fall away from spiritual life, because they do not attain the symptoms of deep attachment for those topics. Yet they may still be delivered by the association of devotees and proper instructions. This is called breaking Sakata. The living entities are sober by nature, but when they are disturbed due to possessing a body made of blood and flesh, it is called baladosa, or juvenile offenses. This is the fourth obstacle, in the form of Vatshura. See Appendix B. Text 16. The most clever Bakasura, who is the personification of cheating religion, is the fifth obstacle for Vaisnavas. This is called Namaparadha, offenses against the holy name of the Lord. Those who do not understand their qualification but accept the instruction of a bogus guru and engage in the process of worship meant for exalted devotees are cheated ass-like people. And those who have understood their ineligibility yet with a goal to accumulate money and prestige still follow the process of worship meant for exalted devotees are called cheaters. Until this cheating in the name of religion is destroyed, one's attachment will not awaken. Such people deceive the entire world by making a show of sectarian formalities and pseudo-renunciation. Text 17. Those who see and respect such proud people's show of external formalities cannot attain love for Krsna and are like thorns in the side of the world. It is to be understood here that one should not disrespect a swan-like person just because he has accepted external formalities that are generally considered detestable. It is the eternal duty of Vaisnavas to develop the symptoms of love by associating with and serving devotees, while remaining indifferent to external formalities. Text 18. Aghasura, the personification of intolerance and cruelty, is the sixth obstacle. Due to a lack of compassion for the living entities, there is a possibility that one's attachment will gradually diminish, because compassion cannot remain separated from attachment. The basis of compassion for the living entities and devotion to Krsna is the same. Text 19. If one intensely absorbs his mind in various arguments, opinions, and their respective literatures, then all realizations attained through samadhi are practically lost. This is called illusion based on the flowery words of the Vedas. Being overwhelmed with this illusion, Brahma doubted the supremacy of Krsna. The Vaisnavas should regard this illusion as the seventh obstacle. Text 20. Subtle discrimination is extremely important for Vaisnavas. Those who invent social distinctions and preach the unbreakable principles of Vaisnavism while breaking them to suit their needs are said to possess gross discrimination. This gross discrimination takes the form of the astanika. The ass cannot eat the sweet palm tree fruits, and he opposes others' attempts to eat them. The purport is that the previous acharyas of the authorized sampradayas have written many spiritual literatures, which people with gross discrimination neither understand nor allow others to see. Ass-like devotees who are simply interested in the regulative principles and under the control of gross discrimination are unable to attain a higher platform. Vaisnava principles are so unlimitedly exalted that those who simply remain entangled in the regulative process without endeavoring to understand the science of attachment are comparable to ordinary fruitive workers. Therefore, until the Astanikasura is killed, one cannot advance in the science of Vaisnavism. Text 21. Many weak-hearted people give up the path of regulative principles and enter the path of attachment. When they are unable to realize the soul's spiritual attachment, they behave like Vrisabhasura Aristajura, the bull, by cultivating perverted material attachment. They will be killed by the prowess of Krsna. The example of this obstacle is regularly found among the selfish Dharmadvahis, the Shobadal devotees. Text 22. Kaliya's malice always pollutes the water of the Yamuna, which is the spiritual liquid of the Vaisnavas. It is everyone's duty to give up this 10th obstacle. See Appendix C. The 11th obstacle of the Vaisnavas is sectarianism, which takes the shape of the forest fire. Due to sectarianism, a person cannot accept anyone outside of his own group as a Vaisnava, and as a result he faces many obstacles in finding a guru and associating with devotees. Therefore, extinguishing the forest fire is most important. Text 23. The impersonalists desire to merge the soul in the impersonal Brahman. In other words, searching for the liberation of complete merging is the defect of stealing the self, because there is no happiness in this state. Neither the living entity nor the Lord gain anything from this. If one believes the impersonalist's philosophy, then he must accept this material world as false. One then denounces Brahman as indifferent and gradually develops doubts about the basis of Brahman. If one deeply discusses this topic, then he is compelled to accept meaningless nescience and non-existence of the living entities. Thus all of mankind's endeavors and considerations become meaningless. Sometimes this philosophy enters amongst Vaisnavas in the form of pralambasura to spread anarthas, in the form of stealing the self. This is the 12th obstacle in the Vaisnava science of love. Text 24. The 13th obstacle for the Vaisnavas is the worship of minor demigods such as Indra, with a desire for fruitive results even after becoming situated in the process of devotional service. Text 25. The 14th obstacle in developing love for Krsna is stealing others' property and speaking lies. These create disturbances in Vraja in the form of Vyomasura. Text 26. The transcendental happiness of the living entities in Vraja is known as Nanda. In order to enhance that happiness, some deluded people drink wine, and as a result they create the great anartha of forgetting themselves. Kidnapping Nanda to the abode of Varuna is the 15th obstacle for the Vaisnavas. People who are absorbed in the mood of Vraja never drink wine. Text 27. The desire for gaining fame and sense gratification through bhakti is called sankasita. This is the 16th obstacle. Those whose actions are motivated by a desire for fame are also proud, therefore Vaisnavas should always be careful of such persons. Text 28. As the Vaisnavas' happiness continually increases in the process of worship, they sometimes lose consciousness. At that time the feeling of merging overcomes them. This feeling of merging with the Lord is the snake that swallowed Nanda Maharaja. A practitioner who remains free from this snake will become a qualified Vaisnava. Text 29. Ksi, a demon in the form of a horse, personifies the practitioner's conception of being more expert than others in devotional service. When he comes to Vraja, he creates a great disturbance. As a Vaisnava gradually begins proclaiming his own superiority, a mentality of disrespect for the Lord arises and the devotee falls from his position. Therefore it is most important to prevent this evil mentality from entering the heart. Even if one is expert in devotional service, a Vaisnava will never give up the quality of humility. If one does so, then there is a need for killing Kesi. This is the 18th obstacle. Text 30. Those who want to happily serve Krishna in the pure mood of Braja should carefully destroy the above-mentioned 18 obstacles. Some of these obstacles should be destroyed by a person's own endeavor and purity, and some should be destroyed by the mercy of Krishna. A living entity is able to personally destroy the obstacles that are found under the shelter of religious duties through samadhi known as savikalpa. The Srimad Bhagavatam explains that these obstacles are actually destroyed by Baladeva. But it is also described that the obstacles that are destroyed by taking shelter of Krishna are actually destroyed by him. Swan-like persons with subtle discrimination should carefully discuss these topics. Text 31. Those who are on the path of Jayardhana should give up the offences found in the realm of Mathura, and those who are on the path of fruitive activities should give the offences found in Dvaraka. But devotees should give up the obstacles that pollute the mood of Braja and be absorbed in love for Krishna. Thus ends the 8th chapter of Sri Krishna Samhita, entitled Direct and Indirect Considerations on the Moods of Braja. May Lord Krishna be pleased. Chapter 9 Achievement of the Lotus Feet of Lord Krishna. Text 1 Sri Vyasadeva has explained the eternal truth while describing the pastimes of Braja. This eternal truth is beyond the realm of material knowledge, see 2.41-43. Text 2. This supreme truth shines in the living entity's pure existence. This pure existence is attainable by conditioned souls through pure absolute samadhi, which vanquishes all impediments. There are two types of samadhi: artificial and absolute. The devotees accept natural samadhi as absolute and fabricated samadhi as artificial, regardless of whatever explanations the Jnanis have. The soul is spiritual, therefore the qualities of self-knowledge and knowledge of other objects are naturally present in him. By the quality of self-knowledge, one can realize oneself. By the quality of knowing other objects, one can realize all other objects. Since such qualities are the constitutional nature of a living entity, where is the doubt that natural samadhi is absolute? A living entity does not require to take shelter of another instrument to understand the supreme object. Therefore this samadhi is faultless. But when one takes shelter of Sankhya samadhi, which entails faulty or unnatural activities, it is known as artificial samadhi. The constitutional activities of the soul are called natural samadhi, for the mind has no jurisdiction in these activities. Natural samadhi is easy and free from misery. If one takes shelter of this samadhi, then the eternal truth is easily realized. Text 3 The pastimes of Braja have been perceived and described through the process of natural samadhi, in the form of self-realization. Although the names, forms, qualities, and activities that are used to describe Brajalila appear almost mundane, that is only because the material world created by Maya is similar to its origin, Vaikunta. Actually the soul's natural samadhi is a function of the spiritual potency. Whatever is perceived through natural samadhi is the ideal example for the material world, not imitation. Text 4 For this reason Krishna's names, qualities, and forms have a similarity to material names, qualities, and forms. Text 5 Self-realization comes through self-illumination. Learned scholars call self-realization samadhi. This is very subtle. If there is a tinge of doubt, it is practically lost. Many truths such as the living entity's faith in his own existence, the living entity's eternal existence, and the living entity's relationship with the absolute truth are realized through natural samadhi. Do I exist or not? Will I exist after death? Do I have any relationship with the absolute truth? If one develops such argumentative doubts on the truth, then his natural samadhi becomes contaminated with prejudices and gradually forgotten. The truth can never be lost, it can only be forgotten. The soul's eternality and the existence of the absolute truth cannot be established by argument, because argument has no entrance into the realm beyond the material world. Self-realization is the only way to establish these truths. The devotees of Krsna always realize their eternal home, Vaikuntha, and their eternal occupation, service to Krsna, through natural samadhi, or self-realization. When a spirit soul practices natural samadhi, he progressively realizes the following subjects: 1. His self, 2. The insignificance of the self, 3. The supreme shelter, 4. The relationship between the shelter and the sheltered, 5. The beauty of the qualities, activities, and form of the shelter, 6. The relationships amongst the sheltered, 7. The abode of the shelter and the sheltered, 8. The absolute time factor, 9. The various moods of the sheltered, 10. The eternal pastimes between the shelter and the sheltered, 11. The energies of the shelter, 12. The advancement and degradation of the sheltered by the energies of the shelter, 13. The misidentification of the degraded sheltered, 14. The cultivation of devotional service for restoration of the degraded sheltered, and 15. The degraded sheltered regaining their constitutional position through devotional service. These 15 along with other inconceivable truths are realized. The more material knowledge is mixed with one's natural samadhi, the less one can realize the truth. The more one is able to advance on the path of natural samadhi by controlling argument, which is like the minister of material knowledge, the more one can open the storehouse and acquire indescribable spiritual truths. The storehouse of Vaikuntha is always full. Lord Sri Krishnachandra, the lovable object of all, constantly invites the living entities through the open door of that storehouse. Text 6. We have destroyed the doubts that hinder samadhi, and we are seeing within the inner circle of Vaikuntha the beautiful form of Sri Krishna, who is the topmost personality of Vrindavana. If our samadhi would have been polluted with material knowledge, and if the propensity for argument, after giving up mundane knowledge, would have intruded in the process of samadhi, then we would not have accepted the quality of variegatedness of the spiritual world, and we would have proceeded only up to impersonal Brahman. But if material knowledge and argument was to some extent subdued and intruded only to some extent into the process of samadhi, then we would have accepted the eternal differentiation between the soul and the super-soul, and nothing more. But since we have totally submerged this wicked propensity of doubting, we have attained complete realization of the beautiful form of the supreme shelter. Text 7. Now we are going to explain the form and beauty of the Lord, which are realized through samadhi. The beautiful form of the Lord, which nourishes all spiritual subjects, is like a human form. Please see 2.17-18. There is no difference between the energy and its effect in the absolute realm. Nevertheless, the Sandhini aspect of the spiritual potency with the help of variegatedness arranges the effect so perfectly that it has created a wonderfully unprecedented scene. There is no comparison to that beauty, either in this world or in the spiritual world. Since there is no predominance of time and space in the absolute truth, the significance or greatness of the Lord's form does not increase his glories. Rather, because his form is beyond the material realm, it is always wonderful and complete. Therefore we are seeing the body of the Lord, which is the source of all beauty, through samadhi. The Lord's form is even more sweet. The more deeply one sees the form of the Lord through the eyes of samadhi, the more one sees an indescribable pleasing blackish form. Perhaps that spiritual form is pervertedly reflected as mundane blue sapphires, which give relief to the mundane eyes, or mundane new clouds, which increase the happiness of the burning mundane eyes. Text 8-9. The Sandhini, Samvit, and Hladini potencies wonderfully merge in the beautiful threefold bending form of the Lord. The Lord's ever-pleasing eyes increase the beauty of his form. Perhaps the lotus flowers of this world are modeled after his eyes. The crown of the Lord's head is wonderfully decorated. Perhaps the peacock feathers of this world are modeled after those decorations. A garland of spiritual flowers increases the beauty of the Lord's neck. Perhaps a forest flower garland of this world is modeled after that transcendental garland. Spiritual knowledge, which is manifested from the Samvit aspect of the spiritual potency, covers the waist of the Lord's form. Perhaps the lightning bolt of a new cloud of this world is modeled after that covering. Spiritual jewels like kaustubha and other ornaments beautifully decorate his form. The instrument by which the Lord sweetly invites or spiritually attracts all is known as the flute. The flute of this world, which creates various ragas, or musical modes, might be modeled after that flute. This inconceivable form of the Lord is seen under the Kadamba tree, which is the form of hares standing on end in ecstasy, on the bank of the Yamuna, which is the form of spiritual liquid. Text 10. Sri Krishna, the son of Nanda and Lord of the spiritual and material worlds, is seen with the above-mentioned spiritual symptoms by the Vaisnavas through samadhi. A swan-like person should not disregard these spiritual features because they have shadow forms in this material world. All these spiritual features combine to further enhance the splendor of the Lord. One will see more subtle features of the Lord by entering deeper into samadhi, and one will see less variety and qualities of the Lord by entering shallower into samadhi. Unfortunate people who are enamored by material knowledge are unable to see the spiritual form of the Lord and the variegatedness of the spiritual world even though they attempt to see Vaikuntha through samadhi. For this reason their spiritual cultivation is limited and their treasure of love is very meager. Text 11. Lord Sri Krishnachandra, who is realized through samadhi, kidnaps the hearts of the gopis and maddens the spiritual and material worlds with the sound of his flute, which is the form of all attraction. Text 12. How can those whose hearts have been polluted by social prestige attain Krishna? The wicked pride of this material world has 6 causes: birth, beauty, qualities, knowledge, opulence, and strength. People who are overwhelmed by these 6 kinds of pride cannot take to the devotional service of the Lord. We are experiencing this every day in our life. Persons who are polluted by the pride of knowledge consider the science of Krishna very insignificant. While considering the goal of life, such people regard the happiness of Brahman to be superior to the happiness of devotional service. Persons who are devoid of pride attain the mood of gopas or gopis to enjoy with Krishna. The gopas and gopis are the authorities in the science of Krishna. The reason for using the word gopi in this verse is that in this book we are discussing the topmost rasa of conjugal love. Persons who are situated in Santa, Dajya, Sakya, and Vatsalya rasas are also in the mood of Vraja, and they realize the transcendental mellows in relationship with Krishna according to their respective moods. We are not going to elaborate on them in this book. Actually, all living entities are eligible for the mood of Vraja. When one's heart is filled with the mood of Madhurya, he attains Vraja in full perfection. Out of the 5 rasas, a person is naturally attracted to the rasa in which he has an eternal constitutional relationship with the Lord, and he should therefore worship the Lord in that particular mood. But in this book we have only described the living entity's topmost mood of conjugal love. Text 13. Those who have attained the mood of the gopis are called perfected beings, and those who imitate them are called practitioners. Therefore the learned, who know the absolute truth, accept 2 types of sadhus: perfected beings and practitioners. Text 14. We are now explaining the gradual process of sadhana for those in the mood of the gopis. When the sound of Krishna's flute enters the ear of a living entity who is wandering throughout the material world, he is attracted by the sweet sound and becomes highly qualified. Text 15. Sense gratification is the materialist's primary anartha. When the sheltered give up the shelter, then they consider themselves the enjoyer of Maya. If the practitioner's propensity for enjoyment is quickly destroyed, then he can again attain the shelter of those persons who are attached to conjugal rasa and consider himself a transcendental woman, to be enjoyed by the Lord. Gradually such persons develop tirvaraga to such a degree that they become almost mad. Text 16. By seeing pictures of Krishna or by repeatedly hearing descriptions of Krishna from persons who have seen him, one's greed for attaining Krishna increases unlimitedly. Text 17. When a living entity through natural knowledge experiences attraction for the Lord, this is known as hearing songs of Krishna. Realizing Krishna after scrutinizingly studying descriptions of his form narrated in the scriptures by persons who have seen Krishna is called hearing the qualities of Krishna. Seeing Krishna's artistry within the world is called seeing Krishna's picture. This material world is the reflected shadow of spiritual variegatedness. Whoever has realized this is said to have seen Krishna's picture. In other words, a person becomes a Vaisnava by 3 processes: seeing the Lord through natural knowledge, realizing the Lord by studying the scriptures, and seeing the Lord through his artistry. Text 18. Pure faith in Krsna, who is the shelter of the moods of Braja, is called Purvaraga or Pragbhava. When this faith awakens, one achieves the association of a devotee resident of Braja. Association of the devotees is the cause for achieving Krsna. Text 19. Such fortunate persons fix a love rendezvous with Krsna and then gradually proceed towards the bank of the spiritual liquid Yamuna, where they meet their beloved. Text 20. By the association of Krsna, they then naturally experience such transcendental happiness that the happiness of Brahman is considered insignificant before it. At that time the happiness of material family life becomes comparable to the water in the hoofprint of a calf before the ocean of love. Text 21. Thereafter, the Lord and Soul of all souls, in his ever-fresh form, unlimitedly increases that ocean of bliss. The Lord, who is the shelter of all rasas, always appears wonderfully ever-fresh. In other words, the sheltered person's thirst for rasa increases and is never quenched. Through samadhi, great devotees have seen in the spiritual world 5 direct rasas, beginning with Santa, and 7 indirect rasas, beginning with heroism and compassion. Since the material world is known as the reflected shadow of the Vaikuntha world, all the imitation rasas of the material world must certainly be present in their pure forms in Vaikuntha. Text 22. Now we will again deeply discuss the previously explained science of Riti, attraction. Attraction is the seed of love and the principal asset for executing devotional service. The self-illuminated perfect attachment of a living entity for the Satsai-dhyana and the Lord is called attraction. The naturally perfect propensity of attachment between spiritual identities is very strong between Krsna and the living entities. This stage is called Sthāyī Bhava, permanent ecstatic moods, which is the goal of the Srimad Bhagavatam, the ornamental literature of the Paramahamsas. Text 23. This attraction is the subtle origin of rasa. Just as one is the origin in the process of counting numbers yet it remains present in subsequent numbers, similarly in the mature stages of pridam such as prema, sneha, mana, and raga attraction remains present as the origin. Attraction is seen as the root in all the activities of priti, while bhava and various ingredients are seen as branches and sub-branches. Therefore attraction continually increases under the shelter of rasa. There are 12 direct and indirect rasas. Text 24. Santa, Dajya, Sakya, Vaitsalya, and Madhurya are the 5 direct rasas. Besides the 5 direct mellows, there are 7 indirect mellows, known as Hajya, laughter, Adbhuta, wonder, Vira, chivalry, Karuna, compassion, Raudra, anger, Vibhatsa, disaster, and Bhaya, fear. These 7 indirect rasas arise from the 5 direct rasas. Until attraction mixes with a particular relationship, it remains in a neutral state and cannot act. But when attraction joins with a particular relationship, it begins to manifest. The emotions that are produced by this manifestation are the indirect rasas. Text 25. When rati, attraction, takes the shape of rasa, it becomes more luminous by mixing with 4 other ingredients. Although attraction is present under the shelter of rasa, it cannot manifest without the ingredients. These ingredients are of 4 types: vibhava, special ecstasy; anubhava, subordinate ecstasy; stivika, natural ecstasy; and vyabhikari, transitory ecstasy. Vibhava is divided into the 2 categories glambana, the support, and udapana, stimulation. Alambana may be further divided into 2: Krsna and his devotees. The qualities and characteristics of Krsna and his devotees are called udapana. Anubhava is divided into 3: alankara, ornaments of emotional love; udbhaitvara, external manifestations of emotional love; and vasika, verbal manifestations of emotional love. The 20 types of illustrious, such as bhava, ecstasy, and hava, gestures, are categorized into 3: aragaja, in relation to the body; ayatnaja, in relation to the self; and svabhavaha, in relation to nature. Physical activities like jarimba, yawning, nritya, dancing, and ayunthana, plundering, are known as udbhasvaras, External manifestations of emotional love. There are 12 vasika anubhavas, such as dlapa and vilapa. There are 8 satvika vikaras, such as stamha, being stunned, and svita, perspiring. And there are 33 vyabhikar bhavas, such as nirvita, indifference. Attraction requires the constant support of rasa and these ingredients to nourish one's relationship up to Mahabhava. Text 26. This attraction for Krishna is also known as state bhava and bhakti rasa. Due to the conditioned soul's relationship with the material world, their attraction takes the shape of devotional service. In the liberated souls in Vaikuntha, attraction is eternally present in the form of priti, or love. Text 27. The gradual stages of the development of attraction up to Mahabhava, the manifestation of attraction under the shelter of direct and indirect rasa, and the unlimited ocean of sweetness created by the wonderful mixture of attraction with the above-mentioned ingredients are the eternal wealth of liberated souls and the goal for conditioned souls. You may ask, what is the need for practicing devotional service if this spiritual blissful rasa is eternal? The answer is that the attraction of the living entities has become perverted and mundane. Therefore one has to awaken pure attraction in one's heart by practicing devotional service. Text 28. Learned personalities like Vyasadeva and we ourselves have seen through samadhi that the science of attraction is most relishable for the pure living entities. The qualities of the origin are somewhat reflected in its shadow. That is why the loving affairs of this material world are the most pleasing form of material enjoyment. But the attraction between male and female of this world is very insignificant and abominable when compared to spiritual attraction. As stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 10.3339, anyone who faithfully hears or describes the Lord's playful affairs with the young Gops of Vindavana will attain the Lord's pure devotional service. Thus he will quickly become sober and conquer lust, the disease of the heart. Text 29. We have thus described activities up to the rasa dance and moods up to Mahabhava enjoyed between the Supreme Lord Krishna and the eternally liberated living entities. Text 30. Due to associating with matter, this is the limit that our words can describe. Whatever is beyond this can be known only through samadhi. Thus ends the 9th chapter of Sti Krishna Samhita, entitled Achievement of the Lotus Feet of Lord Krishna. May Lord Krishna be pleased. Chapter 10. Characteristics of Lord Krishna's associates. Text 1. We are now describing the characteristics of Krishna's devotees who are in the mood of Vraja. The characteristics of those who have awakened raga, or faith in the form of purvaraga, is always pure and faultless. At this juncture we need to consider the science of raga, or attachment. The thread of bondage between the heart and its repository is called priti. The portion of the thread of bondage that binds the repository is called the sense of pleasure. The portion of the thread of bondage that binds the heart is called raga. The symptoms of a living entity's pure spiritual attachment and a living entity's impure mental attachment are similar in terms of the relationship between the heart and its repository. When attachment first begins to manifest, it is known as faith. The characteristics of both persons with faith and persons with attachment are pure. Text 2. One may ask, what is the reason for this? The answer is as follows: the science of the living entity's attachment is one. Attachment is present whether the repository is the Lord or something mundane, the only difference is its repository. When attachment is turned towards Vaikuntha, then no attachment for the material world remains, one accepts only what is required for maintenance. Even the objects that are thus accepted become transcendental. Therefore all attachments become spiritualized. As soon as there is a lack of raga, asakti certainly diminishes. Due to accepting material objects with an impure motive, one naturally develops faithlessness. Therefore it is almost impossible for devotees to act sinfully. And if they do act impurely at any time, there is no need for atonement. The main purport is that sin is committed through activities or desires. Sinful activities are called sin, and sinful desires are called seeds of sin. Sinful activities are not sinful by constitution, because according to one's desire they are sometimes sinful and sometimes not. If we try to search out the root cause of sinful desire, or the seed of sin, then we can ascertain that identifying one's body as oneself is the root cause of the pure living entity's sinful desires. From this misidentification of one's body as one's self, both sin and piety arise. Therefore both sin and piety are relative, not constitutional. The activities or desires that relatively help a soul attain his constitutional position are called piety. The opposite are called sin. Since devotional service to Krishna is one's constitutional position, when one cultivates this service, then nescience, which is the root cause of relative situations in the form of sin and piety, is gradually fried and abolished. Although the desire to engage in sinful activity may suddenly manifest like a fried kaifish, it is quickly subdued by the process of devotional service. The endeavor for atonement at this point is useless. There are three types of atonement: atonement through karma, atonement through jnana, and atonement through bhakti. Remembering Krishna is the atonement through bhakti. Therefore devotional service is atonement through bhakti. There is no need for devotees to separately endeavor for atonement. Atonement in Jnana is through repentance. By atonement through Jnana one's sins and seeds of sin, or desires, are destroyed, but nescience is not destroyed without bhakti. By atonement through karma, such as kandriyana, a kind of expiatory penance, one's sins are checked, but the seeds of sinful desires and nescience, the root cause of sins and the desire to sin, remains. One must understand the science of atonement with careful consideration. The practice of repentance is observed in some foreign devotional processes based on paternal rasa, and since this paternal rasa is mixed with jnana and opulence, it is reasonable. In the unmotivated devotional service of the sweet Lord, however, there are no opposing rasas like fear, repentance, or liberation. Realization of one's constitutional position and elimination of all previous sins, in the form of both fructified and unfructified sins, are both irrelevant fruits of bhakti and therefore easily attained by the devotees. As for the Jnanas, they destroy their unfructified sins by the indirect process of repentance and they enjoy the results of their fructified sins in their current life. As for the karmas, their sins will be destroyed by enjoying the fruits, in the form of punishment. Therefore in the science of atonement it is extremely important to consider the qualification of the performer. Text 3: From animal life to human life and from regulative principles to attachment there are many levels of qualification. Performance of duties a person has according to his qualification is called piety, and deviation from those duties is called impiety. If we consider all activities according to this principle, then what is the need for separately calculating one's piety and impiety? According to qualification, one person's piety may be another's impiety. When jackals and dogs steal and goats have illicit sex, can it be considered sinful? Such activities are certainly counted as sins for human beings. Those who are very attached to material objects should associate with women through marriage, as this is piety for such persons. But for one whose attachment for material objects has been totally directed towards the Supreme Lord, loving affairs through marriage are forbidden, because by great fortune he has attained love for Krishna. To divert that love for the Lord to material objects is certainly an act of degradation. On the other hand, people who are like animals may need to associate with more than one woman through marriage to become pious. From the beginning of the process of worshipping the Lord up to the attainment of the mood of Braja there are different modes, such as ignorance, passion, goodness, and transcendence. According to the practitioner's nature, advancement of knowledge, and absorption in the spirit of Vaikuntha, innumerable qualifications are seen. According to those qualifications, different forms of karma and jnana are seen. We do not want to increase the volume of this book by mentioning examples, because a thoughtful person can understand this himself. All dualities like sin and virtue, religion and irreligion, proper and improper actions, heaven and hell, knowledge and ignorance are all objects of dispute for persons who have perverted attachment. Actually they are neither pious nor impious. We only explain them as pious or impious due to relative consideration. If we independently consider, then we can understand that the pervertedness of the soul's attachment is impiety, and remaining in the constitutional position of the soul's attachment is called piety. Swan-like persons accept those activities that nourish piety to be pious, and those activities which nourish impiety to be impious. They do not take shelter of dry speculation or agree with biased arguments. Text 4. Nourishing love is the living entity's goal of life. Knowing this, the devotees of Krsna do not like or hate external formalities and sectarian conflicts. They remain indifferent to all forms of insignificant bigotry. Text 5. The learned devotees of Hari know perfectly well that activities that are pleasing to Lord Krishna are called karma, and activities that attract one's mind to Krishna are called knowledge. Keeping this in mind, they engage only in the activities and cultivation of knowledge that nourishes their spiritual lives. They understand that all other activities and knowledge are useless. Text 6. They are naturally humble, fixed in knowledge, and always busy for the welfare of others. Their intelligence is so fixed that even if they suffer various severe pains in their present or future lives, they never deviate from spiritual life. Text 7-8. Whether their mind and body naturally change by the awakening of attachment, or whether they cultivate knowledge to realize the science of attachment, the devotees of Krsna who are in the mood of Braja come to a natural conclusion. The conclusion is that the soul is by nature pure and devoid of material qualities. What we call the mind has no existence of its own, for it is only a perversion of the soul's contact with matter for increasing the knowledge of the conditioned soul. The soul's original propensities are displayed in the relative world by the propensities of the mind. In the realm of Vaikuntha, a soul acts according to his constitutional propensities. There is no existence of this mind. When a soul comes in contact with matter, his pure knowledge becomes almost dormant, and he accepts perverted knowledge as real. This knowledge is grasped by the interaction of the mind with matter. This is called material knowledge. Our present body is material and related with the soul only as long as the soul is conditioned. Only the Supreme Lord knows the relationship between a pure soul and his gross and subtle bodies. Human beings are unable to know this. In the course of devotional service, a devotee must accept whatever is required to keep body and soul together for as long as Lord Krishna desires. The living entity is spiritual by nature. He is an eternal servant of the Lord, so his only constitutional duty is to love the Lord. At the time of giving up the body, one attains, by the will of the Lord, a destination according to the state of one's heart. Therefore, a person who desires auspiciousness must accept the process of devotional service. When the Lord's mercy is bestowed on a devotee who is following the process of devotional service, then the devotee's connection with the material world is easily destroyed. This is never possible by one's own endeavor, either by giving up the body, by renouncing activities, or by opposing the Lord. This supreme truth was obtained through samadhi. Human life is based on karma and jnana, but when one takes shelter of bhakti, then one's devotion for Krishna awakens. Text 9. Persons who have realized this truth and are absorbed in the mood of Braja worship Krishna, who is eternally full of knowledge and bliss, through samadhi. Text 10. When a living entity's love for Krishna increases, then the waves of that love spread throughout his subtle mental body and create various mixed emotions. At that time there is an awakening of thinking, remembering, meditating, concentrating, and considering how to purify oneself, all of which help one worship through the mind. One should not abandon the process of worshipping through the mind because of mixed emotions, for these mixed emotions naturally remain until the destruction of the subtle body. The mental activities that accumulate through contact with matter demonstrate the concept of mundane idolatry, but the emotions that manifest and gradually spread throughout the mind and body in the soul's endeavor for samadhi are all spiritually reflected truths. Text 11. Thus, for the conditioned souls, loving exchanges take the form of mental activities. These mental activities, which are reflections of spiritual exchanges, swell and further spread throughout the body. They appear on the tip of the tongue and glorify the spiritually reflected names and qualities of the Lord. They appear at the ears and hear the names and qualities of the Lord. They appear in the eyes and see the spiritually reflected Sat-Ci-Id-Nanda deity form of the Lord in this material world. The Suddha-Sattvika Bhavas, bodily transformations, swell in the body and manifest in the form of hairs standing on end, crying, perspiring, shivering, dancing, offering obeisances, falling to the ground, embracing with love, and traveling to the holy places. The soul's inherent emotions could continue to remain active with the soul, but in the material world the mercy of the Lord is the principal force for awakening spiritual emotions and situating one in his constitutional position. With a desire to convert material attachment into spiritual attachment, all the spiritual emotions are mixed with material emotions for giving up paragati and practicing pratyagati. When a soul sits in the chariot of the mind and chases the sense objects through the gates of the senses, this is called paragati. When this current again flows towards the soul's own abode, it is called pratyagati. The pratyagdharma of being greedy to eat palatable foods is to eat mahaprasada. The pratyagdharma of the eyes is to see holy places and the beautiful form of the Lord. The pratyagdharma of the ears is to hear the pastimes of Hari and devotional songs. The pratyagdharma of the nose has been exemplified by the four kumaras when they smelled the tulasi and sandalwood that was offered to the feet of the Lord. The pratyagdharma of associating with the opposite sex through marriage for the prosperity of a Vaisnava family was exemplified by Manu, Janaka, Jayadeva, and Pipaji. The pratyagdharma of festivals is seen in the festivals celebrating the pastimes of Lord Hari. These human characteristics filled with emotions of pratyagdharma are seen in the lives of pure swan-like personalities. Text 12. Does this mean that swan-like persons engage only in spiritual activities and neglect material activities? No. Swan-like persons worship Krsna in the mood of one who is enjoyed, and they valiantly take care of the external body. Eating, enjoying, exercise, industrial enterprises, walking in the open air, sleeping, riding in vehicles, protecting the body, protecting the society, and traveling are all seen in the lives of swan-like persons. Text 13. The swan-like Vaisnavas valiantly remain and work among men. They are the shelter of women and are respected by them. They take part in social activities and get much experience. They teach their children Arthastra and thus become known as headmasters. Text 14. Books on physical and mental science, books on industry, books on the science of language, books on grammar, and books on ornamental language are all known as Arthasastra. Some kind of physical, mental, familial, and social benefits are obtained from these literatures. The name of these benefits is Artha. The advantage of these literatures is that by studying books on medicine, one can get the benefit of a cure. By studying books on music, one can get the benefit of happiness to the mind and ears. By material scientific knowledge, various wonderful machines are created. By books on astrology, one can get the benefit of ascertaining subjects like proper and improper times. Those who study such arthastras are known as Arthavit scholars. The Samritisstras establish Varnsramadharma and are also known as Arthastra. The Smarta scholars are also known as Arthavit scholars, because the main purpose of their occupational duties is to protect society. The spiritual scholars, however, practice spiritual life with these arthas. Swan-like Vaisnavas are never averse to discussing these scriptures. They abstract the supreme goal of spiritual life from these arthastras and become worshipable among Arthavit scholars. The Arthavit scholars are happy to assist them in ascertaining the absolute truth. The swan-like Vaisnavas are present in the battlefield as negotiators. They do not hate or reject various sinful persons. Swan-like Vaisnavas are always engaged in purifying the hearts of sinful persons by confidential instructions, public lectures, friendly advice, chastising, setting example, and sometimes punishing sinners. Text 15. Although the characteristics of swan-like Vaisnavas are wonderful, sometimes they do not manifest the above-mentioned activities due to being overwhelmed with increased feelings of love. The swan-like Vaisnavas, who are very dear to all, sometimes live in secluded places and engage in the most confidential internal worship of the Lord. Text 16. While describing the glories of Braja, the author's intense greed for love of God has awakened and he therefore says, When will I be so fortunate that I will worship the Satsiddhananda Supreme Lord in the association of swan-like Vaisnavas in the forest of Vrindavana on the banks of the Yamuna? Text 17. Let my eternal occupation be to take shelter of the lotus feet of the swan-like Vaisnavas. They are captains of the boat to cross the material ocean, and only by their mercy do karmas and jaifianis become swan-like Vaisnavas. Text 18. There are three types of Vaisnavas: Kanistha-adhikaris, whose faith is very soft, Madhyama-adhikaris, and Uttama-adhikaris. Those who consider karmakanda and its results as permanent and are averse to the absolute truth are called mundane fruitive workers. Those who want to establish the liberation of merging in the impersonal Brahman are extremely dry and devoid of rasa. They are burnt by knowledge due to not understanding eternal variegatedness. The Vaisnavas are those who have accepted the eternal spiritual variegatedness of the living entity's supreme destination. They are convinced that the living entity's eternal position is to worship the Lord, who is merciful, full of sweetness and opulence, the abode of happiness, and always different from the living entities. The fruitive workers and mental speculators can become Vaisnavas and live as pure human beings by the influence of good association and good fortunate. The contamination that is found in the lives of Kanistha-adhikar and Madhyama-adhikari Vaisnavas is found in abundance among fruitive workers and mental speculators. Even if the fruitive workers and mental speculators become Vaisnavas, the remnants of their material conceptions and arguments remain as bad habits. Those bad habits are the contaminations that are found in the lives of Kanistha-adhikaris and Madhyama-adhikaris. Anyway, these contaminations are certainly the result of nescience and prejudice. Among the three types of Vaisnavas, the Uttama-adhikari Vaisnavas have no prejudices or material conceptions. They may have a lack of knowledge in various material subject matters, but the swan-like Vaisnavas vigorously destroy all sorts of prejudices. The Madhyama-adhikari Vaisnavas do not wish to be ass-like Vaisnavas, but the swan-like tendency is not fully present in them. They have some doubts in their hearts due to previous prejudice. Although such persons accept spiritual variegatedness and natural samadhi, they cannot properly realize the science of Vaikunta because of their argumentative nature. Although the Kanistha-adhikaris are known as Vaisnavas, they are totally under the control of prejudice. They associate with fruitive work under the jurisdiction of regulative principles. Although they are not proper candidates for studying this book, if they discuss it with the assistance of Uttama-adhikaris, they will also become Uttama-adhikaris. Therefore all three types of Vaisnavas should study this book in order to increase their love for Krishna and achieve transcendental happiness. Text 19. We have discussed the absolute truth in this book, so please excuse any grammar or language defects. Swan-like persons should not waste any time in this way. Those who criticize such external defects while studying this book will obstruct its main purpose, accepting the essence of the absolute truth, and are not eligible to study this book. Arguments born of childish education are despicable in serious subject matters. Text 20. This book, which is dear to the devotees, was compiled by Kedaranatha, who belongs to the Bharadvahakayastha community of the Datta family and who is a resident of Hadakola, Calcutta. This book was written in the year 1879 while staying in the town of Bhadraka, Orissa, for official purposes. Thus ends the 10th chapter of Sri Krishna Samhita, entitled Characteristics of Lord Krishna's Associates. May Lord Krishna be pleased. Hari Hari Bal. Conclusion. The main purport and necessity for writing the Sri Krishna Samhita have already been described in the introduction. We have covered all relevant topics in the verses of this Samhita, but we have not used the method that modern scholars use in considering those topics. Therefore I fear that many people will reject Sri Krishna Samhita as an old-fashioned book. I am in a dilemma. If I would have used the modern process when I composed the verses, then the ancient scholars would have certainly disregarded the book. For this reason, I have composed the main book according to the ancient method, and I have written the introduction and conclusion according to the modern. In this way I have tried to satisfy both classes of people. Therefore I have been compelled to accept the fault of repetition. In this conclusion I will briefly consider all topics. The swan-like vice Navadharma is the soul's eternal constitutional duty. It is not created by any person or sect. In the course of time we are gradually realizing the purity of these duties. Where is the doubt? The progression of clarity depends on the person, not the subject. The sun is always equal to everyone, but due to the perception of the observer it appears hotter at midday. Similarly, pure constitutional duties are progressively understood as superior by progressively advanced people, though in truth constitutional duties remain the same at all times. Now I will begin to discuss the science of these constitutional duties. The inaugurator of the swan-like Vaisnava faith, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, has said, since people are all conditioned, we are compelled to consider their eternal duties in three different categories: Sambandha, the soul's relationship with the Lord; Abhidhaya, the regulated activities for reviving that relationship; and Prayahana, the ultimate goal of life. According to the Lord's instructions, we will now separately discuss these three subjects. First we will discuss Sambandha. One who is thoughtful should first examine oneself. From the existence of one's own self, the existence of other objects is ascertained. A thoughtful person may say, if I do not exist, then nothing else exists, because without me, how is it possible to realize other things? By the tendency to believe in one's self, a thoughtful person establishes his own existence and then observes the insignificance and dependence of the soul. As soon as one sees one's own self, one immediately observes the support of the super soul. Feeling the existence of the Atma and Paramatma should be the first step in belief of oneself. When a thoughtful person looks at the material world, he can easily see three things: the Atma, the Paramatma, and the material world. Those who cannot realize the soul consider themselves dull matter. In their estimation, matter is eternal. They also come to the conclusion that all material elements produce consciousness through the process of evolution, and when they are separated from their natural status, then consciousness reverts to unconscious matter. Thoughtful persons conclude like this because they are more under the control of material propensities than spiritual propensities, and as such they are more inclined towards matter than knowledge. That is why their hope, faith, enthusiasm, consideration, and love are all material. It is unfortunate that the dealings of persons who are in samadhi cause pain to the hearts of such people. There is no possibility of reconciliation between their opinion and ours, because we are not ready to accept the method they follow to ascertain the absolute truth. They are under the grip of argument, and arguments are never able to establish the existence of the self. What is the use of putting a telescope to the ears? Can one see pictures through a microphone? How, then, can one see Vaikuntha through the instrument of argument? All subjects of this material world are under the jurisdiction of argument, but the soul cannot be seen by any method other than self-realization. If argument accepts the proper path, then one can quickly understand its incompetence in matters related with the soul. The soul is pure knowledge, and therefore it is self-illuminating and the illuminator of matter. But the propensity for argument born of matter can never illuminate the soul. Therefore, not being obliged to accept the materialistic conclusions of those who argue, we will consider and perceive the soul and supersoul through the process of self-realization and with the temporary instrument of argument, which is situated between matter and spirit, we will enumerate the truths of this material world. We need to separately discuss the Atma, Paramatma, and material world. Sri Ramanujacharya has elaborately explained these three subjects as spiritual, material, and the Lord. In the discussion on Sambandha, we should consider and ascertain the relationship between these three. Acharya Kapila, the propounder of Sankhya philosophy, has enumerated 24 elements within the material world. If we want to discuss the material world, we have to take Kapila's 24 elements into account. Modern scholars who are expert in material sciences are painstakingly discovering the original elements' names, qualities, and characteristics through newly invented machines. In this way they increase people's material knowledge. Their discoveries are especially respected because they are helpful in the progress of spiritual life. Yet even though we respect their discoveries, that does not mean we have to disrespect Kapila's Sankhya philosophy. There may be 60, 65, or 70 original elements, but this does not disturb the Sankhya system of counting the gross elements like earth, water, and fire. Therefore Kapila's discussions about the material world consisting of the material elements, their qualities, the senses, the mind, the intelligence, and the false ego are not useless. Rather, the divisions of Sankhya appear more scientific. In the Bhagavad Gita, 7.4, which is a compilation of Vedanta, the following elements are enumerated: earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego. Altogether these 8 constitute my separated material energies. In this context, the qualities of the elements are included in the elements, and all the senses are merged into the subtle material elements, consisting of the mind, intelligence, and false ego. Therefore, as far as counting the material elements is concerned, Sankhya and Vedanta are the same. At this point it should be considered whether the mind, intelligence, and false ego are material elements or characteristics of the soul. In this regard, a few scholars from Europe have concluded that the mind, intelligence, and false ego are composed of material elements and the soul is beyond them. Modern scholars often accept the mind and soul to be one. I have discussed with many English scholars and found that they consider the soul to be different from the mind, but due to language shortcomings, they often use the word mind when referring the soul. In the Bhagavad Gita, 7.5, it is stated, "Besides these, O mighty armed Arjuna, there is another, superior energy of mine, which comprises the living entities who are exploiting the resources of this material, inferior nature." By studying this verse it is clearly understood that the living entities are different from the previously mentioned material elements mind, intelligence, and false ego. This is certainly a swan-like conclusion. In this visible world of varieties, 2 subjects are found: spirit and matter, or the living entity and the material elements. The Vaisnavas accept these 2 subjects as the effects of the inconceivable potency of the Supreme Lord. Now let us standardize the definitions of the material elements and the living entities. The living entities are conscious and can act independently. Matter is dull and under the control of consciousness. If we consider the existence of a human being in his present conditioned state, then we will undoubtedly consider his consciousness and the material elements, because by the Lord's sweet will the conditioned souls are seen to be riding on a machine of the material elements. The material body made of 7 constituent fluids 70, the senses, as well as the mind, intelligence, and false ego, which are the sources of material knowledge, the place, the time factor, and consciousness are all seen in the existence of a human being. The body is completely material, because it is made of material elements and their characteristics. The material elements are not able to realize spirit, but we can perceive some evidence of spiritual existence in wonderful instruments like the eyes, ears, and nervous system in the body of a human being. The instruments by which material knowledge enters the material body are called senses. After entering the material body, material knowledge mixes with an internal instrument that interprets the material elements. This instrument is called the mind. The mind realizes material knowledge through the medium of the heart and accumulates knowledge through the medium of remembrance. The shape of material knowledge changes through the medium of imagination. Material objects are considered with the support of 2 mediums: developed and undeveloped intelligence. Apart from this, in the existence of a human being an indication of spirit, Siddhabhaitsa, is found in the form of ego, which pervades the intelligence, mind, and body. From these symptoms a strong feeling of I and mine has become accepted as part of the human being's existence. This is known as false ego. It is to be understood that knowledge of subjects up to false ego is called material knowledge. Yet false ego, intelligence, mind, and the prowess of the senses are not totally material. In other words, they do not consist entirely of material elements, but their existence is rooted in material elements. In other words, unless they are related with the material elements their existence is incomplete. They are under the shelter of spirit to some extent, because the act of revelation is their very life and material knowledge is the result. From where does this consciousness originate? The soul is pure and the basis of consciousness. It is not easy for a soul to come under the subordination of matter. By the will of the Supreme Lord, urgently for some reason a pure spirit soul has contacted matter. Although in our conditioned state it is very difficult to investigate the cause, if we consider the lack of happiness in our conditioned state, we can certainly realize that our present condition is a degradation from our original consciousness. Although modern scholars think the living entities have been created in this condition and by fruitive activities they gradually advance, according to the process of self-realization, this cannot be accepted as a fact. There is no further argument in this connection, because argument is a product of material elements and has no entrance in the science of self-realization or the pastimes of the Supreme Lord. It is our duty to establish that an indication of spirit, in the form of false ego, intelligence, mind, and senses, has been manifested due to the pure soul's contact with matter. This indication of spirit will no longer exist when the soul is liberated. Therefore, three items are found in the existence of a human being: the soul, the instrument that indicates the presence of the soul and connects it with matter, and the material body. According to Vedanta, the soul is called five, or living entity, the instrument that indicates the presence of the soul is called the subtle body, and the material body is called the gross body. After death the gross body is left behind, but the subtle body continues to exist by taking shelter of fruitive activities and their results until one is liberated. The instrument for indicating the presence of spirit remains as long as the soul is conditioned, but it has no actual connection with the pure spirit soul. The pure spirit soul is full of spiritual bliss. The pure spirit soul is aloof from material existence, beginning from false ego down to the gross body. If one wants to realize the existence of the pure spirit soul, one must give up material thoughts, but in the presence of false ego, all thoughts are material. Thoughts cannot leave the association of matter, because they are born from an indication of spirit. Therefore only one who checks the activities of the mind and cultivates self-realization through samadhi can realize the soul without doubt. But those who have surrendered their independence to the false ego are not brave enough to cross the border of argument and are therefore totally unable to realize the existence of the soul. Those who argue on the basis of Vaisika philosophy can never realize the existence of the pure soul. That is why they accept the mind as eternal. In the 7th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, 7.1920, the 12 symptoms of a pure spirit soul are described by Prahlada Maharaja as follows: the soul is nitya, or eternal, for it is not temporary like the gross and subtle bodies. Avyaya means the soul is not destroyed when the gross and subtle bodies are destroyed. Sutta refers to that which is free from material contamination. Eka means that the soul is devoid of dualities such as qualities and the possessor of qualities, religious principles and the follower of religious principles, or limbs and the possessor of limbs. Kstrajita means the seer. Asraya means the soul is not under the shelter of gross and subtle objects, rather gross and subtle objects are under the shelter of the soul. Avikraya means the soul is unaffected by the transformations of the material body. The 6 bodily transformations are birth, growth, maintenance, byproducts, dwindling, and death. Svadhyarka refers to one who perceives himself, though not as an object of material vision. Hichu means that even though the soul is not material, it is the root cause of the existence, nature, and activities of the material body. Vyapaka means the soul is not localized, it does not belong to a particular material place. Asanaji means that although the soul is situated within the material world, it does not associate with material qualities. And Virta means the soul is not covered by matter. Learned people should distinguish the soul by these 12 spiritual symptoms and give up illusion in the form of I and mine. There is much argument over whether a pure living entity has any existence in time and space. But argument is useless in considering the absolute truth and is therefore condemned. Arguments can only reveal indications of spirit, they can never fully reveal spiritual subjects. The spirit soul is transcendental, or beyond everything material. The word material in this case does not refer only to the material elements, but it refers to the characteristics of the elements, the indication of spirit, and the activities of the senses, mind, intelligence, and false ego. Since the indication of spirit is under the jurisdiction of matter, many material situations are mistaken for spiritual activities. Although time and space are found among the material elements, they nevertheless have their pure spiritual existence. If one carefully studies the first and second chapters of Sri Krishna Samhita, one will understand that although spiritual and material sciences appear contradictory, they are not. All spiritual existence is pure and faultless. But when this spiritual existence manifests in the material world, it becomes full of inebrieties. Therefore pure time and space will be seen in the pure state of the living entity, and contaminated time and space will be seen in the contaminated material world. This is the only scientific consideration of time and space. In his pure state, a living entity is a pure spiritual being, but in the conditioned state there are three types of existence: pure existence, or spiritual existence, an indication of spiritual existence, or subtle existence, and material existence, or gross existence. The natural law is that gross elements cover subtle elements. Because the indication of spiritual existence is more gross, it has covered the soul's pure spiritual existence. And because material existence is the most gross, it has covered both the pure spiritual existence and the indication of spiritual existence. Still, all three of these existences do manifest, because even when they are covered, they are not lost. The soul's pure spiritual existence is properly situated in pure time and space. Therefore it should be understood that an individual soul is properly situated in pure time and space. Since the soul has a proper abode, we can accept that he has a fixed place. Since the soul has a fixed place, we can also accept that the soul has a pure body and form. We then have to accept that this form has spiritual qualities such as beauty, willpower, feelings, and actions. This form cannot be seen through the indication of spirit, because it is beyond matter. As all the limbs of a gross body act in harmony and thus exhibit the beauty of that form, all the required instruments are similarly present in the spiritual body, which is the ideal model of the gross body. The difference between gross and spiritual bodies is that the spirit soul is the proprietor of the gross body. Therefore the body and its owner are different. But in the spiritual body there is no difference between the body and its owner. Every object has two means of identification, by form and by activity. Consciousness, or knowledge, is the identification of a liberated soul. The living entity is the personification of knowledge, that is, his body is composed of pure knowledge. Blissfulness is the identification of his activities. Therefore the existence of the liberated soul is complete spiritual happiness. The ego, heart, mind, and senses are non-different from consciousness in the living entity's pure state. But in the conditioned state a living entity is seen as an indication of spirit, and material happiness and distress, which are reflections of spiritual bliss, are the identification of his activities. The omniscient supersoul is eternal, full of knowledge and bliss. Another name of the omniscient supersoul is Bhagavan. The material world and the living entities are products of his superior energy. When we speak of a living entity, we refer to an atomic spiritual spark. Similarly, when we speak about the Lord, we refer to an extraordinary spiritual personality. This personality is seen by pure living entities as full of all good qualities, most beautiful, and enchanting. Endowed with indescribably sweet qualities, beautiful Sri Krishnakandra manifests eternal bliss and increases the beauty of Vaikuntha. Pure living entities are eternally absorbed in his beauty, and conditioned living entities are searching for his beauty in the pastimes of Vraja. It has been explained in Srila Rapa Goswami's Bhaktirasamrita Sindhu that the living entities possess 50 qualities in minute quantity. In Lord Narayana these 50 qualities are present in full, along with 10 other qualities. His form, endowed with spiritual happiness, Sri Krishnakandra, possesses 64 qualities. Therefore devotees accept Lord Krishna as the topmost embodiment of the manifestation of the Supreme Lord's energies. Consideration on Sambandha means to ascertain the relationship between these three subjects. This has already been described in the following verses from the Bhagavad Gita, 7.4-7. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego. Altogether these 8 constitute my separated material energies. Besides these, O mighty armed Arjuna, there is another, superior energy of mine, which comprises the living entities who are exploiting the resources of this material, inferior nature. All created beings have their source in these two natures. Of all that is material and all that is spiritual in this world, know for certain that I am both the origin and the dissolution. O conqueror of wealth, there is no truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me, as pearls are strung on a thread. The principal truth is one, the Lord. The living entities and the material world have been manifested from the aspects and potencies of the superior energy, therefore the entire universe is the effect of his energy. 71. By this conclusion the long-standing philosophies of Vivarta, the Mayaveda theory of illusion, and Brahma Parinama, the theory of transformation of the Supreme, are defeated. We cannot accept Vivarta or Parindma of the Supreme Lord, rather we understand that everything is possible by the activities and effects of the superior energy. Since the living entities and the material world are manifested from the energy of the Supreme Lord, they are considered separated from the Lord, but they have no independent power. They cannot do anything without the mercy of the Lord. This is clearly described in the first and second chapters of this book. We can briefly say that the Lord is their only shelter and they are totally dependent on Him. The Lord is the sole cause of their existence, so they are fully under His shelter. The special feature of the living entities is that they are conscious by nature, therefore the Supreme Conscious Lord is their only shelter. The material world is foreign to the living entities and therefore unfit as their shelter. The constitutional duties of the living entities are presently transformed into material activities, and their loving sentiments for the Lord have become perverted into material attachment. Therefore, to minimize this perverted attachment and increase one's real attachment is called Sriya, or ultimate benefit, for there is no permanent relationship between the living entities and the material world. Whatever little relationship does exist is merely transient. Until one is liberated by the mercy of the Lord, however, one must accept this material connection as unavoidable for maintaining one's life. One cannot achieve liberation just by searching, but it can be easily achieved by the mercy of the Lord. Therefore one should abandon desires for liberation and material enjoyment. The only duty of a living entity is to engage in one's constitutional occupation by practicing yadavirja without any desire for material enjoyment or liberation. This material world is a product of the external energy, which is a shadow of the superior energy, who is the maidservant of the Lord. It is therefore understood that the external energy is always engaged in carrying out the will of the Lord. This material universe is the house of enjoyment for the living entities who are averse to the Lord. The only way to escape the imprisonment of Maya is devotional service to the Lord, as stated in the Bhagavad Gita, 7.14. This divine energy of mine, consisting of the three modes of material nature, is difficult to overcome. But those who have surrendered unto me can easily cross beyond it. We have considered the relationship, or sambandha, between the three subjects, and now I will try to briefly explain abhidhya and prayahana. The process by which prayahana is achieved is called abhidhya. Therefore I will consider prayahana first. The condition of the living entity is very pathetic, for although he is pure spirit, he has become the servant of matter. He considers himself a product of matter and becomes afflicted by material scarcity. Sometimes he cries due to scarcity of food, sometimes he laments due to being attacked by fever, and sometimes he engages in abominable activities in order to draw the attention of women. Sometimes he exclaims, "I'm dying," and sometimes he says, "I've been saved by this medicine." Sometimes he is absorbed in the formidable ocean of lamentation due to the death of his child. Sometimes he builds a big palace, lives in it, and thinks, Now I've become king. Being envious of a few people, he thinks, I'm a great hero. Sometimes he is struck by wonder while sending a message by telegram or mail, sometimes he writes a book on medicine and expands his title, sometimes he builds a train and considers himself a big scholar, and sometimes he ascertains the movements of the stars and advertises himself as an astrologer. Such people pollute their hearts with envy, violence, lust, and anger. Sometimes they teach physics, medicine, and farming and think, I've earned so much piety. Alas! Are such activities proper for a pure spirit soul? Such insignificant propensities are meaningless for one who has lived in Vaikuntha and relished pure love of God. Where is the happiness in exchanges with women when compared to the nectar of love for Hari? What comparison can be made between the arrangement for fighting, which disturbs one's heart, and the association with devotees, which pleases one's heart? Alas! If we carefully consider what we actually are and what we have become, then we can understand that we have fallen and become inflicted with threefold miseries: those caused by the demigods, those caused by other living entities, and those caused by one's own body and mind. Why have we been misguided? We have certainly become offenders to the all-blissful Supreme Lord. That is why we have become fallen, there is no doubt about it. Our offense is discrepancy in the constitutional occupation of the spirit soul. It has already been shown that the living entity is full of spiritual bliss. The soul is pure knowledge, and blissfulness is his constitution. The thread of relationship between a living entity and the absolute truth, who is eternally full of knowledge and bliss, is called priti, or love. This thread of love eternally connects the happiness of the living entities with the happiness of the Lord. The quality of their love is mutually attractive. It is most pleasing, subtle, and pure. When a living entity falls into the net of illusion, however, he shuns the loving service of the Lord and searches for enjoyment in the material world. Knowing him to be an offender, Maya, the maidservant of Krsna, then imprisons him. We are suffering in the material world due to this offense. Our constitutional duties, in the form of love of God, have become reflected as attachment for material objects, which increases our inauspiciousness. At this juncture, cultivation of our constitutional duties is our only prayahana, or goal of life. As long as we are conditioned, we cannot purely practice our constitutional duties. Our constitutional propensities are neither lost nor can they be lost, they are simply in a dormant state. As soon as one starts cultivation of those duties, they will awaken from their dormant state and again shine brightly. Then liberation and attainment of Vaikuntha will automatically ensue. Since liberation is not our goal of life, it is not our prayahana. Priti is our goal of life and therefore our only prayahana. People who are on the path of knowledge and are disturbed by material miseries search for liberation, but the endeavors of those with undesirable goals will be unsuccessful, for the performer achieves no benefit. Those who cultivate Priti can easily achieve complete knowledge and liberation. Therefore Priti is the only prayahana. The symptoms of Priti are described in my book, Dadakaustubha, as follows: as a piece of iron is naturally attracted by a magnet, the atomic spirit soul is naturally attracted by the supreme consciousness of the personality of Godhead. This natural tendency is called Priti. Just as the soul and supersoul are both devoid of material designations, the Priti exchanged between them is similarly pure and without a tinge of material inebriety. Our prayahana is to awaken this pure Priti. If one wants to achieve a goal, then he must follow the proper method. According to their qualifications, previous great souls have introduced various methods to achieve success in their respective goals. I will now discuss Abhidhaya, which is the method for achieving prayahana. All the methods that have been devised for achieving success in spiritual life are divided into three classes. The names of these three classes are karma, yajna, and bhakti. To maintain one's life by performing prescribed duties is called karma. Karma has two aspects: prescriptions and prohibitions. Akarma, or inactivity, and vikarma, or sinful activities, are both prohibited. Karma is prescribed. There are three kinds of karma: constitutional, conditional, and desirous. Activities that are always required to be performed are called constitutional. Maintaining one's body and family, performing welfare activities, gratefulness, and worshipping the Lord are called constitutional activities. That which becomes a duty by circumstance is called conditional activity. Attempting to avoid death after seeing the death of one's father is an example of a conditional activity. Activities that are performed with a desire are called desirous activities. An example is performing a sacrifice to get a child. If one wants to properly perform one's duties, then he must connect the prescriptions for bodily activities, moral codes, acts of chastisement, inheritance, ruling the kingdom, divisions of work, war, alliances, marriages, time, and atonement with the devotional service of the Lord, and thus be properly situated in this world. This has been practiced by various castes in some form or other. The land of Bharata is populated by Aryans, therefore it is an example for all castes, for all the above-mentioned activities are beautifully present in this land in the wonderful form of Varnishrama Dharma. No other race was able to make such a perfect arrangement. Among other races, activities are performed according to people's nature and the above-mentioned prescriptions are chaotically arranged, but among the Aryans of India, these prescriptions are arranged so that all activities become favorable for devotional service. What a wonderful intelligence the Indian Arsis possessed! Even in the very ancient past they made an extraordinary arrangement without the help of any other race. When we refer to India as the land of karma and the example for other countries, it is not an exaggeration. The sages realized that people's eligibility for performing duties is born from their nature. If we prescribe activities without considering one's qualification, then the activity will never be properly performed. Therefore the sages ascertained people's duties after considering their nature. Human nature is divided into four categories: Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sidra. The sages have thus ascertained people's varna according to their nature. In the last chapter of Bhagavad Gita, 18.41-45, it is stated, Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sidras are distinguished by the qualities born of their own natures in accordance with the material modes, O chastiser of the enemy. Peacefulness, self-control, austerity, purity, tolerance, honesty, knowledge, wisdom, and religiousness, these are the natural qualities by which the Brahmanas work. Heroism, power, determination, resourcefulness, courage in battle, generosity, and leadership are the natural qualities of work for the Kshatriyas. Farming, cow protection, and business are the natural work for the Vaishyas, and for the Sidras there is labor and service to others. By following his qualities of work, every man can become perfect. After dividing the varnas according to people's qualities and activities, which are born of one's nature, the sages considered that there was a need for ascertaining their ashrama position. They thus designated married people as grasthas, traveling students as brahmacharis, elderly retired people as vanaprasthas, and those who have renounced everything as sannyasas. They have also concluded that women and Sidras are meant to be grasthas. No one can accept sannyasa other than brahmanas. This arrangement is a clear indication of the sage's extraordinary intelligence. All the prescriptions and prohibitions that are born of stra and argument are under the jurisdiction of Varnishrama Dharma. It is difficult to discuss all the prescriptions in this small concluding chapter, therefore I will conclude by saying that the Varnishrama system is a wonderful prescription for people's material life. This Varnishrama system is certainly the most respected of all arrangements that have been manifested from the Aryans' intelligence. Due to improper consideration and envy, people from foreign countries criticize this arrangement. Some foolish people of our country do also. This is primarily due to their animosity towards their own country. Inadequate understanding of its purpose and imitating the behavior of foreigners are also counted among the main reasons. Besides that, there is no doubt that this arrangement has been polluted. It has been improperly functioning due to a lack of scholars who know the purpose of the system. That is why people nowadays criticize the Varnashrama system. Actually, the arrangement of Varnashrama is faultless. But how can it remain faultless when employed in an inappropriate way? One's varnasrama position, which is born from one's nature, is now being designated according to one's birth. This yields contrary results. The unqualified son of a Brahmana will be known as a Brahmana, and a learned peaceful son of a Sudra will be known as a Svidra. This arrangement is most contrary to the original Varnashrama system. The ancient custom was that when a boy attained maturity, the elderly family members, the family priest, the family acharya, the landlord, and the leaders of the village would consider his nature and then ascertain his varna. The main consideration in ascertaining a boy's varna was to analyze whether he was qualified to accept the same varna as his father. Due to their inherent nature and hard work to achieve a high status, higher caste children would often be accepted as belonging to the same varna as their father. Yet due to inability, some children would be accepted as lower caste. Then again, children of lower castes would often be accepted into the higher castes at the time of examination. If we refer to the histories in the Puranas, we can find many examples of this. Since the leadership succession of blind men and the examination for the sake of formality began, qualified people did not get qualified posts, and thus the son of the Aryans' fame has set. While explaining religious codes, Sri Narada Muni has stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 7.1135, if one shows the symptoms of being a Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, or Sidra, as described above, even if he has appeared in a different class, he should be accepted according to those symptoms of classification. The sages of ancient times did not think even in their dreams that the natural occupation of men would gradually be considered simply by birth. To some extent it is natural for the son of a great person to become great, but this should not be taken for granted. The natural system of Varnashrama was established in order to deliver the world from the leadership succession of blind men, but the religious scriptures unfortunately fell into the hands of some selfish and foolish smartas, or ritualistic brahmanas. The danger that this system was introduced to prevent has itself attacked the system. This is a subject of great lamentation. One who tries to remove the contamination that has entered into the system is engaged in his country's welfare. It is not the duty of intelligent persons to remove the whole system because some portion of it is contaminated. Therefore, O great souls, you who wish to engage in the welfare of your country, please re-establish this faultless system given by your forefathers after collectively refining it. Do not try to give up the proper system of your country under the bad advice of foreigners. Will those who live in the land of India as the glorious descendants of great personalities like Brahma, Manu, Daksa, Marisai, Parasara, Vyasa, Janaka, Bhisma, and Bharadvaja learn the arrangements for material life from modern races? Alas! I don't see anywhere for such people to hide their shame. If the Varnashrama system is faultlessly re-established, then India will advance in all respects. I need not elaborate on this. The main purpose of the Varnasrama system is to help one gradually advance by performing prescribed duties with the Lord in the center. In this way people can gradually attain spiritual life by performing their prescribed duties according to the Varnasrama system. Therefore in the Karmakanda scholars' consideration on abhidhiya, fruitive activities are accepted as the only means for achieving prayahana. A conditioned soul cannot live for a moment without activity. He must at least work to maintain his life. Unless we maintain our lives, we cannot practice the means for attaining prayahana. Therefore activities are unavoidable. Since one cannot remain without activity, all activities should be dovetailed for the pleasure of the Lord, otherwise those activities will transform into atheistic activities. As stated in Srimad Bhagavatam, 1.532 O Brahmana Vyasadava, it is decided by the learned that the best remedial measure for removing all troubles and miseries is to dedicate one's activities to the service of the Supreme Lord Personality of Godhead Sri Krishna. Fruitive activities are simply a disturbance, even if they are performed without motive. Therefore, unless the activities one performs according to one's qualification are offered either to Brahman through knowledge, to the Supersoul through the results, or to the Supreme Lord through the path of attachment, such activities will never yield auspiciousness. We will describe the path of attachment in its proper place. The activities one performs to achieve the supreme goal must be directed towards the worship of the Super Soul, the Lord of Sacrifice. Worship of the Lord cannot be given up either in constitutional or conditional activities, because one is enjoined to perform his prescribed duties with a sense of gratefulness towards the Supreme Lord, and this is called worshipping the Lord. Desirous activities are meant for low-class people, yet there is an arrangement to dovetail those activities in relation to the Lord. As stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 2.310, a person who has broader intelligence, whether he be full of all material desire, without any material desire, or desiring liberation, must by all means worship the Supreme Whole, the personality of Godhead. Jhana is also considered a means of attaining spiritual perfection. The Supreme Brahman and the living entities are beyond the material creation. The Jainants conclude that certain transcendental activities are the only means to attain the Supreme Brahman, which is the goal of spiritual life. Although karma is sufficient for maintaining one's body and family life, it is born of material activities and so has no potency to detach one from matter. Through karma one's mind is trained to concentrate on the Supreme Lord, but one cannot achieve eternal benefit until material activities are given up. One achieves spiritual results only by spiritual endeavors. A living entity should first discuss the material world, and after subduing all material qualities and existence he should engage in samadhi to attain the wealth of Brahman. As long as one remains in a material body, he must accept bodily activities. There are two types of jnana: knowledge of Brahman and knowledge of the Supreme Lord. By knowledge of Brahman a soul achieves the result of merging with Brahman. Such Brahmajaranis do not accept the independent existence of a soul after merging. Brahman is impersonal, and when a soul is liberated he also becomes impersonal and merges with Brahman. This type of practice is a stimulation for cultivating knowledge of the Supreme Lord. As the Lord himself says in the Bhagavad Gita, 12.3-5, concerning the purpose of devotional service, but those who fully worship the unmanifest, that which lies beyond the perception of the senses, the all-pervading, inconceivable, unchanging, fixed, and immovable, the impersonal conception of the absolute truth by controlling the various senses and being equally disposed to everyone, such persons, engaged in the welfare of all, at last achieve me. For those whose minds are attached to the unmanifest, impersonal feature of the Supreme, advancement is very troublesome. To make progress in that discipline is always difficult for those who are embodied. The main purport of these three verses is that when the material conception of a living entity is destroyed by the cultivation of Brahmajnana, impersonal knowledge, then by the association of devotees and the mercy of the Lord, he attains the spiritually variegated Supreme Lord. The contamination of this material world pollutes the concentration, or samadhi, of the living entity so much that after giving up the material elements, from the five gross elements up to the false ego, one needs to focus on the impersonal Brahman in the beginning of one's samadhi. But when the spirit soul transcends material pains and attains oneness with Brahman, then with fixed intelligence through samadhi he soon sees the variegatedness of Vaikuntha. Then uncertainty will no longer block his ability to see the Lord. Then the beauty of Vaikuntha gradually manifests and satisfies the transcendental eyes of the devotee. At this point, Brahmajnana transforms into Bhagavat-jnana, knowledge of the personality of Godhead. When one's knowledge of the Supreme Lord awakens, he automatically understands all mysteries regarding the Lord. Therefore jnana, which is a means for achieving the absolute truth, is also recommended as abhidhaya, or a means for achieving the ultimate goal. If one cultivates knowledge of the Supreme Lord, then there is a good possibility of awakening pure love, which is the living entity's prayahana. It is necessary to say one other thing about jnana. Knowledge of the Supreme Lord is natural knowledge, whereas nescience and too much knowledge are unnatural knowledge. Nescience results in adoration of matter, and too much knowledge results in atheism and monism. Adoration of matter has two forms. Positive adoration is to accept material characteristics as knowledge of the Supreme Lord, and negative adoration is to accept material characteristics as the Supreme. Those who engage in positive adoration accept and worship a material image as the supreme. Those who engage in negative worship accept the negative features of material characteristics as Brahman. Such people conclude that the Supreme is impersonal, without form, without activity, and without senses. Regarding these two classes, the Srimad Bhagavatam, 2.1033-35, states, thus by all this, the external feature of the personality of Godhead is covered by gross forms such as those of planets, which were explained to you by me. Therefore beyond this gross manifestation is a transcendental manifestation finer than the finest form. It has no beginning, no intermediate stage, and no end, therefore it is beyond the limits of expression or mental speculation and is distinct from the material conception. Neither of the above forms of the Lord, as just described unto you from the material angle of vision, is accepted by the pure devotees of the Lord who know him well. Both of the above-mentioned features of the Lord are material. Swan-like scholars should disregard the gross and subtle features of the Lord and eternally focus on his transcendental form. Therefore acceptance of the gross form of the Supreme as well as acceptance of the impersonal form are both products of nescience and always contradictory. When reasoning overcomes knowledge and becomes established as argument, then one does not accept the soul as eternal. In this situation the philosophy of atheism is born. When knowledge comes under the subordination of reasoning and gives up its nature, then one aspires for merging. This aspiration is born from too much knowledge and does not benefit the living entity. As stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 10.232 O Lotus-eyed one, those who think they are liberated in this life but do not render devotional service to you must be of impure intelligence. Although they accept severe austerities and penances and rise to the spiritual position, to impersonal Brahman realization, they fall down again because they neglect to worship your lotus feet. Even by proper reasoning, too much knowledge cannot be beneficial. We will now give 4 considerations in this regard. 1. If merging with the Supreme Brahman were the living entity's ultimate goal, then we would have to imagine that the living entities have been created by the Lord out of cruelty. If we did not introduce such an improper existence, we would not feel any difficulty. If we accept Maya as the sole creator in order to verify Brahman as faultless, then we are bound to accept an independent truth that is separate from Brahman. 2. When a soul merges with Brahman, neither are benefited. 3. In the eternal pastimes of the Absolute Truth there is no need for the souls to merge in Brahman. 4. If one does not fully accept the quality of variegatedness, which is the manifestation of the Lord's energies, then there is no possibility of existence, knowledge, or happiness, and as a result, the Supreme Brahman is considered impersonal and without basis. One may even develop doubts about the existence of Brahman. But if one accepts the quality of variegatedness as eternal, then the soul cannot merge with Brahman. Please refer to Mayavadasadadayizani for an elaboration on this subject. If one can understand the relationship between knowledge and love, then one will see that there is no discord between them. The original feelings of a soul are one's constitutional duties. These original feelings expand in 2 ways. 1. They expand in the form of knowledge of an object and its characteristics, and 2. They expand through the realization of rasa. Another name for the first way is jidna, or speculative knowledge, which is naturally dry and troublesome. Another name for the second way is priti, or love. At the time of realizing an object and its characteristics, an extraordinary feeling of rasa between the subject and object is experienced. This is called priti. In the relationship between jnana and priti, we see a proportionate increase in one relative to the respective decrease in the other. As jnana increases, priti decreases, and as priti increases, jnana decreases. When jnana attains its highest platform, then the original feelings of the soul become one. This platform is dry and totally devoid of happiness. When priti attains its highest platform, the original feelings of the soul are not lost, rather they become alive in the subjects of sambandha, abhidhya, and prayahana, and they then expand the rasa of love. Therefore expanding love is the only prayahana for a living entity. In the consideration of abhidhaya, devotional service is accepted as the main practice. Sandilya Rsi has stated in his book named Bhaktim Mamsa, Bhakti Paranuruktir Isvar pure attachment to the Supreme Lord is called Bhakti. Bhakti, or devotional service, is defined as the activities a conditioned soul performs out of attachment for the super soul. Some of these activities resemble karma and some resemble jnana. The gross bodily activities are called karma, and the subtle bodily activities are called jnana. Devotional service is the practice meant for conditioned souls, so it cannot be called priti, or love. When priti is awakened, it should be understood that devotional service has reached its full maturity. It is not possible to elaborately describe each of the stages of devotional service, so we will describe only the main stages. If after understanding the basic science of bhakti the esteemed reader studies devotional scriptures such as Sandilyasatras and Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, then all the topics related with devotional service will be understood. Bhakti, like priti, has two natures: opulent, based on Aisvarya, and sweet, based on Madhurya. When bhakti is attracted by the glories and opulences of the Lord, it is called Aisvarya Bhakti. A mood of servitude arises from the practitioner's feelings of insignificance. The Lord is known as the extraordinary master due to his supremely opulent aspect. Then the Lord, who is supremely opulent, appears as the King of Kings, Narayana, and bestows auspiciousness on the living entities. This is not temporary, it is eternal and everlasting. The Supreme Lord is by nature full of all opulences. One cannot separate opulences from the Lord. But he also possesses a wonderfully sweet feature, which is superior to that of opulence. When the sweet nature of bhakti becomes prominent, then the sweet feature of the Lord is manifest and the opulent nature of bhakti becomes invisible, just as the moon is invisible in the presence of the sun. When the nature of opulence becomes invisible, then the Lord becomes the subject of higher rasas. Then the heart of a practitioner takes shelter of different rasas like Sakya, Vatsalya, and Madhurya. The Lord then manifests as Krsna, the personification of compassion for his devotees, the abode of supreme bliss, and the attractor of everyone's heart. It is not that Krsna has manifested from Narayana, but they are both eternally wonderful and everlasting. The different forms of the Lord manifest according to the nature and qualification of the devotee. The personality of Krsna is the shelter of the topmost of the five primary rasas of the living entities, therefore Lord Sri Krishna is accepted as the topmost personality in the science of bhakti and priti. This subject has been clearly explained in Sri Krishna Samhita. If we deeply consider, we can understand that only topics concerning the Lord should be discussed. In order to understand the non-dual truth, we have to consider the three features of the absolute truth described in the Srimad Bhagavatam. 1.211 Learned transcendentalists who know the absolute truth call this non-dual substance Brahman, Paramatma, or Bhagavan. At first, due to indirect perception, the absolute truth is known as Brahman. The direct form of Brahman is not visible, only an indirect form of the absolute truth is realized through jnana. Attainment of knowledge is the highest achievement of inquiry into Brahman. Yet in Brahman one cannot relish knowledge, because in Brahman there is no difference between the enjoyer and the enjoyed. In the second case, through the help of direct and indirect features, the Paramatma, or super soul, is known by the individual soul. Although in this case there is a hint of difference between the soul and super soul, due to the absence of the complete form of the Lord, this feature of Paramatma is only known through artificial samadhi. At this juncture the devotee and the Lord cannot fully manifest variegated exchanges. The Lord, or Bhagavan, is the only worshipable truth. He is therefore mentioned in the conclusion of the previously quoted verse. Among the many qualities of the Lord, he is manifest as Brahman by one of those qualities and as Paramatma by another of those qualities. But when all the qualities are gathered together, the feature of the Lord described in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 2.935, Yatha Mahanti Pitani, just as the universal elements, becomes manifest in the heart of the living entities through samadhi. Of all the NAMES 72 and forms of the Lord current in the world, the form of Bhagavan mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam is the most pure. That is why the Paramaharisa Samhita is known as the Bhagavata. The absolute truth, Bhagavan, is the source of all qualities. The word Bhagavan refers to 6 principal qualities mentioned in the Vinu Purana, June 5, 47, as follows: Bhagavan, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is he who is full in 6 opulences. He has full strength, fame, wealth, knowledge, beauty, and renunciation. It is to be understood at this point that the Lord is not simply a collection of qualities, rather the qualities are naturally manifest in a particular form. Among the 6 qualities of the Lord, opulence and beauty are seen as one in his form. The other 4 qualities shine brightly as his characteristics. In the opulent form of the Lord the quantity of enjoyment is less, while in the sweet form of the Lord enjoyment is more relishable, because only sweetness is experienced. Opulence and the 5 other qualities are identified as characteristics of that form. There is naturally an inverse ratio between sweetness and opulence. Opulence decreases in proportion to the increase in sweetness, and sweetness decreases in proportion to the increase in opulence. The wonderful feature of sweetness in the Lord is exhibited by independence and equality between the devotee and the Lord. In this position the Lord maintains his features as the Supreme Controller, as Brahman, and as Paramatma, because the Absolute Truth naturally remains non-dual, although according to the qualifications of the devotees he appears differently. The form of Sri Krishna, who is the sweet Kadamba flower of Madhurya Rasa, is the only independent object of spiritual cultivation. As Sukadeva Goswami described the Rasatila, Maharaja Pariksit had a doubt whether cultivation of God consciousness without a tinge of opulence could be successful, so he inquired, "O sage, the gopis knew Krishna only as their lover, not as the supreme absolute truth. So how could these girls, their minds caught up in the waves of the modes of nature, free themselves from material attachment?" Bhag. 10.2912, in response to his question, Sukadeva Goswami replied, "This point was explained to you previously. Since even Sisupala, who hated Krishna, achieved perfection, then what to speak of the Lord's dear devotees? O King, the Supreme Lord is inexhaustible and immeasurable, and he is untouched by the material modes because he is their controller. His personal appearance in this world is meant for bestowing the highest benefit on humanity." Bhag. 10.2913-14, among the 6 qualities, headed by opulence, the quality of beauty is the best. This was concluded by Sukadeva Goswami. Therefore those who support this whether Kanistha-adhikar or Uttama-adhikavi will attain the supreme goal. By the strength of their sadhana, the Kanistha-adhikaris give up connection with material qualities, which are born from pious and impious activities, and become Uttama-adhikaris and thus achieve Krishna, while the Uttama-adhikaris receive some uttapana, or instigation, and enter the rasa dance. The primary symptoms of bhakti are described in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Purvavibhaga 1.9, as follows: 1 should render transcendental loving service to the Supreme Lord Krishna favorably and without desire for material profit or gain through fruitive activities or philosophical speculation. That is called pure devotional service. The symptom of pure bhakti is favorable loving service. But favorable loving service unto whom? Brahman, Paramatma, or Narayana? No, it is not to Brahman, because Brahman is an impersonal object of thought. Devotion has no shelter in Brahman. Nor is loving service offered to Paramatma, because Paramatma is known through the path of yoga. Therefore Paramatma is not the object of devotion. Nor is devotional service exactly meant for Narayana, because all the propensities of bhakti cannot take shelter of Narayana. When a living entity's knowledge of and thirst for Brahman is given up, then knowledge of the Supreme Lord arises along with Santarasa. This rasa is meant for Narayana. But this rasa has an indifferent mood. When affection for Narayana arises, then the relationship between servant and Lord awakens. With the feature of Narayana, however, this relationship cannot advance further, because the form of Narayana can never be the goal for Sakya, Vatsalya, or Madhurya rasas. Who will have the courage to put his arm around Narayana's neck and say, "Oh my friend, I have brought some gift for you. Please take it"? Which living entity is able to take Narayana on their lap and kiss him in a parental mood? Who can say, "Oh my beloved, you are the Lord of my life, lamb your wife"? How great is Narayana, the Lord of immense opulence and King of kings, and how incapable are the insignificant, poor, and fallen living entities. For such living entities it is extremely difficult to give up the fear, respect, and worship of Lord Narayana. But the worshipable Lord is most merciful and always absorbed in loving pastimes. When the Lord sees the living entity's advancement and awakening of rasas such as Sakya, then the Lord mercifully becomes the object of those advanced rasas and enjoys transcendental pastimes with the living entity. Sri Krishnakandra is the ideal object for the propensities of bhakti. Therefore cultivation of Krishna consciousness is the ideal symptom of pure devotional service. In this cultivation of Krishna consciousness one should not maintain any desire other than the advancement of his constitutional duties. If one cultivates the desire for liberation or sense gratification, then one's rasa will not develop and his cultivation will result in jhana or karma. One should be careful that fruitive activities and speculative knowledge do not cover this wonderful subtle propensity. If jhana covers this propensity, then one will be attracted to Brahman and lose one's identity. If karma covers this propensity, then one's heart will become attached to dull fruitive activities like an ordinary smarta and one will ultimately leave Krishna to engage in atheistic activities. Qualities like anger are also a type of cultivation, but by cultivating Krishna consciousness in such a mood one will taste the opposing rasa enjoyed by Kathansa. Therefore this type of cultivation is unfavorable. At this juncture one may argue that if bhakti is like karma and jnana, then the names karma and jnana should have been sufficient. What is the need of uselessly naming some practices bhakti? The answer to this question is that the science of bhakti cannot be explained in the name of karma and jnana. There are separate results in constitutional, conditional, and desirous activities. The principal goal of all activities is to attain one's constitutional occupation, of this there is no doubt. But all activities have their own irrelevant fruits. For example, the irrelevant fruits of bodily activities are nourishment of the body and sensual pleasure. No one can deny this. The irrelevant fruits of mental activities are happiness of the heart and sharpness of the intelligence. One who surpasses these irrelevant fruits and searches for the principal fruit may develop a devotional mood in his activities. That is why activities with irrelevant fruits are known as karmakanda. Karma and bhakti have been scientifically divided in order to incorporate the favorable fruits of karma into bhakti. Similarly, jnana that simply aims at liberation is called jnanakanda, while the favorable fruits of jnana that help one progress towards the goal of life have been incorporated into bhakti. There is something more to be said in this regard. If all karma and jnana aim at attaining the principal fruit, then they may be considered bhakti. But only some karma is meant for attaining the principal fruit. These activities are identified as direct devotional service. Some examples are worshipping the Lord, chanting japa, following devotional vows, visiting holy places, studying devotional scriptures, and serving the devotees. When other karmas and their irrelevant fruits aim at the principal fruit, then they may be called indirect devotional service. Similarly, knowledge of the Supreme Lord is closer to bhakti than knowledge of Brahman or feelings of renunciation. If renunciation and knowledge of Brahman, along with their irrelevant fruit, liberation from Maya, helps one achieve attraction for the Lord, then they are also included in bhakti. Another name for karmakanda is karma yoga, and another name for jnanakanda is yajna yoga or sankhya yoga. The main purpose of sthana is to awaken one's attraction for the Supreme Lord. When favorable karma and jnana are dovetailed with bhakti they are called bhakti yoga. Those who cannot understand this synthesis are improperly engaged either in fruitive activities, speculative knowledge, or demigod worship. It is indicated in the Bhagavad Gita, 5.4, 5, 7. Only the ignorant speak of devotional service I karma yoga as being different from the analytical study of the material world Sankhya. Those who are actually learned say that he who applies himself well to one of these paths achieves the results of both. One who knows that the position reached by means of analytical study can also be attained by devotional service, and who therefore sees analytical study and devotional service to be on the same level, sees things as they are. One who works in devotion, who is a pure soul, and who controls his mind and senses is dear to everyone, and everyone is dear to him. Though always working, such a man is never entangled. In other words, such a person performs physical, mental, and household activities up to the end of his life without accepting the irrelevant fruits of his activities, because all his activities and irrelevant fruits are engaged simply in nourishing attraction for the Supreme Lord, which is the principal fruit. The purport is that the above-mentioned yogi who can synthesize his various activities is worshipable and superior to the karma yogis who have attained perfections such as anima and lagama, or the jnana yogis who are attached to liberation. The wonderful process of bhakti yoga has three phases: sadhana, bhava, and prema. Due to forgetfulness of one's identity, the conditioned living entity under the influence of false ego identifies with his body. The pretty that is the constitutional nature of a living entity is at present pervertedly transformed into pretty for objects of the senses. In this condition one should endeavor to follow pratyagati for attaining one's constitutional duties. Under the influence of the false ego, the living entity accepts a form made of material elements and their qualities, and with an irreligious mentality and the help of the senses experiences happiness and distress. This material attachment is called the current of parag. In other words, one's internal feelings are improperly flowing externally. When this current is brought back from external objects, it is called the current of pratyak. The method by which this is achieved is called sadhana bhakti. When one's original propensities are carried away by the perverted current and the instrument of the senses, then one becomes absorbed in material objects. These propensities then become absorbed in material sense objects, tasting through the tongue, smelling through the nose, seeing through the eyes, hearing through the ears, and feeling through the skin. This current is so powerful that it is not possible for the mind to check it. The process for checking this current is mentioned in the Bhagavad Gita 2.59, as follows: there are two ways for checking this current. If an embodied soul is deprived of sense enjoyment, his taste for sense objects will certainly be checked. But it is impossible for an embodied soul to remain aloof from material sense objects. So if there is another process to check this current, then it is one's duty to follow that process. There is one ultimate process to divert the current of attachment from sense objects. When the current of attachment meets rasa, it is enchanted. So if that current is diverted to a rasa that is superior to material rasa, it will naturally accept the superior rasa. As stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam 1.534, thus when all a man's activities are dedicated to the service of the Lord, those very activities which caused his perpetual bondage become the destroyer of the tree of work. This is the principal truth of sadhana on the path of raga. The whole life of asdaka on the path of raga is dedicated to cultivating Krsna consciousness. This cultivation is divided into 7 categories 73 as follows. Category description 74:1. Spiritual cultivation, pretty, and 2. Realization of sambandha, abhidhaya, and prayahana. 2. Mental cultivation, remembrance. 2. Thinking. 3. Meditation. 4. Concentrated meditation. 5. Samadhi. 6. Consideration on the science of sambandha. 7. Repentance. 8. Yama 7:5, and 9. Purification of the heart. As bodily cultivation, 1. Niyama 76, 2. Serving others, 3. Seeing and touching the devotees and the Srimad Bhagavatam, 4. Praying, 5. Hearing, 6. Engaging the senses in devotional service, 7. Transformations of ecstatic love, and 8. Developing the mood of servitude to the Lord. 4. Cultivation of speech, 1. Chanting hymns, 2. Studying, G3, Kirtana, 4. Teaching, 5. Praying, and 6. Preaching. 5. Cultivation of one's relationship, Santa, 2, Dajya, 3, Sakya, 4, Vatsalya, and 5, Kanta. There are two types of relationships with the Lord and with the Lord's associates. 6. Social cultivation, 1. Varna Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Sidra. Their occupations and positions are divided according to people's nature. 2. Ashramagrastha, Brahmacharya, Vanaprastha, and Sannyasa divided according to people's social situation. 3. Assemblies. 4. General festivals, and 5. Activities like sacrifice. 7. Cultivation of sense objects. The following sense objects help one in the development of Krishna consciousness. 1. The objects for the eyes are the deity, the temple, the scriptures, the holy places, spiritual dramas, and spiritual festivals. 2. The objects for the ears are the scriptures, songs, lectures, and conversations. 3. The objects for the nose are tulasi, flowers, sandalwood, and other fragrant items offered to the Lord. 4. The objects for the tongue are kirtana and taking a vow to accept only the palatable foodstuffs and drinks that were offered to the Lord. 5. The objects for the touch are the air of holy places, pure water, the body of Vaisnava, the soft bed offered to Krsna, and association with a chaste woman in order to propagate a God-centered family. 6. The times like Harivasara, Kadasi, and festive days, and 7. The places like Vrindavana, Navadvipa, Jagannathapuri, and Namasaranya. If one's attachment experiences the higher taste of Krishna consciousness, then that attachment will naturally give up material objects and be absorbed in that higher taste. When attachment is absorbed in material objects, how can it experience a higher taste? Therefore Vaisnavas, who are the well-wishers of all living entities, have devised a process for dovetailing material objects with Krishna consciousness. Although the creation of Maya is a perverted reflection of the pure absolute truth, she is the maidservant of the Lord and always engaged in his service. So if one desires to worship Krishna through Maya, she abandons her adverse aspect and accepts that worship with respect as a devotee. This is the great mystery of the Vaisnava faith. In order to establish the Vaisnava family for the welfare of the living entities, Sri Narada Goswami gave Vyasadeva the following hint in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 1.520. Know for certain that this material world is non-different from the Lord because it is created, maintained, and annihilated by him. The spiritual world, Vaikuntha, is the Lord's eternal abode. This visible material world is only the reflection of Vaikuntha. The ingredients, existence, and nature of this material world are therefore simply imitations of Vaikuntha. The conditioned living entities are the enjoyers of this material world. The fault of the material world is that the living entities here are rebellious by nature. O Vyasadeva, don't be afraid of describing the pastimes of the Lord through the medium of this material world, because, in truth, describing the material world is the same as describing Vaikuntha, for they are considered material or spiritual only due to one's conviction. If you describe this material world in terms of its relationship with the Supreme Lord, then your attachment for Vaikuntha will automatically awaken. This fact is already known to you through your own self-realization. Since you have asked me, I have given you the synopsis. Please, therefore, describe the pastimes of the Lord through the process of natural samadhi and thus guide the living entities toward Vaikuntha. You have previously described mundane religious principles and the process of pseudo-samadhi, which are not always beneficial. People who follow the Pratyak current have established the whole world as a Vaisnava family by dovetailing material objects in God consciousness. People who enjoy eating grains can eat madprasada that has been offered to the Lord, and in this way practice the Pratyak current of the tongue. Similarly, those who are fond of hearing can hear the names and pastimes of the Lord and thus practice the Pratyak current of the ears. In this way they gradually engage their senses and sense objects in the service of the Lord and thus increase their internal current of raga by providing their senses a higher taste. This is called Siddhana Bhakti. In order to deliver the living entities from the atheistic mentality of, I am the enjoyer, Sri Mahadeva, who is worshipped by all Vaisnavas, has established in the Tantras different methods such as Lat Sadhana, Vamakara, Virtra, and Pasvakara. Ultimately, Sri Mahadeva has established the Supreme Lord as the enjoyer and the living entities as the enjoyed and created a platform from which one can achieve a higher taste from material sense objects. There is no contradiction between the Tanarastras and Vaisnavastras. They are simply different provisions on the path of raga for people of different qualifications. Sadhana Bhakti is divided into 9 processes as described in the Srimad Bhagavatam, 7.923. Hearing and chanting about the transcendental holy name, form, qualities, paraphernalia, and pastimes of Lord Vishnu, remembering them, serving the lotus feet of the Lord, offering the Lord respectful worship with 16 types of paraphernalia, offering prayers to the Lord, becoming his servant, considering the Lord one's best friend, and surrendering everything unto him, in other words, serving him. With the body, mind, and words, these are the 9 processes of Sadhana Bhakti. Some Arsas have divided these 9 processes into 64 processes. Various people have attained perfection by following either one of the processes, some of the processes, or all of the processes. There are 2 types of sadhana bhaktivedi and raganuga. Those practitioners whose raga has not yet awakened are eligible for Vedi Bhakti, in the form of scriptural injunctions. They are followers of the pure devotees. The practices of those who have no raga but who try to imitate the raga of the acharya and thus engage in sadhana are called raganugudsthana. This is also a form of regulated devotional service. But in its mature stage, Ragnagudsadhana is no longer controlled by regulations. When Sadhana Bhakti matures, or when a little bhava awakens by the association of devotees, the jurisdiction of Vedi Bhakti is crossed. The symptoms of the 9 processes of devotional service are found equally in both Sadhana Bhakti and Bhava Bhakti, but in Bhava Bhakti they are more deep. In Bhava Bhakti the internal mood of a servant, friend, or surrendered soul becomes more prominent. In Sadhana Bhakti gross bodily activities are more prominent. But in Bhava Bhakti the activities of the spiritually reflected subtle body, being very close to the subtle existence of the soul, are more prominent than gross bodily activities. In this situation one's bodily requirements diminish and one's desire and endeavor to attain prayahana become very strong. At that time one develops from among the limbs of sadhana bhakti a special taste for chanting the holy names. When bhava matures, prema bhakti awakens. As long as one is connected with the material world, prema bhakti cannot attain pure priti but remains a replica of pure priti. Persons who have attained the stage of prema bhakti achieve all purastarthas. Their pure powerful existence weakens their gross and spiritually reflected, or subtle, existences. There is no superior state in life than this. Many apparent contradictions may be found in the characteristics of persons in prema bhakti. Their characteristics, however, are actually most pure and independent. Regulations or reason cannot control them. They are not under the control of any scriptural or sectarian injunctions. Their activities emanate from compassion, and their knowledge is naturally pure. They are beyond the dualities of piety and impiety or religion and irreligion. They always remain situated in the self, and they always see Vaikunta, even though they may reside in a material body. Ordinary people do not give them much respect, because Kanistha and Madhyamayadhitris are unable to understand their qualification and thus criticize them. They perfectly understand the purport of the scriptures, and according to the situation they sometimes act contrary to those injunctions. Seeing this, ass-like people may call them misbehaved. Sectarian people who see that they are not decorated with the signs of a sect conclude that they are irreligious. Logicians who see their loving dealings may consider those dealings unreasonable. Dry renunciates who see their physical and family endeavors may mistakenly consider them as attached to their house or body. Persons attached to material enjoyment who see their detachment from work may suspect that they are inefficient. Jnanis who see their indifference towards impersonalism may consider them unreasonable. Materialists may consider them mad. But actually they are fully independent and spiritually situated. For all such people the prima bhaktas are aimless and incomprehensible. Although the exalted prima bhaktas devotional service sometimes resembles fruitive activities, it is never actually tinged with karma, because whatever activities they perform are only meant for their liberation from fruitive activities, not entanglement. Although their devotional service sometimes resembles speculative knowledge, it is never actually tinged with jhana, because their pure knowledge is not polluted with the dirt of impersonalism or voidism. Although knowledge and renunciation is their wealth, they do not consider these part of their devotional service, because it has been concluded that bhakti is different from knowledge and renunciation. The swan-like prima bhaktas are worshipable examples for all devotees, even though they act like a farmer amongst farmers, a businessman amongst businessmen, a servant amongst servants, a general amongst soldiers, a husband with his wife, a parent with his child, a wife with her husband, a child with its parents, a brother with his brothers, a chastiser with the criminals, a king with his subjects, a subject with his king, a thoughtful person amongst the learned, a doctor with his patient, or a patient with his doctor. By the mercy of the pure devotees, we are constantly desiring with undeviating attention the shelter of the lotus feet of the divine couple, who is their only wealth. O Prima Bhakta Mahajanas! Please shower the rain of your mercy, in the form of your association, and moisten our hard heart, which is attached to argument and crushed by material enjoyment. Let the wonderful transcendental truth of the divine couple, who are the absolute truth without second, be reflected in our purified and melted heart. Om Hari Sri Krishnarpanamastu. End of conclusion. Appendixes. Appendix A. Putana. The following essay was printed in the January 1932 edition of the Harmonist, or Sri Sajanata Shani. The first act of newborn infant Krishna recorded by the Bhagavatam is the slaying of the Demonis Putana. The Demonis Putana was deputed by King Kansa to kill all the newborn babies of the realm of Braja, where he was informed by the divine sage Narada that his would-be slayer had been recently born. Meanwhile, Sri Krishna had been born in Kansa's prison and had been conveyed by his father Vasudeva to the house of his foster parents Nanda and Yasoda in Braja during the night of his advent. The guards of the prison had failed to detect the movements of Vasudeva, who had returned to his prison with the newborn daughter of Yasoda, with whom he had exchanged his own boy without the knowledge of Yasoda herself. Vasudeva had carried Krishna in his arms across the flooded Yamuna, lashed into fury by the tempestuous weather of that moonless night. He had waded on foot the deep waters which had been turned into yawning whirlpools by the fury of the tempest. The iron chains, bolts, and locks of the barred gates of the prison had opened of their own accord on the approach of Vasudeva carrying Krishna to the home of his foster parents. The daughter of Yasoda was thereupon duly reported to King Kansa as the newborn dreaded 8th issue of Devaki. The king rushed into the prison cell on receipt of the tidings for which he had been waiting through long years of sleepless nights. He was at first willing to spare the life of the baby, as the prophecy was to the effect that he would be killed by a male child, 8th issue of Vasudeva and Devaki. But he thought of being relieved of all possible doubts on the point by putting to death the newborn girl. As, however, King Kansa was on the point of dashing the baby on the block, she escaped from the grip of the king, and disclosing herself as the deluding energy of Godhead as she remained visible for a short time in mid-sky, assured the king of the certainty of the birth of his future slayer, but dissuading him from the fruitless attempt of avoiding his fate by the cruel murder of innocent infants. Saying this, Mahamaya disappeared from the view of the astounded king. Kansa was subsequently informed by the sage Narada that his future slayer must have been born among the denizens of Braja, and that if he was mindful of his safety he should lose no time in taking drastic measures for nipping the danger in the bud. This advice was relished by the bloodthirsty coward, and he had accordingly deputed the Demonis Putana to kill by an unsuspected process all the newborn infants of the surrounding country. The Demonis Putana accordingly made her appearance in Braja and presented herself in the home of Yasoda during the absence of Nanda, who was then in Mathura, to pay the tribute due from him to King Kansa. The Demonis had assumed the form of a most beautiful matron with a most benignant aspect as she approached the couch where infant Krishna had been put to sleep by Yasoda. Yasoda had noticed the unknown female as she entered the house, but did not suspect any foul play. She accordingly watched the newcomer without any anxiety as she made her way to the couch of the baby, took him up in her arms and offered her breast to the infant to give him suck. But the nipples of Putana's breast had been tipped with the deadliest poison. The infant Krishna was aware of the intention of the demoness and took hold of the breast of the monster with his supple arms. The grip of the infant was so terribly severe that it was enough to drive the demoness to despair of her life, as she was convulsed by the mortal agony of the pressure of Krishna's little hands. The infant then applied his lips to the breast of Putana and sucked away her life in an instant. The terrible monster, bellowing with pain, was compelled to disclose her own huge, loathsome demoniac form as she fell lifeless on the ground, covering with her hideous carcass a long distance, with infant Krishna still clinging to her poisoned nipples. Accordingly, the first act of the milkmaids, who with Yasoda rushed to the spot, was to snatch the infant Krishna from the breast of the terrible demoness. Then they all marveled how the baby could escape unhurt from the clutches of the demoness. They attributed the safety of the infant to the mercy of the gods, who are specially kind to the helpless. The affrighted milkmaids invoked the help of all the gods and goddesses for their continued protection of the infant. Meanwhile, Putana was saved by her service to Krishna for having offered him the suck of her poisoned breast. The author of the Bhagavatam is careful to mention that the good fortune of the demoness equaled that of Yasoda in as much as her breast had been sucked by Krishna. Putana, therefore, attained to the eternal status of the foster mothers of the Supreme Lord in the realm of the Absolute. The above narrative of the Bhagavatam embodies a most important moral for the seekers of the Absolute. But before offering the interpretations of the texts favored by the former Acharyas, I would like to draw the attention of the reader to certain possible misconceptions regarding the nature of the interpretations about to be offered. There is a class of persons who insist on the texts being taken in their literal, worldly sense. Much ingenuity has been expended for extracting meanings that may be satisfactory to the empiric judgment of the interpreters working by this literal method. Their argument is not unintelligible. As the revealed literatures are to be regarded as containing the information of the Absolute, the language should be regarded as part and parcel of the meaning of the text. From this conclusion, the literal interpreters jump to the wrong inference that it should be possible for the conditioned soul to ascertain the real meaning of the scriptures by sticking to the lexicographical sense of their actual wordings. This latter part of the argument is inapplicable to the subject, which is transcendental. The words possess a double meaning. The lexicographic meaning refers to the entities of this world and is, therefore, inapplicable to the case. The esoteric meaning is not accessible to the gross senses and mind of the conditioned soul. This is the great and insuperable difficulty. The literal interpreters who follow the lexicographical meaning of the words err grievously in overlooking this all-important consideration. The transcendental meaning of the words cannot be conveyed to the senses of the conditioned soul so long as he does not agree to follow the method of submissive listening to the transcendental sound appearing on the lips of the pure devotee. There is a definite line of succession of the bona fide teachers of the truth. The bona fide teacher should be available sooner or later to the real seeker of the truth. The bona fide Acharya is not recognizable by the hypocrites and atheists who do not really want to serve Godhead. So long, therefore, as the bona fide teacher does not manifest his appearance to the pure cognitive essence of the seeker of the absolute truth, it is necessary for the candidate for spiritual enlightenment to concentrate on self-examination to be able to avoid harboring any lurking traces of insincerity. The words of the sadhu are also available, by his causeless mercy, for bearing the efforts of such candidates, for finding out their own insincerity. LT is by overlooking or deliberately neglecting to undergo this preliminary training for obtaining access to the transcendental meaning of all words that the literal interpretationists who follow the ordinary lexicographical meaning of the words of the scriptures fail to understand the necessity of never deviating from the interpretations offered by the self-realized souls to whom the transcendental meaning of the words is available. Those empiricists who, while following the lexicographical and syntactical method of the literal interpretationists, do not scruple to read their own meanings into the texts under the impression that the scriptures and the products of the human brain liable to every form of error and, therefore, fit to be corrected by the equally erring caprices of other hypothetical thinkers on the ground of allegations of error that cannot be proved, are disposed to think that the interpretations offered by The Acharya are not scrupulously faithful to the texts and offer allegorical explanations for supporting their own sectarian views. These possible misunderstandings are stated to invite the attention of the reader to their bearing on the following interpretation of the narrative of Putana based on the exposition of the former Acharyas heard from the lips of the bona fide teacher of the Absolute. The interpretation is not offered as a literal lexicographical explanation nor as an allegory concocted in the light of empiric knowledge of the past history of the race and may accordingly be accepted as such. Sri Krishna manifests his eternal birth in the pure cognitive essence of the serving soul who is located above all mundane limitations. King Kansa is the typical aggressive empiricist. He is ever on the lookout for the appearance of the truth for the purpose of suppressing him before he has time to grow up. This is no exaggeration of the real connotation of the consistent empiric position. The materialist has a natural repugnance for the transcendental. He is disposed to think that faith in the incomprehensible is the parent of dogmatism and hypocrisy under the guise of religion. He is also equally under the delusion that there is and can be no really dividing line between the material and the spiritual. He is strengthened in his delusion by the interpretation of the scriptures by persons who are like-minded with himself. This included all the lexicographic interpreters. The lexicographical interpretation is upheld by Kansa as the real scientific explanation of the scriptures and one that is perfectly in keeping with his dread of and aversion of the transcendental. These lexicographical interpreters are employed by Kansa in putting down the first suspected appearance of any genuine faith in the transcendental. King Kansa knows very well that if the faith in the transcendental is once allowed to grow, it is sure to upset all his empiric prospects. There is historical ground for such misgiving. Accordingly, if the empiric domination is to be preserved intact, it would be necessary not to lose a moment to put down the transcendental heresy the instant it threatens to make its appearance in right earnest. King Kansa, acting on this traditional fear, is never slow to take the scientific precaution of debuting empiric teachers of the scriptures backed by the resources of dictionary and grammar and all empiric subtleties to put down, by the show of spacious arguments based on hypothetical principles, the true interpretation of the eternal religion revealed by the scriptures. Kansa is strongly persuaded that the faith in the transcendental can be effectively put down by empiricism if prompt and decisive measures are adopted at the very outset. He attributes the failures of atheism in the past to the neglect of the adoption of such measures before the theistic fallacy has time to spread among the fanatical masses. But Kansa is found to count without his host. When Krishna is born, he is found to be able to upset all sinister designs against those who are apprised by himself of his advent. The apparently causeless faith displayed by persons irrespective of age, sex, and condition may confound all rabid empiricists who are on principle averse to the absolute truth, whose appearance is utterly incompatible with the domination of empiricism. But no adverse efforts of the empiricists, whose rule seems till then to be perfectly well established over the minds of the deluded souls of this world, can dissuade any person from exclusively following the truth when he actually manifests his birth in the pure cognitive essence of his soul. Putana is the slayer of all infants. The baby, when he or she comes out of the mother's womb, falls at once into the clutches of the pseudo-teachers of religion. These teachers are successful in forestalling the attempts of the good preceptor, whose help is never sought by the atheists of this world at the baptisms of their children. This is ensured by the arrangements of all the established churches of the world. They have been successful only in supplying watchful putanas for effecting the spiritual destruction of persons from the moment of their birth with the cooperation of their worldly parents. No human contrivance can prevent these putanas from obtaining possession of the pulpits. This is due to the general prevalence of atheistic disposition in the people of this world. The church that has the best chance of survival in this damned world is that of atheism under the convenient guise of theism. The churches have always proved the staunchest upholders of the grossest forms of worldliness from which even the worst of non-ecclesiastical criminals are found to recoil. It is not from any deliberate opposition to the ordained clergy that these observations are made. The original purpose of the established churches of the world may not be always objectionable. But no stable religious arrangement for instructing the masses has yet been successful. The Supreme Lord Sri Krishna Chaitanya, in pursuance of the teaching of the scriptures, enjoins all absence of conventionalism for the teachers of the eternal religion. It does not follow that the mechanical adoption of the unconventional life by any person will make him a fit teacher of religion. Regulation is necessary for controlling the inherent worldliness of conditioned souls. But no mechanical regulation has any value even for such a purpose. The bona fide teacher of the religion is neither any product nor the favorer of any mechanical system. In his hands no system has likewise the chance of degenerating into a lifeless arrangement. The mere pursuit of fixed doctrines and fixed liturgies cannot hold a person to the true spirit of doctrine or liturgy. The idea of an organized church in an intelligible form, indeed, marks the close of the living spiritual movement. The great ecclesiastical establishments are the dikes and the dams to retain the current that cannot be held by any such contrivances. They, indeed, indicate a desire on the part of the masses to exploit a spiritual movement for their own purpose. They also unmistakably indicate the end of the absolute and unconventional guidance of the bona fide spiritual teacher. The people of this world understand preventive systems, they can have no idea of the unprevented positive eternal life. Neither can there be any earthly contrivance for the permanent preservation of the life eternal on this mundane plane on the popular scale. Those are, therefore, greatly mistaken who are disposed to look forward to the amelioration of the worldly state in any worldly sense from the worldly success of any really spiritual movement. It is these worldly expectants who become the patrons of the mischievous race of the pseudo-teachers of religion, the Putanas, whose congenial function is to stifle the theistic disposition at the very moment of its suspected appearance. But the real theistic disposition can never be stifled even by the efforts of those Putanas. The Putanas have power only over the atheists. It is a thankless but salutary task which they perform for the benefit of their willing victims. But as soon as the theistic disposition proper makes its appearance in the pure cognitive essence of the awakened soul, the Putanas are decisively silenced at the very earliest stage of their encounter with newborn Krishna. The would-be slayer is herself slain. This is the reward of the negative services that the Putanas unwittingly render to the cause of theism by strangling all hypocritical demonstrations against their own hypocrisy. But Putana does not at all like to receive her reward in the only form which involves the total destruction of her wrong personality. King Kansa also does not like to lose the service of the most trusted of his agents. The effective silencing of the whole race of the pseudo-teachers of religion is the very first clear indication of the appearance of the Absolute on the mundane plane. The bona fide teacher of the Absolute heralds the advent of Krishna by his uncompromising campaign against the pseudo-teachers of religion. Appendix B. Batsasur. The following essay was printed in the February 1932 edition of the Harmonist, or Sri Sajanata Shani. Batsasur is one of the demons slain by the boy Krishna. He represents evils that are peculiar to boyhood. The neophyte is extremely susceptible to such evils. They cannot be got rid of except by the mercy of Krishna. If one engages in the service of Krishna, the juvenile vices are completely eradicated at an early stage. There is an English proverb that sowing of wild oats is inevitable at a young age. The term Puritanism was originally coined to express the protest of boys and young men against any undue curtailment of the scope of enjoyment that should be regarded as permissible to them. Boys and young men claim the right to be merry and frolicsome. There is nothing objectionable and much that is of positive value in the display of these juvenile qualities. If the attempt be made to stifle this innocent play of the boyish nature under the impression that it is an exhibition of sensuousness and for that reason, as being as harmful as similar conduct on the part of grown-up persons, the result is not assurance but discouragement, of juvenile innocence. There are, indeed, black sheep, and these should not be allowed to taint the whole flock. For this purpose caretakers with full sense of their delicate responsibility are required to keep watch over them for ensuring the innocence of boyhood and youth without killing their joys. But with every precaution it has been found impossible to attain this double purpose. The scriptures say that it is not in the power of man to ensure the immunity of boys and girls from the blight of precocious sensuousness except by means of the service of Krishna. This is declared to be the only effective and natural method. Let the boys be exposed to the attraction of the cowboy of Braja. They will soon learn to pick up his company. They will easily realize that the boy Krishna can alone save them from every form of danger to which they are exposed by the right of their juvenile nature. Why should this be so? There is a very simple reason. Krishna does not limit his service only to the middle-aged and old people. The Puritanic ideal of Godhead is a conception which owes its origin to persons who are elderly, although honestly enough anxious to establish the kingdom of God on this earth. But if you scratch the thin coating on the surface of their sage and sober scheme as befitting their age, you only detect the rotten arrangement for securing the maximum of sensuous enjoyment even for those very children who are to be brought up in this virtuous way. If the child is allowed to spoil his health in boyhood, think these righteous people, he will not be in a position later on to enjoy the legitimate pleasures of the grown-up man. Unless the young man husbands his resources of sense capacity, he will also be a victim to premature old age. It is a policy of expediency of postponing a small present enjoyment for reaping a much larger measure of it through the long tracks of the years to come. The spurious brahmacharya ideal as misconceived by its worldly supporters embodies this Puritanic outlook. The scriptures, indeed, enjoin that everyone should serve Godhead from the womb. This is the real meaning of brahmacharya. The ascetic practices that have come to attach themselves to the conception were interpolated into the scriptures in order to ensure worldly values by this form of the empiric method. The scheme requires that the laws of the growth of the physical and mental bodies should be observed and followed. Nature is regarded as the kind mother who favors only those of her children who cultivate the filial habit of prying into her secrets. Nature is supposed to be unable to avoid divulging her secrets to her inquisitive children, although she is well aware that her children will exploit this knowledge for troubling herself by harnessing her to their service. In other words, it is also assumed to be the duty of the kind mother to consent to put herself in chains in order to minister to the sensuous appetites of her worthier children. Nature is assumed to be able to do good to her children only by submitting to be the victim of their lust. The practices of asceticism are really conceived in the Epicurean spirit. The ascetic dreams of obtaining the mastery over nature by the method of controlling his senses. If the senses grow callous to the temptations of the world, the ascetic thinks that he will have less chance of falling into the power of nature. He has an idea that when he will have perfected these defensive arrangements, he will have become the real master of the situation. The brahmacharian, according to the ascetic point of view, is to pass through a period of training in severe abstinence with his guru in order to be fitted to discharge the duties of citizenship, which will make a great demand on his nerves and muscles with greater thoroughness. There is no reference to the service of Godhead or to any spiritual issue. We have had many occasions to explain that the spiritual is transcendental. No mundane consideration can form any part of spiritual training or conduct. It is not a spiritual affair to be even able to control one's carnal desires. Such self-control itself is, indeed, automatically produced by the awakening of the soul. But self-control itself is not therefore a function of the soul. The soul has nothing to do with the senses. The soul desires neither sensuality nor sexual purity. The soul is not a mere moral being. If brahmacharya means a method of gaining moral power, it is wholly a mundane affair and is as such not only of no concern to the soul but is positively obstructive of spiritual well-being. This is bound to be so because the point of view of the soul is all-embracing. The soul rejects nothing. He regards nothing as redundant or useless. The soul has a use for everything. But the soul sees everything as it is really related to himself and to other entities. There is, therefore, no room for the temporary type of morality in his relationships with the other entities. Everything is absolutely good on the plane of the soul. The scriptural brahmacharya institution accordingly means service of the Brahman, i.e. the reality who is always the great and always the help. The servant of the Absolute is free from all delusion. Morality is a valued commodity only on the plane of delusion. But it has no locus standi on the plane where the conditions of existence are perfect. Till the service of Godhead is realized, it is impossible to be really moral in the sense of being needlessly and perfectly virtuous. If a person is causelessly virtuous in the worldly sense, he or she will be a subject of easy exploitation for all the cunning rascals of this world. This is so because morality as conceived by the empiricist, has a reference to the physical body and the changeable mind and is, therefore, liable to change so long as the conditions are not radically altered. The empiric contriver of juvenile welfare strives to produce conditions that will favor the growth and continuance of the empiric moral aptitude. These artificial conditions are confidently enough expected to be likely to prove of permanent benefit to those young persons who are brought up under those improvised conditions. But the brand of morality that has to be produced by the artificial manipulation of the natural environment is likely to prove of little value when the props are withdrawn. The analogy of needed protection for the growth of delicate plants does not apply, as such plants are always exoterics. Hothouse morality is thus a misnomer and a delusion in relation to the soul. Brahmacharya fully embodies the substantive ideal of spiritual purity distortedly reflected in the empiric ethical conception. Brahmacharya means service of the Absolute. Juvenile innocence is not the monopoly of young persons, any more than juvenile naughtiness. They are the animal entities corresponding to analogous spiritual qualities. The spiritual activities are perfectly wholesome. They include all value and harmonize all disruptive conflict, both of which are so utterly wanting in their mundane pervert reflections to be found in this world. It is not to be supposed that everything is done by Krishna and there is nothing to be done by ourselves in any matter. As a matter of fact, there is a division of parts to be played in functions that relate even to ourselves, as between us and Krishna. Certain duties are allotted to us. Certain other functions are reserved to Krishna. Vatsasur cannot be killed by us. He is too strong for us. This is in keeping with the experience of most educationists. Juvenile innocence is a necessity for both young and old. One cannot acquire it by any artificial process. No person can also ordinarily retain it after boyhood and youth. This is a real tragedy of human life. Juvenile innocence is desired on account of its enjoyability. But it should properly be desired only for the service of Krishna. The parent can have no higher duty than to employ his boy in the service of Krishna by putting him under the proper teacher, viz., the pure devotee of Krishna. No parent is entitled to undertake the charge of the spiritual training of his own boy. He is unfitted for the task by his mundane relationship. Once such relationship is grasped to be an obstacle in the way of juvenile training, the necessity of sending the boy at the earliest opportunity to the proper teacher becomes self-evident. If the parent continues to retain his paternal interest in the boy after he has been put to school for the above purpose, he will be only standing in the way of his boy's progress. The training is not for the boy only, but it is a training for his parents as well. Boyish naughtiness is apt to be overlooked, nay encouraged, under the impression that it is his nature to be naughty. This opinion overlooks the all-important factor that the training is intended for the welfare of the soul of the boy and not for the juvenile body or mind. The soul does not require to be treated with indulgence. He is neither young nor old in the worldly sense. The body and mind of the boy have to be employed in the interest of the soul. Boyish naughtiness and boyish virtue are alike unnecessary for the soul. It is necessary for the soul to be freed from either form of worldliness. The mundane nature of the boy is no less a clog to the will of spiritual progress than the adult nature of the grown-up worldling. The process of training is identical in the two cases, as the soul is neither young nor old. Much irrational pity is wasted on boys who are employed from early infancy in the whole-time service of Krishna, on exactly the same terms as grown-up persons. Persons who affect much kindness of disposition towards juvenile frailties profess to be unable to understand why juvenile offenses are taken as seriously in spiritual training as those of adult persons. But the teacher in charge of the spiritual training of boys can perform his duty by them only as the special agent of Krishna. If such a teacher choose to confide in his own devices, he is bound to be undeceived at every step. What he has really to do is to use the boy constantly in the service of Krishna. For this purpose it is necessary for the teacher himself to be a whole-time servant of Krishna. It is only by abstaining to do anything that is not distinctively commanded by Krishna or his real agent, viz., the Satguru, that the spiritual teacher of boys can hope to be of any help to his pupils. The so-called science of pedagogies requires to be thoroughly overhauled in order to afford a free hand to the bona fide devotee of Krishna in managing young persons. The present arrangements based on the experience of this world and on the hypotheses of an absolute causal relationship connecting each phenomenon with the rest, by leaving out the reference to Krishna, can only realize the tragic part of a quack lightly administering all the wrong drugs to a patient smitten with a mortal illness. The king of atheists Kansa is always setting the demon Batsasur to corrupt and destroy the boys. The teacher of the young employed by the atheistical society is verily the agent of King Kansa. The atheist is afraid lest the boys are employed in the service of Krishna. He is naturally anxious to prevent any acquaintance of the boys with Krishna. But if a boy has really found Krishna, the nefarious attempts of the empiric teacher are powerless to destroy his innocence. If such a teacher perseveres in the fruitless attempt, he will thereby quickly bring about his own utter moral degradation, and his sorry trick will also be fully exposed. Because in this case it is Krishna himself who opposes his wicked activities on behalf of his protege. As a matter of fact, the concern of empiric educationists for ensuring immunity of boys from the blighting effects of precocity is altogether hypocritical. The empiric pedant only wants the boy to grow a body and mind that will ensure greater and longer scope for their worldly use. He does not want that the worldly use of his body and mind should be curtailed in any way. In other words, he is on principle opposed to the employment of the healthy body and sound mind for any spiritual purpose. But why does he want a healthy body for his nasty purpose? Is it only in order to be able to have the pleasure of a more prolonged wastage and the rake's progress in downright earnest? A sickly body is not really harmful to a person who has no higher object in view than undiluted self-gratification. Appendix C. The Serpent Kaliya. The following essay was printed in the May 1932 edition of the Harmonist, or Sri Sajanatashani. There is a beautiful lake of very sweet water in the Yamuna which bears the name of Kaliya. This lake happened to be infested by a most venomous serpent from whom the lake derives its name. On a certain day, while the cowboys of Braja were out pasturing their calves on the wooded banks of the Yamuna, they happened to feel thirsty, and not knowing that the water of the lake had been poisoned by Kaliya, drank of its water, which resulted in their instantaneous death. On being apprised of their plight, Krishna came to the spot and restored them to life. Thereafter Krishna got down into the lake with the intention of sporting in its water. This enraged the hideous monster, who forthwith came out of the depths of the lake in the company of his adherents and fell upon Krishna, coiling him up in their great hoods, for Kaliya was a thousand-hooded serpent and his brood were equally formidable. Thus attacked by Kaliya with his whole brood, Krishna appeared to faint away under their murderous onslaught. On seeing him apparently slain by his enemies, the cowboys and all the assembled milkmen filled the air with their loud lamentations. But Krishna soon showed that he was quite safe, and he forthwith climbed up the hoods of Kaliya and began to dance on his 1,000 heads. He danced in an infinite variety of the most marvelous of figures. The pressure of Krishna's feet crushed the towering pride of the myriad-hooded monster. Kaliya lowered his hoods and vomited blood. But the dance of Krishna did not cease. Kaliya was found tottering towards death when his wives came out of the lake and with palms joined in prayer begged Krishna to spare the life of their husband. The prayers of the wives of Kaliya who had faith in Krishna moved the son of Nanda to have mercy on Kaliya. Krishna now desisted from his terrific dance on condition that Kaliya was to quit the lake at once and to betake himself to his original home in the island of Ramanaka. Krishna gave him his assurance that Garuda would now do him no harm, as he would respect the print of his feet on hoods of Kaliya. The water of the Kaliya lake was now rendered immune from all poison and became as sweet as it was before the advent of Kaliya. The taming of Kaliya is one of the Vrindavan pastimes of boy Krishna. Kaliya is the type of cunning and malice. He is the embodiment of unrelenting cruelty. There is no place for Kaliya in the happy realm of Braja. Deceit and cruelty are as poison to the artless loving nature of the denizens of Braja. It is quite conceivable for the confiding chums of Krishna not to entertain any suspicion regarding the malicious intention of cruel and deceitful persons whose purpose is to poison them against Krishna. They may even unwittingly fall into the counsel of such evil persons. But Krishna is sure to rescue his own from the wiles of his enemy. Nay, Krishna has also a plan for curing the evil propensity of Kaliya himself. The process consists in making him feel the touches of his dancing feet. But Kaliya attempts to bear up against all curative chastisement. Instead of feeling the joy of supporting the feet of Krishna on his nasty hoods, the monster finds it impossible to bear his good fortune without undergoing the pangs of actual death. Even the loyal wives of Kaliya who desire the reformation of the monster and whose good wishes for his well-being are the cause of Krishna's mercy towards him are at last forced to intercede by a prayer for his banishment from the realm of Braja. But the pride of Kaliya had received a mortal check. The banishment of Kaliya from the lake of the Yamuna has a most important spiritual significance. Those who have a purpose to create trouble among the pure devotees of Krishna by infecting their nature with their own malicious disposition meet with a certain degree of initial success in their nefarious undertaking. This emboldens them to make a direct attack on Krishna himself when he appears on the scene of their depraved activities in order to restore the living faith of his own bona fide associates. Those who are not exceedingly clever can never be servants of Krishna. But the service of Krishna is also never available to those whose cunning is employed for depriving Krishna of the fullness of his enjoyment. Kaliya and those who are actuated by a naturally malicious disposition are also styled clever in the ordinary phraseology of this damned world. Such rascals may also have the impudence of taking their stand upon the texts of the scriptures by using their cunning in the graceless attempt of depriving Krishna of the service his own. This kind of conduct may also pass undetected and may even be regarded as possessing the perfect skill of confidential service. But Krishna is sure to expose the real nature of the villainy just at the moment when it has been successful in misleading his best beloved ones. It is, indeed, very difficult to understand the ways of Krishna. Krishna apparently permits almost every form of offense to be perpetrated with impunity against his most beloved ones. This has the effect of providing an opportunity to his own for proving their incomparable love for himself, and by means of this unique exhibition of their love to defeat in the most fruitful manner the machinations of his worst enemies. The friends and chums of Krishna are offered to the malice of cunning and relentless brutes in order to bring out the difference between the two and thereby enable the latter to desist from troubling the devotees of their own accord. But these brutes are never allowed to associate with the servants of Krishna even after they forego their malice towards them. They are eternally debarred from the service of Krishna in Braja. But the touch of Krishna's feet makes a real difference between the recipient of his mercy and the other brutes. Kaliya is no longer regarded by Garuda as the enemy of Krishna. Kaliya is, therefore, allowed a place among the protected of Krishna. It does not follow that it is a paying business to poison the hearts of his servants against Krishna, which is sure to be rewarded by the grant of his protection. Yes, this is so after the pride of the miscreant is thoroughly broken by being trod upon by Krishna himself. His is thereby inspired with a most wholesome dread which effectively prevents him from trying to breed mischief among the bona fide devotees by owning an unwilling allegiance to Krishna and assuming the badge of his servitude by wearing on his head the print of his lotus feet. The mercy shown to Kaliya is so obviously and disproportionately great in its magnitude in face of the extreme gravity of his offense that no rationalistic explanation can do justice to its full beneficent significance.